Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Today is November 3rd, 2025. The CNBC news we have over the weekend is S&P 500 futures rise to start the November trading week. S&P 500 futures rose on Monday, led by tech as new month of trading began. The Nikkei and the Japanese markets were closed. For a holiday, the news we have during intraday today is 9:45 S&P final, U.S. manufacturing PMI flash services data coming out, and consumer or construction spending at 10 a.m. Today we have Palantir earnings after market close. The market is anticipating Palantir SPY is gapped up from the close on Friday. Really gapped up from 682 to 685. Time is 9:25 on the board. Good morning, Quicks. Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Brad. Good morning, Zach. Slowly get situated for the day ahead. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. A legal disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information, education, and entertainment purposes only. With that being said, we will take a look at Palantir for the day. The MACD is constantly hovering higher every single day. The 4-hour, I think this is going to hover into the day today maybe, but earnings after hours, I kind of see something, right? The MACD is crazy at the top, right? The last time that happened was after earnings, post earnings. Here as well, this was on earnings. MACD was super bullish, and we had this big drop for a week or something. Post earnings, market rallied. Right, the 4-hour MACD super bullish. We are somewhere at that, right, going towards the top or at the top. Honestly, this is looking like to me, market is interesting. Pushed up and held. We'll see. We will see. Market is opening in 3 minutes. Any sort of sudden move, I feel like, would be maybe a misdirection or a trap, but we'll see. Oh, excuse me. Watch this in the 5. There is an analyst, Sherwood something, says Palantir price target boosted to street high of $230 from $200 by Wedbush ahead of earnings from Sherwood News. So we will see how this plays out into the day. The 5-hour MACD has been pulling back in the pre-market, but they could do whatever at market open. Good morning, Wrath. Good morning, Lewis. Good morning, Cider. Arthur, Harry, David, Captain, Chris, and everybody in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, Alfonso, Anastella, B. Turner, Jordan, A.S. Syed, Chris, Edison, Ashfaq, NVC, and Shakima. Good morning, everybody. Let us get situated for the market open. SPY is opening above the previously 9:30 open, and the 4 p.m. close. QQQ is gapped up as well because the tech is leading. 6:34. Market opening now. in 50 seconds. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. SPY is doing a awesome bullish candle into the open. Palantir is also awesome bullish. QQQ as well. Here we go. Wow. The IV on Palantir fucking crazy. Sorry for my language. Wow, the IV on Palantir crazy right now. This shit should be way more squeezed, but it's not because IV itself, holy fuck. IV is like 80%, 90%. The implied volatility move for the earnings on Palantir is 15%. And it's gonna be 17% because it's been wrong. It's been more than that historically. So the implied volatility on Palantir is 15 to 17%. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, AV Studio in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, everyone in the YouTube chat. Evangel West. Good morning, Sunny. If we can, please make sure to hit the morning likes as we come in. Market just opened. SPY is at 685.80, pushing lower, trying for 1 minute. Let's see if the bears are trying for more than 1 minute or not. No sudden movements. Market is doing Palantir showing bullish, trying to hover. Honestly, I could see the thing hover somehow, show bearish, and then pop up somehow, and then earnings went. I don't know about after earnings. Everybody is mixed on Palantir. More people think, I think, is saying Palantir is going to go higher, all right, on YouTube. And my mother is also pissed that she did not get $15 or $10 more on Palantir. So she also thinks it's going to go higher into earnings. We shall see. All right, time is 9:30. HOD is created. We have a gap up island. The island is deciding what to do. This is the high of the day. 9:35 is here in 56 seconds. The candles are not going that much lower yet. High of the day, right? HOD pivot point 1, right? LOD 9:30 pivot point 2. We didn't even touch VWAP, right? I technically shouldn't even be writing HOD, LOD and drawing the circles, but I don't want to do it later, so I will write these down for now, but I will not draw the pivot points. All right, I will not draw the circles for now. This is 9:30. 9:35 is here in 23 seconds. HOD, LOD. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone having a beautiful Monday. Beautiful start to the week. Hope you all had a beautiful weekend as well. MACD is slightly trying bearish. The bears are trying slightly. Can't really say. All right, this is 9:35, and they broke the floor into 9:35. 9:35 is bounce trying, so we'll see. Now at VWAP, candle is morning cycles are super fast. Ooh, that was close. Okay. Man, I really don't want to stay for Palantir earnings, but like honestly, I'm kind of feeling it. I have a lot of my profits in Palantir, so I honestly thought I was gonna be squeezed way more, but the IV kind of saving my life on Palantir. This thing is from 201 to 205, so I don't know. Today's the day, earnings day. Today's the day, earnings day. SPY is trying south. Time is 9:30. Now we will draw the circle. Pivot point 1, pivot point 2. MACD trying bearish on the 1 minute slightly. The 5-minute candle also building. The SPX, right? And we will go look. Now we are at the previous 9:30 open. Yes, or Monday's or Friday's high as well. Friday's HOD. We'll see how it does here at the 4, 9:35. Wind direction was south for 5 minutes at the minimum. Now 9:35 is going more lower. This could bounce at 9:36 or 9:37, or they go into 9:40, and then they might bounce it at 9:40 to figure out something. Cycle is not coming yet. Confirmation happened at the morning 9:30 algo range, and they're going south. 3/3 south happening right now. This is 9:35. LOD 9:35. Created an algo range on Palantir as well and going lower. SPY trying lower, and I am and Palantir bouncing already off the algo range. There's no confirmation yet anymore. Market is deciding what to do at 9:35 itself. I am trying to scalp short side for 1 minute. Bear trap could be building right now, right here. This is 9:40 candle week. They're waiting until they want to boom it back up to the VWAP or go more lower and then come back up. Crazy work on Palantir. Time is 9:40 and they're breaking the floor. I'm out of SPX right now. $4,770. Scalp. Alright, 940 LOD. I'm in Palantir. This shit is not going, but at least it's staying expensive. They could chop around here for quite a while. SPY is going lower. This thing could bounce back up here or not. Let's go look at SPX for a second. Holy sh! Gapped up, island, and pushed down. Looking crazy. Looking crazy. QQQ's looking wild as well. What is this candle? What the fuck is that? Why is that showing up on that like that? Okay. Crazy. Okay. I want to go look at Palantir. QQQ is going. This is the 3/3. Alright. Palantir is bounced trying to the roof. Shit. I am scared into earnings, honestly, in Palantir. Now it's data burn trying on Palantir. 940 on SPY. They're going lower. I thought they were going to stop here and bear trap, but honestly, MACD coming in crazy bearish right now. And candles are stacking on the 5. I don't know where they're going. Let's see. This is the 3/3. Candles came in crazy from 9:30, 9:35, 9:40. Oh shit. J Powell FOMC candle. That they might be targeting that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry for my language, okay? They might be targeting that because they were playing with that on Thursday and Friday. So we'll see. They're already there. They're already there. J Powell FOMC candle already touched. This is basically setup shit. Just not a lot of people know. Let's see where they stop. Let's see if they barcode here. This is bear territory. All right. J Powell FOMC candle. J Powell, this is FOMC candle. We could bear trap here and then like barcode here and bear and bull trap. Or yeah, that is not good. 683.49 is being used Thursday, Friday, and today on Monday. That is disgusting. The pre-market was super bullish and they just used all of that into now it is looking half-half. Palantir still looking bullish. QQQ looking bearish. SPY looking bearish. Let's go look at IWM. IWM Russell 2000 looking straight up bearish, down 1% already. That's disgusting. QQQ, yeah, IWM disgusting. SPX is still gapped up. I think things were looking bullish at pre-market for Palantir. Honestly, that's what I think. And NVIDIA, there was bullish news on NVIDIA. Let's go look at NVIDIA. NVDA. NVIDIA is still up 2.9%. So interesting stuff happening right now. This I don't even know anymore. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 happening. Morning cycles are fast. Morning cycles are just not bouncing as of right now. 9:30 push lower to 9:40. Time is 9:43 in 2 minutes. Palantir is testing the roof. 9:40. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. All right. Over the weekend, guys, we had to clear out the WhatsApp group of some bots and also non-real people or non-watchers. So, thanks for bearing us with that. And also people that were asking questions because I was answering them in PMs all the time, but they would ask the same thing over and over and over and over and over again in the most weirdest times. And like honestly, I was just so tired of it. So God bless, God did, and hopefully you guys are all doing, good emotionally and having a beautiful, beautiful week, day, and a work day. So yeah, no problems there. We are in 1/3, 2/3. I don't know where 3/3, but they go in shelf. Candles are cycle confirmation. No relief going north yet. MACD coming crazy bearish on the 1. 5-minute candle continuously stacking. This is the 3rd red candle. 1, 2, 3. All right, this candle closes in 1 minute and 50 seconds. We will see how that will do. But the 15-minute candle just boomed down from pre-market straight to the J Powell FOMC candle. I did not expect that, honestly. I did not even have that marked, but honestly, hey, they do the things that are the least expected, right? At the most perfect times using setup. Palantir trying for the floor. SPY is no confirmation. This is just bearish right now, right? No confirmation stopping right now. The MACD RSI is oversold, but it could go even more. All right, little bounce here possible. Chop here possible. Send my volume all the way up and can barely hear you. I'm pretty sure my volume is fine. That might be a problem on your end. 9:45. Thank you. 9:45. I don't know. Anything I do, someone might have a problem, so it might be on your end. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna scream because I don't want to blow out any of our ears and my ear as well. You're just gonna have to adjust the audio on your end. MACD coming in very, very mixed on the one. On Palantir, going bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Really depends on the higher time frame, the 5, 15, and the 30. We'll see what happens with Palantir REIT. Right, Palantir REIT is at the top of the some sort of weird ass bullish continuation channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, like unbelievably into today. It is hovering and bullish. It could even go higher later. I don't know. SPY is at the floor. This is weird, right? They're constantly at the floor, so maybe they're coming back to do something here, or maybe they're going to come back here and then cycle, or they're going to go lower or cycle. I don't know, but they're at the floor still. Still at the floor. Time is 9:50 in 2 minutes. 9:45 spiked lower to the new floor. No confirmation bounce yet. Market is just going lower in the 3/3, right? Making a lower in the 3/3, lower low. Nobody knows if this cycle is going to continuation more with barely any cycles. No one knows if it's going to cycle and then continuation or not, but all I can say is we are below the J Powell FOMC candle. We are below POC and we're below VWAP, but Palantir is flying now. 9:50 is here in 40 seconds. Sorry, 9:50. 9:50 is here in 20 seconds. We are at the floor on SPY. The thing went crazy south, I'm not gonna lie. Didn't even expect that. I was writing from here and I was trying to leave here, but I got greedy and I stayed for one more candle somewhere here, but like that thing went crazy. So I thought it was gonna chop here and then bear trap like classically, but honestly, they do, we do whatever, market does what it wants to, how it wants to, but it's kind of crazy to see how it gapped up like a fucking W, but like it's a very, very gappy W, right? Because of all the earnings going on. Alright, gonna go look at SPX real quick. What do I mean by this? Like, this is what I mean. You cannot tell me this shit is crazy. Not crazy. Alright, did somebody expect this? How? What is this? Right? This is, right, people don't realize Wednesday was FOMC2. 10 a.m. They made a HOD, right, on Wednesday, and then they spiked it down on FOMC. Thursday and Friday, they were playing along with it, right? Gap down, chop, 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 chop down. Gap up, chop, 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 like lose it. Come back up, gap down into close, gap up into open. This is, you know what I mean? Like, are you gonna sit here and tell me this is not crazy? Because this is crazy. Nobody knows what's gonna happen because, right? People thought it was gonna fly at market open, right? Because all the pre-market thing, and they just dropped the crap out of it, and then now we're at the middle. There's a gap below. It looks insane. Number one, it looks like this cycle 2, or cycle for now. Cycle 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then now we're in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 until who knows when, right? But right, either the thing's gonna extend into something with earnings, or the earnings about to drop it lower and then make this a fake bounce again. Fake bounce this, fake bounce this, fake bounce this, and then go touch this somehow with earnings. That would be crazy, but honestly, this could be an entire bear trap itself, right? How bearish is this? How bearish is this? How bearish is this? And how bearish is this if this actually goes so? I don't know. Maybe I don't want to draw up things because I'm going to speculate, but yeah. All right, we're going to go back to Palantir. But that is what's going on right now. It's looking crazy. It's looking crazy. Time is 9:50. 9:45 created an algo range, as well as 9:30. SPY is looking crazy bearish right now. I have no idea why. The cycle is just not confirming to bounce absolutely at all. Absolutely at all, right? I thought they were going to go up here, go down, go up here, go down, but the thing not even going up above that. So that is showing bearish at the minimum. That is, and we're oversold kind of too. So, you know, if they sell it even more, wow. They're gonna hit that and bounce it maybe. I don't know. That low did not break. I feel like this could be a bear trap too. I'm not. This is 3/3 happening. Palantir going lower. LOD trying to break. Palantir. Sir Palantir. MACD is bearish on the 5-minute, 15-minute, and the 30-minute. Okay. LOD broke. Low of the day broke. Now I can draw more of a cycle on Palantir as well, right? HOD, LOD. This is the individual stock we're doing this on, right? You're about to see what I mean by pivot points, wind directions, trend directions, for not even the market indexes, but for intra, literally, small stocks, cryptos, all that. We could cycle on that. Holy crap, this is super bearish on SPY. Super bearish! Super bearish! This shit is super bearish. 3/3. They want to go hit the 4 p.m. close or something. Look at how fucking oversold it is. This thing might bear trap at some point. I think they're going to hit that and bear trap. RSI oversold. Alright, time is 9:50. 9:50 is at 2:03. Wow, Palantir going. I hope this shit breaks 200 today so my mom doesn't get mad at me, right? I told her, right, after earnings in 2 weeks, right, if this shit is at 180, 185, what are you gonna do? And she was like, LOL, I'm gonna go back in. I was like, oh hell no. I was like, please mom, do 1/4, please. She was like, okay. I told her it's no joke. But oh man, right, this shit is crazy, right? The fact that my mom and the fact that other retail blah 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 is out there talking about Palantir and all that is telling me, right? They're showing bears that they could chop here and bounce. I'm expecting a bounce. I'm expecting a bear trap at some point here or another, right? But they went lower from 9:30 open into 9:50. We will go look at that on the SPX. Okay, we have 150 people here, guys. More people coming in. God bless you all. Please hit the like button, right? Today is Monday, fresh start of the week. Hopefully, you guys all watched the market update video. God bless you all. Let's have a beautiful, beautiful week, right? Now we are in 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going lower from market open. That's what the chart's signifying. It looks crazy. There's no confirmation right now. MACD is coming in crazy, weirdly bearish, right? That's just the truth. I feel like they're going to go hit that and then bounce, but I could be wrong. They could chop here too. And then, you know, too much 0 DT, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 until the low of D1151 breaks. You know, that's the 3/3. So they could bear trap, and then figure something out too. We'll see. But this is literally last week, Wednesday, right? FOMC made a top and a bottom. Thursday, chopped around it, dropped. Friday, lost it, came back into Friday and the Mondays. This is crazy. Nobody knows what's about to happen, but what we do know is the higher time frame, higher picture shows this. That is nasty work. Okay, that is bloody. All right, bloody. Today, Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. All right, they made a top with the FOMC. That's what people are not realizing. Top on Wednesday with FOMC, right? Sometimes big events like that have marked a reversal point. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not saying that's a reversal point, but I'm saying for now it is until they break the roof. The roof being October 23rd, Wednesday. That is just the truth. Right? QQQ also pulling back from all-time highs, right? What is that candle? Right, a doji candle And then we just had 3 hanging mans in a day, or we had a hanging man the day after the doji candle, and we had 2 continuation days going bullish, but they keep going lower on it. So I'm telling you, it looks like to me, right? It looks like, what the f is this? It looks like to me they're popping it on earnings, but until this high breaks, this is the FOMC day, signifying something, right? Sell, go higher, sell, go higher, sell. We're not breaking this high. 636. This is, man, this is what I mean by they get everybody thinking. Bulls and bears alike. Bulls and bears alike. Doesn't even matter. They just get everybody thinking. Look, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This shit is what I mean. Right? LOD. That has to hit that. Honestly, it's gonna go spike down 5 more cents and hit that, I think. This is computer stuff now. 3/3. I'm just watching at this point. I'm just letting let's do its thing. Time is 9:55. They made an algo range at 9:50 on Palantir, and then went lower into 9:55 is what's going on. We were just a little bit distracted here. There's a lot of things going on right now. Previous low of the day turned into resistance and or support as well. 9:30. 9:50 algo range being used. SPY did not touch the gap. We know this by looking at SPX. It did not. But it is in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. The higher time frame shows. Look at that trap again. That's disgusting. That is something. They bumped up Palantir like crazy to 206 on this news. This price target hike up. No cycle bounce trying yet, honestly. That is kind of crazy. 9:55 low of the day. Time is 10 a.m. 9:55 created an algo range on SPY as well. 9:55 created an algo range on Palantir as well, and they're doing that so it's not so oversold or something, but they're so damn bearish right now. That's crazy. Yo, what? Market opened 25 minutes ago. Let's look at QQQs. SPY is way lower than the Qs right now. Tech is still more bullish than the Qs showing. Right, it is above the 20. SPX is not. It is below the 20. Interesting. IWM dragging down SPY, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like. Candle coming in, teleporting. Looking weak. Just way oversold. Tesla is up because Palantir is up. Market update video kind of explains Tesla is twins with Palantir. Alright, they gap filled just now. Time is 10. This is the 3/3. Right? Bears are in full control right now. Bears are the ones that are gap filling. It is really oversold, but they are doing this in the 3/3. We'll see how they manage the floor and the 3/3. That is crazy bearish, right? Palantir. I'm hoping it breaks the floor, and I'm hoping SPY and QQQ goes more here, but that is now insanity. Insanity. Printing on. Come on. Break the LOD. Fucking just free fall. Gap filled on SPX. We will go look at SPX. MACD coming in. Bearish from market open. We are now below the FOMC candle again. That is not good. The 1 hour coming in. Continuation bearish. Bulls are getting the treatment above the FOMC candle. Let's see if the bears will get the treatment below the FOMC candle. The MACD on the 4 hour is coming in bearish, and the 1 day is pulling back from being bullish again. So it's played in this little gap and pulled back. That is crazy. I am not going to lie. That is a crazy market open, guys. Look at that gap up. Look at that gap. Look at that gap up, first of all. What the fuck was that, right? Gap above the FOMC candle, crazy, and they pull back, come back up, down, and they regain it, and they fucking lose it like fucking crazy. I wasn't even here for this part, right? But I saw it after it happened, and I was like, what the fuck? I literally saw this part too, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what did they just do? And then look at this open. Like, bro, this is number one. Like, gotta give it to them, right? It's like a fucking art class. Like, it's like a fucking art class. This thing's beautiful. And crazy oversold. Not crazy oversold, but like enough to bounce try or something. It's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. They gap filled and is bouncing off a 10-on-1. It's literally crazy. It's like art class 101. Palantir went crazy up on it too. Art class 101, like unbelievably crazy, beautiful. But honestly, it's a part of the cycles, and man, that is crazy. From 9:30 to 10, I wish I had the box. I thought it was gonna flip 5-10 minutes after market open. Honestly, man, that is funny. $10.01 bounce trying. Time is 10:04, 10:05. The MACD super oversold, trying to bounce back slightly. That is disgusting pre-market action. We are at the 4 p.m. close of. This is what I'm saying. I was not here for this, but if I was here for this, I would have been honestly, like, I would have been pissed. Because what is this? This is literally troll on both sides. Burn everybody intraday, and then burn everybody end the day, and also to the next week. And they give them hope like crazy, and then people try again or something, and they like, man. All right, candles are coming. Red, Palantir. 9:55. At least bouncing to 10:05. 10:05 is bouncing at the previous day 4 p.m. close. Oh man, let's see. I need food. It's that time. Whoa, what just happened? 11:05. This is true gap fill, by the way. This was not real gap fill, but now this is true gap fill in SPX, right? They actually went real, like, look, you see this? That was not gap fill. And now this is true gap fill, but this is still the 3/3, so it's basically speculation at best, right? Thinking there's a bounce, thinking it's going to go continuation more lower. Market is literally going to decide what to do in the 3/3. Right. More likely than not, it is way better to see the thing bounce and then go lower. If someone's truly bearish or someone's bullish, it's more likely to see the thing confirm at the minimum. Like, the thing is, this is disgusting. I thought it was gonna bounce here too. I thought it was gonna bounce here. I thought it was gonna bounce here, but thing not bouncing. Like, this is crazy. 1 minute could do whatever it wants here. It's melting down almost. It's almost melting down. Q Q Q. I think anything below this is super bearish, but then it's so bearish enough that they could pop it back up or they go lower on it. I don't know. There's a horizontal sloping support down there from the market update video, right? Look at QQQ. This is straight up waterfall now. Things are straight up waterfall now. It might even accelerate here. I'm not gonna lie, it might even accelerate here. Things are QQQ, or could be straight up big bear trap too. Now QQQ is going and is at the floor. 10-10. The 3/3 is just going extended lower, and it's just being extended and extended and extended lower, and that's what's going on right now. I don't have the balls to do SPX right now, so I'm just gonna watch. I'm on Palantir. I'm on Palantir. 10-10 until the low of until the low of 10:06 breaks. 10:05. That is the LOD. They're creating an algo range. Looks like here as well, right at the 4 p.m. FOMC or 4 p.m. close. Some advanced level things going on. It looked like it was gonna bounce bullish and then it stopped. It looked like it was gonna go lower and go, bearish, and then it stopped. So it's honestly doing both right now. But it just made a LOD 1, 2, 3 minutes ago. So technically, ooh, something going on. I don't know. Something different going on here now. Alright, it could be chopping here, it could bullish come back and then do something, or this is to bring back the RSI for something else. Palantir is back to the open. Previous low that they turned into resistance and or support. I could see some sort of chop here as well, and then bear trap, and then earnings too. Or I could see some sort of lower and then bear and then earnings too. So we'll see. Market is bounce trying for 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes, signifying a 5-minute cycle at the minimum. 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3. Right, the cycle could confirm and extend more and go higher, but for now right? The thing could pull back and go higher. The thing could rip up. So I'm just going to draw the box like this for now. Palantir as well. Morning open, 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3, and then up 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Hey, let's hit the like button, folks, at the morning. And also, best to remember, right? It's always best to let the market cycle, confirm, and do its thing, right? You don't want to always look at the things that are making sense for your story. Always, if that makes sense. That is very dangerous on everything, because they show everything at any time. So sometimes they are right. Sometimes, you gotta watch out that they are doing it on purpose. So, just make sure it is number one, cautious at best, and number two, not 24/7. That is dangerous. Time is 10, 15, and 20 seconds. All right, now breaking the high of the 10:08 candle into 10:15. Now this is going higher from 10:05 below the 4 p.m. close, but it is also 3/3 now. The MACD was oversold and it is now almost neutral. Time is 10:15. Time is 10:15. Smaller cycles are being created. 3/3 got burnt here, but I don't know. There's bigger things at play, right, than just candles and smaller cycles. RSI MACD was oversold. It is being brought back. RSI. Sean says they literally broke 20 EMA support, 15-minute, and then popped 50 cents right after into algo range and manipulated ASF. Nah, bro. You're right. It really does look like that. But honestly, if you just mark all these algo ranges along with the things you do, it would literally make more sense than not, because you just see more supports and more certain hidden levels, right? Low value gap or whatever it is, right? That makes sense than not. And like, it's only after the fact, but it's crazy, eh? Or our POC is not coming in. Let's see what the POC is. Today is so. That is crazy. Look at the MACD, crazy. is very uncertain, number one. Look at the volume. There's barely any volume, and it's at the floor already. All right, barely any volume, and it is at the floor already. All right, bears aren't super right now. This is super bears right now. Today is looking bearish as fuck. I'm going on SPX right now. Everything trying lower together. IWM, SPY, QQQ, Palantir, NVIDIA, SPX, fucking everything. I just need 1 or 2 candles here. Been pretty big. This is the 3/3. If it breaks LOD, I'm fucking running. This is 3/3. Palantir broke the floor. Bears are coming. 3/3. They could be super bear trap too until this candle breaks. Low at 10. Okay, I'm leaving right now. Holy fuck. Come on, one more fucking candle. LOD. Super bearish this shit is. One more candle. Come on, come on, come on. Break out LOD, please. I'm leaving everything right now. $7,500 SPX out. Out. Oh, shit. Let's go. All out on SPX again. Holy shit. All right. I am done on SPX. I'm still on Palantir. I'm running. I'm waiting for this shit to drop now. Holy fuck. I'm done. I'm done on SPX. I just. Oh, shit. I just need Palantir to go into earnings now. Come on. Holy fuck. Crazy 5-minute rejection. 10-15 to 10-20. LOD broke and they fucking burnt out of this little small cycle. But everybody that tried all fucking day long until now too. A new floor. This thing could bounce and chop here. But new floor. 10-15. Rejection to 10-20. MACD volume all died. And now this is the... Man, I expected more, honestly, but yeah, the risk was there. They could chop here. That shit is perfect exit. Oh my god, that is amazing. 10-16 bouncing on Palantir, right? Different times. I don't know what QQQ is doing. I gotta go look at QQQ. QQQ 10-20. All right, SPY and QQQ at the floor. That was great. 10-20. 10-15 is bounce trying on Palantir into 10-20. 10-20 is weak on SPY. The MACD I told you the MACD RSI was crazy oversold and it got bought back up, right? I was expecting way more lower, honestly, than this shit, but let's see. Right, cycle confirmation is building here. This is 1/3, 2/3, I don't even know. On Palantir. They're making it look like there's a bounce coming every time. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. We are in the 3/3 right now on SPY. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And they're figuring out what to do. 10-20. SPX. Right. Pre-market, NVIDIA, Palantir pushed up on earnings. That is crazy. Oh my god. What a nasty ass chart. Right. From the top of the FOMC date, 10 a.m. And this is the first week of November and things are not looking the best going. back to all-time highs. It's looking crazy. Look at this shit. Like, what? What if it? What if it like chops here and then goes here and then comes back up? Like that is disgusting, right? Everybody thought it was gonna run on this, but like, what is going on now? Right? It is looking crazy bearish. You cannot lie. They trapped today, Friday, Thursday. So since FOMC day, people have been trying and trying and trying and trying, and they're getting crushed, right? This shit is getting, right? The VIX is, right? Look at the market update video we did yesterday, folks. I'm telling you, market update video we did yesterday, and we called out the VIX is blue, or not blue, VIX is green, right? And we said, hey, last week they're holding the VIX up, and the thing is being prevented from going neutral or turning red on the MACD. I called that shit out, right? And what does that signify? There's more red coming possible, right? That's the reason why my title says, right, red November maybe, right? This is November. It's the first day of November. God did. I need Palantir to fucking drop. $20 with earnings. $20 with earnings. Oh my God. Got AMD tomorrow. Alright, let's go look at AMD. Advanced Micro Devices. AMD. Mayday. HOD. All-time high on Wednesday. After it short squeezed the fuck out of people for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In 10 days, 12 days. This is straight up like 1919, like, you know, the Great Railroad, you know, the short or something. Actually, never mind. It's been gapping up, gapping up, gapping up. So this is fine. This is looking at a normal chart. But this is crazy. Pushing higher, low, pushing higher, low, pushing higher, low. Tomorrow earnings. Market is, right, with Palantir or with AMD. It's just perfectly being patiently setting up Ely. Right, look at the MACD, right? And what did I say on Palantir? I said Palantir pre-market, people that were here early, right? 9:25 in the morning, 9:27 in the morning, we started analyzing Palantir, right? And I said, hey, the 4-hour and the 1-hour MACD RSI, crazy. We're at the tippity top of Mount Olympus, right? Look at that shit. Like, I'm telling you, I'm not. Don't look at this. This is just a calculated move from what has happened historically in the past. So do not look at this. This is just for earnings. But I'm just saying for right now, man. I don't know. I am hoping and praying. That's all I will say. I am hoping and praying on Palantir, Sir Alex Carp Palantir. Right. Time is 10:25. It might be a time for a poll, but we will just relax for now. The market is at the previous day, 4 p.m. close. Right. If we go north, there is VWAP. There is the J Powell FOMC candle at 683.49. If we go lower, there's LOD. Bears are still trying, but until the low of this candle breaks at 10:20, yeah, that candle bearish on SPY. Let's see. Look, the MACD RSI is being perfectly not being dropped down, so I don't know if they'll do it here or not, but it's barcoding at least at the bottom of the previous day 4 p.m. close. I thought it was gonna, to be honest with you, not being biased, I thought it was gonna barcode like this. Right? Actually, no, that's a lie. Where was it? I think it was here. I thought it was gonna barcode like this. I really thought, but this thing, I don't know. Today different. They did something different into pre-market, and people cannot catch on. They catch on too slow. After the fact that it has happened, there's something. This shit is different. That's how you gotta just think of it. It's different. 1020 created an algo range near the floor as well. Right? Not normal. Just crazy bearish. SPY is crazy bearish. I need Palantir to go. I don't know what the hell is doing up here. Palantir looking bullish, trying still on the higher time frame. This thing is lying. On the higher time frame, this bitch is lying. All right. Time is 10:25. 10:25. Set a new floor. The bears are in super control right now. This is Polar Bear, Polar Express. Unbelievable. I am not chasing that shit. But honestly, if I held everything I scalped, that would have been fucking crazy. But it's always like that. It's literally hindsight, but I can't fucking do a jack shit about it because that's literally, oh my god. That's, that, I'm pretty sure smart money just, does cycle by cycle, deduction by deduction, but this thing going, because the thing just cycle confirms, and then cycle confirms, and no, cycle confirms, and then this shit is so bearish now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. 10-minute wait. That would have been crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. LOD breaking on Palantir. Palantir, bearishy, right? Palantir, bull trapping everybody. Right, bulls are. In my opinion. I'm pretty sure they're targeting horizontal support. We gotta go look at this shit. This is so bearish now. And they are losing it, right? No, scared. People are scared now at this point. They're I'm not gonna lie, it sounds crazy, but I'm pretty sure they're targeting somewhere here. That's what I think. Alright, look at the 1 hour MACD coming back bearish last week, or last week support, right? And this, and this. I'm pretty sure they're targeting somewhere here. What would that do? Gap fill this, and then wow. That is crazy fast. That is crazy fast. Bears are in super control here. Palantir is about to drop more now. LOD broke into 1025. I think they're just showing constant bounce on this thing too. Give all the majority of retail newbies hope. That's my opinion. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Time is 10:30. 10:30 is the LOD on Palantir. The thing has been going lower for 1 hour, just slowly, from 206. It is at 202, losing its fucking mind. Right, I'm going to show one thing, right? And this is what we were talking about in the pre-market, right? What happened the last time MACD was crazy like that up top, okay? The last time the MACD was crazy like that up top, sorry, we gotta look at the bigger picture. Right, the 4 hour, yeah, 4 hour. I think the best example is right here, right? 1, 2, 3. Best example is this one right here, right? This 1 hour. Okay, there was an example that I was gonna show in the pre. I can't show it now. I can't find it now. But the candle, right? Once it goes crazy, I'm pretty sure it's the fucking pre-market drag down. There was this one time. Maybe it's on the daily. Oh god. Bear with me one time, folks. Okay, I can't find it. I'm sorry. I can't find it. We'll see. My neck just cracked. Palantir earnings at 4:05 p.m. today, Eastern Standard Time. They are bouncing. 5-minute is crazy bearish. I'm expecting this thing to somehow relief and then go again. 15-minute is actually overbought still. 30-minute is crazy overbought into this, so they could do whatever. Never mind, I lied. SPY crazy bearish, right? SPY crazy bearish. They're at 680 already, and we opened at 685. I can't even lie. No, I wasn't even looking at this shit. This is a 1025 rejection at 1023. The first minute of 1025, and they're going crazy into 1030, and things are fucking expediting. I wasn't even looking at SPY. I'm sorry. All right, now I'm not paying attention. Yeah. Wow. They're crazy. Jesus. Oh man. Full bear territory, and they're going somewhere to the horizontal sloping support. We will go look at the chart again, SPX. This is very important. They are expediting this crap too. Right? We lost the bottom. We look at this shit. FOMC J-Pow candle, right? Top and bottom. Lost the bottom today again. I'm pretty sure they're going somewhere down there. I don't know when they're gonna bounce and bear trap and then do the cycle at some point. But look at that SPY, crazy today. Oh my god, that is crazy. No relief at all since the morning. Like what? Oh my god. Triple bottom again. So is this a head and shoulders at the top? Is this a head and shoulders at the bottom? I don't think anybody knows. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Technically, you could see. You could also see this. 1, 2, 3. Like, all right, I'm pretty sure it's going to bounce somewhere here and then decide what to do, right? I think that's a fair assessment at this point. But I may be wrong. I may be completely wrong. It just might be like this. It might just be like that. I don't know. Right, we're about to find out. But hey, the market update video said, hey, watch out for this, right? I wasn't trying to be biased one-sided, but I literally said the setup right now is fucking dangerous, and they've been, what, destroying anything above this, honestly. The white candle. Anything below that, they've been destroying too. That's why I called out, hey, they might be targeting this at some point this week, but I did not believe, I could not see they were going to do it at market open. I thought they were going to do it with Palantir. But honestly, the pre-market being so bullish like that changed everything. It really did. It changed everything. And when I woke up, I was like, wow, something going different happening. And they pumped out of Palantir all the way to the tippy roof, and they are doing a bigger setup. And I'm talking about earnings setup. I'm not talking about intraday. I'm talking about intra-week. I'm talking about this week and next week. And I was like, dude, I'm in. My risk to reward pretty fucking nice, honestly, even though they bumping up me like this and like the IV on my shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna shut up, folks. Alright? But God did. God bless all. Hopefully. Right? Today is a beautiful Monday. Please hit the like button. We have 165 people here. Thank you all very much. And please, if you want to join the WhatsApp group, make sure you are an active, watcher, active participant in the YouTube chat, YouTube community. People know you by name first, and then you could join. We don't want bots in our chat anymore. I'm so tired of it. So I'm literally just drawing the line at this point. People that are active, people that are actual, blah, 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 they get seen publicly sometimes here and there. We all work, right? So you can go here and there. But I'm just saying, like, if you're not active, don't be in it because it's not what you expect, right? And you got to be, to a certain degree, kind of, your own man and woman. You gotta kind of understand who you are, kind of to be even in there. So please understand. The love I'm saying this from. We gotta have a good environment in our chat. So in our community, right? The Discord is coming soon. Everybody will be able to join that. But I'm just saying the WhatsApp group. I am sorry, but I love you all. Right? Hopefully you understand. Time is 10:35. Palantir is losing its mind. The market is showing small bounce. Small bounce. We are at 680. God damn. I'm hungry. Flatten said, "Yep, Red November." Nah, chill. Right? I just said that as a good title, right? Hopefully, everyone here, please go watch the market update video. But like, yeah, please, everyone do realize, right? The Wednesday FOMC top could break, right? This is literally not a November. Oh, it's gonna be it's not. So the market is not that easy. Just understand it's just a title, and please just understand the love that I'm coming from. I just made the title as the title that it is. So it might be red today and tomorrow, right? Just because we see red does not mean the entire month gonna be like that. So yeah, we'll see. We'll go from cycle by cycle, day by day, intraday, week by week. But yeah, just understand it's just a title. Thank you. It is so funny though, right? If I have a good title, a lot of views. If I have a bad title, no views. So I kind of have to. I kind of have to, have a good title. Hope you understand that. Right? That's just life, the world. 10:40. All right, time is 10:40. Things are. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio right now. Right? I think there's a lot of bears here. There's also a lot. Oh, sorry, I can't talk a lot of bulls. I need some water. Right? Let's hit the like button. Right? Let's make sure we hit the like button. Right? If we watch, make sure you hit the like button before you leave. Please, for good luck, good karma, whatever. Right, SPX put to call ratio is being sent for some crazy reason. There is, yes, a lot of puts, but also there's more calls. I don't understand how, but it'd be like that sometimes. It could cycle here and there though, but yeah, there's a lot of puts and calls. It's like a C. Cycle is being created off of 1030 into 1040 at the minimum. All right. 1040. MACD is coming bullish. 5 minutes, they're recovering. Things are being reset. Things are being reset. And also burning from the floor. I want to go look at SPX. Did not break yesterday's low. They're trying something here. Right, whether this is real for quite a while or not, I don't know. But there's a head and shoulders, north side as well. 1, 2, 3. There's a head and shoulders at the floor. 1, 2, 3. So we literally talked about this 15, 20 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. As they were going lower, it's happening right now. Right, this is dangerous territory, confusion territory, and nobody knows. Because why? This is pivot point. Right, small cycle pivot point near the floor. Right, where's pivot point 1? Roof. Where is pivot point 2? Floor. Market deciding at the floor of this cycle whether to continue this cycle bullish from yesterday or whether to break yesterday. That is just the truth. Okay, I'm going to look at Palantir while we look at what the market does. 1040 is bouncing as well on Palantir. 5 minutes. Doing a bear trap from the floor now. Palantir is bear trapping, trying from the floor with the market. But look at that divergence, right? There's no divergence on the Qs right now. Same LOD on the Qs, 1030. All right, we will go look at the Qs, IWM, and the video. There might be a divergence at the LOD, actually. There is. Okay, time is 10:30. There is a LOD divergence at the floor. That is why Palantir went lower into 1035. Looks like IWM. There might be a divergence at the floor as well here. Let's see. Alright, divergence is almost extra hoping. Extra dangerous. 242.52. 242.49. So it did not break the floor by 3 cents. NVDA. Chopping, 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 chopping at the roof. It is waiting and waiting and waiting until later. Later for bullish, later for bearish. I have no idea. All I know, right? All I know is the thing that ran today over market hours that I saw on CNBC was Palantir and NVIDIA. So, you know, NVIDIA holding the thing up, yeah, but SOXL, right, the semiconductor bull of the 3 times already lost it. NVIDIA is just holding it up for later. Later what? I don't know. Later tomorrow, today, I don't know. All I know is those are tools that could be, those are ETF, those are indexes that could be tools that could be moving the market later. Bullish or bearish? I'll just figure it out later. Alright, we have the floor at 1035 on the Qs. HOD at 935. So there's actually a divergence at the roof as well, looks like. Right? It's not just a divergence at the floor. It's a divergence at the roof and the floor. Right? Wind direction was north from pre-market to 935. Wind direction was south from 935 to 1035 at the minimum on the Qs. It does not show that on SPY. Right? There's enough bears here to burn until when? Don't know, but they are resetting it now. Don't know. I never got involved in this 3/3 this low, so I don't really care though. Palantir. I am still in, so I will go back to Palantir. I just want to go look at the Qs and draw this real quick. 10:45. 10:45 spiked up to the previous day 9:30 close. 10:40 created an algo range. So it just looks like bullish. It looks like it could run, but the chances that it could is basically like 20, maybe 25%. There are other things that could happen, like chop here or reject and then pull back to go higher or something. Or they run and bear trap everybody. That is also true too. We'll just see 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and they are burning the 3/3 and also resetting things since 10 minutes ago. Palantir is interesting. Palantir. We are not chopping at the J Powell FOMC candle. We are chopping at the previous day 4 p.m. close. Things are all slightly rejecting at the previous 4 p.m. close on SPY. IWM is testing the low of yesterday. It does not look the best for rejection on SPY, QQQ, IWM, and Palantir again at the same time. Let's see where this goes. Palantir gapping down. Palantir, AMD, right? NVIDIA is the market movers. You have to realize, right? The news, everything, market anticipating is literally those. So I don't think, right, this floor is going to break. I don't think it's going to run. I think it's going to chop here and then figure something out later. I'm just calling out what's happening right now, right? I don't think it's going to break here until a couple of hours later. Why there's so many bears here now too, and there's so many bulls here, right? What if, oh my god. I'm hoping on this shit dropping through 200 right here, right now. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm talking about the market, right? There's a divergence on SPY and QQQ too. Why? I have no idea. All I know is there is, and QQQ is slightly rejecting more than SPY. Things are different, like it has been last week as well. Things were not easy. They were just diverging and going and rejecting all over at different times, like nothing. So sometimes you see IWM run, sometimes you see QQQ, sometimes you see IWM reject, sometimes you see QQQ, but they will trap until the real direction, until basically using setup. 1050. Now there's a gap on Palantir. Whether they gap, push on that, and then fill that later, or they're going lower on Palantir. Alright, QQQs might go lower on this, I don't know. Or maybe Palantir is going and everything else is not. Right? NVIDIA is going lower on this as well. Things are not looking the best on tech right now. SPY is holding with IWM and something. I don't know. God damn. NVIDIA going crazy. Palantir going crazy now. Look at NVIDIA, right? Watch this shit. I called this shit out 15 minutes ago. I gotta watch NVIDIA. And they are. Actually, it's not even that much. I thought it dropped way more. It's showing that on Robinhood, but it's not. It's just not even that bad. I thought it broke that. What the f... My computer must be slow. Yeah, every time I change, it's freezing up. Oh, yeah, something's wrong with my computer. Just slow as shite. $10.50 is now push trying. Right, whether this is real on IWM or what, I don't know. But they pulled back with tech, and now maybe things could bounce, or it's fake. This is the 3/3 though. That is reality, and there is barely any cycle confirmation now. Chart on Palantir getting crazier and crazier almost. It's getting crazier and crazy. Cycles are getting bigger and bigger. Cycles are absolutely getting bigger and bigger. Alright, this could even break out here and then somehow fake up here too, but cycles are looking completely off. I'll just watch a little bit. SPY looks strong. QQQ looks weak. Look at the MACD too. It's supporting that theory. 10:55 is here in 40 seconds. 10:55 is here in 40 seconds. 30 seconds. Guys, let's make sure to hit the likes. Thank you. Please, please don't forget to hit the likes. All right, 50% of the watchers have so far. Let's hit the like on the video. $11.55 is showing higher into this cycle. Higher than 10.45 now. MACD is being small extended. Maybe it runs here, maybe it doesn't, but I'm expecting some sort of trap here. Maybe that means, right, it's not coming, but I mean, I am expecting it. Strong down, and then slowly coming back up, I guess. Slowly. Cycle on QQQ is not following SPY yet. SPY is leading QQQ. And overnight news was that QQQ was leading the market. Technologies was leading the market. So QQQ following SPY now. And IWM maybe. Looks like Palantir gap filled and then gapped up as well. A little bit slower than the market. Palantir is. Now the 1 minute gap is down here. It filled. The one up here. Some sort of advanced level bull trap happening on Palantir, I think. That's just my personal opinion. Market is just resetting, burning the late chasing bears since 10:30. Not crossing VWAP. Why? Because there's so many calls up here too. Their data burning almost everything now. MACD is mixed. We're at the previous day, 4 p.m. close. The wind direction is north or neutral since 10:30 trying. Time is 11 and 40 seconds. Candles are visually coming in higher, the 3/3, but barcoding at the previous 4. It's almost barcoding. What do you guys think? Right? Should we do a poll? Right? Let's do a poll before these candles come. Right? If you think VWAP is coming, say, hey, VWAP. In my opinion, if you think LOD, say LOD. Right? We're doing a personal opinion poll. I don't really care where it goes. Right? I actually do care where it goes, but I'm just saying I don't really care where it goes. But I'm gonna vote after. Community poll is being done right now. I am making one in the group chat. Alright, it could do both. Alright. Not LOD and then VWAP, but it could do VWAP and then LOD, so we'll see. But poll is out for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe 30 minutes out. 4 people voting LOD, 5 people voting LOD, and 1 person voting VWAP in the WhatsApp group. GT says LOD, Octagon VWAP, Captain VWAP, Sunny LOD, Chris VWAP, Zach VWAP. I'm a firm LOD. David says LOD. I think a cider VWAP, VWAP, LOD, VWAP. Okay. Time is 11. They are 75%. Almost there, right? 75% about to hit VWAP. Chances are saying candles are saying it's just after. Things are reset though. Almost. Things are. There's a 1055 algo range here on Palantir as well. Ooh, that thing is building. That candle is stacking. Inch to the last minute, second. That was an extreme. Man, we're making a J hook now. The market is making a J hook. Candle coming in crazy. Right, let's go look at the SPX. Are we in some sort of higher time frame something? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I can't. I don't even want to draw it, but I guess we could draw something like this right now. Advanced level downward trend. Advanced level downward trend. Maybe. This is not a real good line. I'm just drawing it. I'm just curious. I'm gonna leave this gray. Crazy sell-off in the morning at the floor yesterday. Didn't break yesterday's low or Monday's low. Friday's low. J-Pow FOMC candle is somewhere up here. Alright, now we're closer to the J-Pow FOMC candle than the floor, but we're rejecting from VWAP, so time is 11. They didn't technically they barely went to VWAP. Crazy. They barely went to VWAP. Right, I'm gonna vote something, but that's in 2 hours, 3 hours later. This is a crazy, crazy pattern they're making with this FOMC Wednesday. Right, turn down for what? Turn down, made something, use and set up all day, every day into, or how many days? 1, 2, 3 days. We'll see if we get another test here again or what, but wow. It might be possible, right? Come back here and then test it for the last time or something, and then go back down, or come back, regain it, and then bear trap everybody, right? But the fact that they went down again, this is something. I don't know. They went down again. 1, 2, 3, like literally 1, 1, 2, now 3. Like, what are we doing? Market is perfectly letting people think on it bouncing every day. Palantir. Market is. Time is 11:05 and 19 seconds. Just gotta see what cycle they create here. Uh, 11:05. This is barcoding. At the previous day, 4 p.m. close, almost resetting things. 11 rejected, 11 bounced, creating an algo range at VWAP. Time is 11:05. Alrighty. That's disgusting. Some sort of channel on the video. I think this is what's going on IWM. We're going to come back to this as well. That is this. Okay, maybe some higher thing going on IWM, but honestly, yeah, that's just something to watch. 243.83. There's just way bigger things at play right now, though. Right? Not even intraday, but earnings, right? Other things. So not every day is just a bullish, bearish based on nothing. Every day is different, right? One day it's on Google, the next day it's on something, the next day it's on the Dow Jones, the next day it's on IWM, whether it's going down or up. So, to be fair, right? Every single day it's something different, is why we pay attention to the news, why we pay attention to what is going on. We are within a algo range on 11. Things are right looking bullish, looking bearish in here, but they could drag this higher and then do something at the FOMC candle, or they can make it look bullish, get liquidity, and then reject and then bounce it at the floor. That's a whole ass assumption, but I'm just saying, right? Time is only 11:10, so there's so much time left, and the market is almost just at the middle, chilling. Middle of the morning drop. 0.5 fib actually almost hit, so I count that as a midpoint, right? Now, if this rejects, that was midpoint hoping. If this goes higher and rejects here, that is HOD roof hoping. But I mean, it really depends on what the market wants to deduct and decide what to do, right? Not really what we want. So, if you like that sort of thing, deduction-based reality stuff, hit the subscribe button. And please, if you are watching, hit the like button, right? We have so many watchers, but not a lot of people have hit the like button. Please, please, right? If the video is some sort of to your liking, why not? Why not? I think SPX was in some sort of flag as well, but I don't know if it broke down, if it broke up, but yeah, I want to find it. Right, SPX. I could say, yeah, look at the flag right now. So there is some sort of flag up, and then now it's down, up, down, up, down, up, down, inside of it. Ooh, looks crazy. Right, either it's a huge rejection here, trapping it it as in this and this, or it runs up, flips it, and traps this and this and this. But to be honest, bears look already trapped into morning of yesterday into morning of today. The bulls look like the ones that are trapped, and earnings are coming. So, in my opinion, right, and the video is also waiting. Right, I'm pretty sure things are just slowly letting it set up and then doing it and letting it. But that could be also the trap too. We will find out. The video is actually running now. I don't know. Spike and it could literally do whatever. It could go back up here, or it could drop through at some point. But I'm pretty sure that's like the what's going to be used later. Right now, into the end of the day, I don't know. I put importance on Palantir, on everything, the video too. But there are certain things that are in the news since pre-market that has been the core, right, news of the day or whatever it is. So that's all I'm saying. CNBC says the Nasdaq tries to rise. All right, guys, what we will do is we will watch some, all right, television clips from CNBC. Please do realize this is just a news channel, so do not be. Ooh, then we have one from Tom Lee talking about 7,500 now. The man says 7,500 SPX now. Oh my lord. Okay. There's so many videos, I don't even know which one to play. Alright, play this one. There's about 6 good ones we could all watch, so we won't. Whoa, sorry. Did not know it was already it.
Business chief economic advisor at Allianz and so much more, friend of
SPY
Scott.
is trying lower.
We haven't had a chance to talk, Mohammed, since we heard from Jay Powell last week. I think as openly as we've ever heard him really talk about dissension on the board of the Fed in terms of what comes next. And I'm curious what your perspective was coming out of that press conference and how clear he was about that.
So he was very clear that there are major divisions within the FOMC, and we've heard since the extent of those divisions. They relate to whether you worry more about inflation or you worry more about unemployment. The second issue that's clear is that there's different views as to what you do under uncertainty. And the uncertainty comes from the lack of federal data. Some people feel that you slow down and therefore you should stay on hold. Other people say, no, the destination is the same. We should continue going towards lower rates. That is not going to be resolved unless the Fed takes a strategic view of the economy. And in particular, does it believe we are on the verge of a productivity surge, which I think we are? And secondly, does it believe that what's happening to the labor market has to do with demand as much as supply, which I think it has. But unless the Fed is willing to take a strategic view, Andrew, they're going to be paralyzed by divisions.
Go back and just hit the employment piece, because you just made a sort of an interesting observation about what you think is driving this. You don't think it's a demand issue, you think it's a supply issue, or you're saying it's the opposite?
It's both. So definitely we're going to see a decoupling of growth from employment. Part of that has to do with AI, part of that has to do with the changed behavior among companies. But there's also a demand element that we are seeing in place. So it's both. If it were only supply, then the Fed would not cut. But because there's a demand element and because we are on the verge of a productivity increase, there is an argument why the Fed should continue cutting.
So it sounds like you would cut?
Oh, absolutely. I would cut in December. I would have started cutting in July. We should not get in the way of this continued strong growth.
It sounds like you would cut.
Because it offers a solution to a lot of other things in the economy. And we just have to get used to something you've heard me say, which is that inflation is going to stick around the 2.5% to 3% for a while. And that's okay because it's stable. The most important thing is stable inflation. And we've seen inflation expectations haven't been de-anchored.
What is the crypto market telling you right now?
Oh, it's telling you lots of things. It's telling you that the longer-term investor base, while it's growing, is not big enough to deal with the ups and downs of speculation. Very different than what we see in the gold market,
cycles right now,
which is stabilizing. So, what you're seeing is the structural setup of different markets. Crypto, looking forward, will continue to increase the institutional base, the more stable base, what I call resident investors. But you have a lot of tourist investors in the market right now, and that's what you're picking up.
Do you have any thoughts? We've been talking about it this morning, but most people have not thought it means anything. But there's been a whole lot of action in the repo market that the Fed's been engaged in. I know that happens oftentimes at the end of a month.
I'm going to get another video
It's an awful lot.
All right, guys, if it's in the news, it's basically cooked into the price, right? Do remember that, but we will watch this video on Amazon. Came out 1 hour ago. There's 1.5K views on it already. So, 1 second. OpenAI signs $38 billion infrastructure deal with Amazon Web Service.
Race. Hey, Mac.
Hey, Carl. So OpenAI has signed a $38 billion infrastructure deal with Amazon Web Services, marking its first contract with the cloud leader and the clearest sign yet that it's no longer relying solely on Microsoft for compute. Now, under the agreement, OpenAI will immediately start running workloads on AWS, tapping hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA GPUs across U.S. data centers. It'll begin with existing capacity, then expand over time, with AWS planning to build out new infrastructure specifically for OpenAI's use. I spoke to Dave Brown, who heads up compute and machine learning services at AWS, and he stressed to me that unlike some of the $1.4 trillion in compute deals that OpenAI has signed lately, this capacity is already live, not just a future-looking partnership. Now, until January, Microsoft was OpenAI's exclusive cloud partner. That later shifted to a right of first refusal, which expired just last week. Microsoft did reaffirm its role with a $250 billion commitment from OpenAI to keep scaling on Azure.
Anywhere.
Now, by comparison, the AWS deal is smaller, but arguably more consequential, signaling a strategic shift toward a multi-cloud future. OpenAI has also signed with Google and Oracle. Guys?
Mac, appreciate that. Mackenzie Segalos.
It looks like this gap filled on Palantir, or 202.69, 202.7. That is gap filled. This shit is something. So Disney, Google.
Alarm on big tech's power and its impact on the economy. Joining us now, Columbia University professor Tim Wu. He is known as the architect of the Biden administration's competition and antitrust policies. His new book is out tomorrow, The Age of Extraction, How Tech Platforms Conquered the Economy and Threaten Our Future Prosperity. It's great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you too.
Great to see you. This is important.
New
Let's get the opening bell on the CNBC real-time exchange this morning. At the big board, it's Qnity, celebrating its listing and spinoff from DuPont. We'll speak with CEO John Kemp in just a couple of minutes at the NASDAQ and its semiconductor company, Allegro Microsystems. As we move into November, Jim, where the average gain for the S&P is about 1%.
But boy, there's
60-some-odd% of the time.
There are some stocks that are just crushing it. They continue to crush it. They tend to be in the same group. Everyone wants it to broaden out. Everybody wants it to be more than just this one area of tech. The problem is what happens when we come in this morning. We have this big Kimberly deal. I think it's going to be really exciting. I look at it. I really like a new possible Procter. And then there's just a press release about about a deal with Amazon and OpenAI. And then nothing matters. It's like, boom, forget about it. You have an Eaton deal, and what it's Eaton used to be a very sleepy construction
NASDAQ
company.
on a 7-month win streak.
We have
That's the big news.
We're going to be speaking to. We're going to be speaking to Qnity. Right, that's a DuPont spinoff.
That's the big news, right? The NASDAQ is on a 7-month win streak. Everybody's talking about it, even CNBC. Watch this. Screw it.
YouTube TV subscribers remain without access to ESPN and really the other Disney-owned networks as well, as a high-stakes standoff between Google and the entertainment giant dragging now into another week with no resolution. Joining us right now is Rich Greenfield, LightShed Partners. What does it mean, Rich? I don't even want to know what you think just of this particular fight. I want to know what you think that this fight represents in a larger way at this point.
Well, I think what's really interesting is that we see carriage battles all the time, Andrew. I mean, your parent company, I mean, we've all lived through carriage battles for years and years. So they're not new. And, typically, they don't even go dark. But when you do end up in a blackout situation, usually within a few days, a week or two, these things are resolved. This probably gets resolved. But I think what's the important point for all of your viewers is there is something different here. For Disney,
all right, guys.
The run rate, they publish.
Sorry, something more interesting just came up. So, sorry.
It's time for Jim and Stop Trading.
Jim
There was a kind of a revulsion toward the companies that are spending too much on CapEx, which with Meta. I think Meta doesn't have to spend all that. It's still a good buy. But the one, if you want to buy the one that is not spent,
Palantir's MACD coming back, trying.
Reddit had a great quarter, and I
5-minute
think is going
RSI.
to be able to have the single best training platform
15
for
minute.
anybody. So and Steve Huffman has not even begun to monetize that aspect of Reddit. This is the third largest site, Carl. People are not paying attention. It is worth far more than $40 billion, and I just think people have to own it. I wish I owned it for the trust. I did not get it.
Too late? What?
No, I just, because I talk about it so much, I've not been able to buy. But I really, really like this company. It's a way to be able to play the anti-CapEx.
Yeah, you've liked it for a while. Truist on Friday went to 270 on Reddit.
I think it makes sense. I think that everyone's going to have to fall in line. This New York Times decision where they're suing OpenAI, that's a big decision.
Oh my
that's
God!
going to help
Now it's
NYSE.
trying to run.
I think they win it. But I think that everyone's going to have to train on Reddit. A lot of them are already. But it's got this really kind of very true group of people who write and are very honest. And I just find that
there's a gap here.
When it comes to marketing
Actually,
purposes,
no, there isn't.
It's the most
gap
targeted
filled.
ad you could
They're
ever
going
have.
higher from 10
I mean, you can just
hyper niche.
11,
Right. I mean, people who watch the Packers only when they lose on Sunday. Well, that's a big. They've got that. They've got that group. And
it's a revenue source that many had not anticipated a number of years ago in terms of being able to train all these models on the data. Obviously, XAI uses X itself, which is part of the company to train.
No, and look, I think that, I know that I want to have the data.
This is the 0.5 Fibonacci
honest.
on
Great
Palantir
data, but I
from
want
the
the data to
HOD
bet
to the
against.
LOD
And I
as
really
well.
want to advertise on Reddit
It's
because
right at the
I don't
middle.
want. I'm going to cut out all the clutter. And by the way, Steve Huffman would tell you, listen, we have 92% margins, but
bouncing
they're charging
to
so
reset
much
the
less
zero
than everybody else.
DTs,
You can
chasers,
get a great
bears
deal
as
with
well,
the people.
right,
Every
as
drug
well as
company
give
should
some
be looking
relief
at
on
those different
calls.
sites because
But
unfortunately every
Palantir,
illness has its
right
own
at
silo,
0.5
and that's where they should put
Fibonacci.
their ad rather than on
See what
60
happens.
Minutes, where it's like, holy cow! Every time you take one of those drugs, you're dead. You're dead in 6 minutes, right? I mean, the stuff that they
There
talk
are
about.
some disclaimers.
Yeah, it's like, here, if you take this, you will die, but that's okay because you'll get cured. I mean, who would take these things?
All right. We're going to take a look at SPX as well. This is the 0.5 Fibonacci on Palantir. I think SPX is also at the 0.5 Fibonacci as well. The higher time frame analysis says we almost got to the 0.5 Fibonacci. Right, we are in a downward trend still from Thursday, Wednesday. It's showing us Wednesday made a peak at 10, spiked down FOMC, made an algo range. Thursday we spiked down, played on the algo range. Friday played on the algo range. Monday played in the algo range and lost it. But in the system of doing that, right, in the process of doing that, the market created a trend line, a downward channel trend line. That is something that you have to understand. That is reality. That is something you have to respect. That is something you have to realize before it's too late, right? Deductions, cycle, time confirmations exist here for a reason, right? I'll tell you right now, this is pivot point. Number one, this is pivot point, okay? What pivot point am I talking about? Okay, we're gonna do some like systematic science shit, okay? If this is the, right, if we're looking at an intraday chart right now, right, this is the what? This is the high of the day, right? HOD, right? Pivot point 1. So what? The wind direction is what? North. From whatever, pre-market into 930 HOD. The wind direction is south from pre-market into when? 1 p.m. of what? Friday, October 31st. Things are not that hard, right? You just do analysis, right? This is the low of the day, LOD, right? There's a downward trend, okay? I'm telling you right now, this is what smart money does on a day-to-day basis. They do not freak out. They don't care. They don't speculate. They don't fucking assume. They don't give a shit. They just care about setups. They care about cycle analysis. They care about deductions. They care about reality, right? If you like that sort of stuff, hit the subscribe button. But most importantly, hit the like button, please, okay? God bless every one of you guys, all right? But we do this every day, right? If you like analysis of reality, you're at the right place. I'm telling you, right? This is literally real life, right? What? The wind direction is what? Neutral or north from 1 p.m. of October, what? 31st, 1 p.m. We bounce tried, right? This thing could break the floor, or it could, what? Break the top of 930 today and continue the cycle saying, hey, we are in a 1/3, 2/3 bullish still, right? If the floor doesn't break here and it holds, it's gonna do what? 1/3, 2/3, 3. I have landscapers outside my house, so you might hear that, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? But what is true is that this is one of many possibilities. What is true is that there are many things happening, like earnings, AMD, Palantir today. And what is true is that there are trend lines. And what is true is that we are in a bullish flag that we tried breaking out of, and then we failed, and we're in the downward trend, so downward channel. So things could flip back and be in a bullish flag, but you have to realize that is literally what people were thinking at 9:30. That's what people were thinking at nighttime. So do respect that. Respect what's going on now, not last night, right? And the market will figure out, right? But there's two possibilities. Either with earnings or something, it breaks this high, right? It's creating a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 3/3 up there, 1/3, 2/3 somewhere here, right? Or the market is what? Going to stay in here, go hits here, and then figure it out. Or, you know what I mean? Stay here, try to break out again, or whatever it is. But all I know is there is a trend line The thing is rejecting here and popping right on VWAP. Just smacked it like nothing. It looks crazy, but there's something going on. I don't know if this is true right now, but there's something going on. Right? That is true. Palantir is also, right? Trend line rejecting, trend line holding. What trend line am I talking about? The trend line we drew literally, I think we drew it here, October 30th, right? Last week on Thursday. The thing went down, up, down, bounced up, tried the roof, down, bounced up, tried the roof again. So I might have this line too conservative, clearly, but hey, it's okay. I need water. I'm so thirsty. I feel dizzy, right? I feel really dizzy. But God bless you all for being here. Please hit the like button, right? And if you like what you see, say, hey, I like what I see. No, I'm kidding. God bless you all, right? Hopefully you guys all had a beautiful weekend, right? My weekend went by super fast, but honestly, it's still the weekend. I got some break, right? I got some break in. Algo ranging right now. What algo range? I'm going to highlight the important one so that people that are new can see what algo ranges are. Algo ranges are 5-minute increments of the market, or it could be higher, that the market uses as a support resistance. There. 11:30. I think into like tomorrow, into end of the day, somehow, shape or form, it's going to test the LOD again. Especially because I think Palantir is going to, but the market can't without Palantir. So either it flips VWAP and goes to JPOW FOMC candle, or something happens with Palantir here and goes again. I don't know, but that's just what I'm thinking. I could be wrong. They could be flipping this up to go higher. This is 11:25 here, so the cycle did technically extend. Sorry, it is 11:25. Why am I writing 12:25? Candles are testing the roof of this cycle, but it is very, very coming in finicky. Very, very thin lined, finicky. About a flip VWAP. Try it. Maybe they're going higher than this. I don't know. We are constantly coming back to it. 685.80. $679.94. Time is 11:35. It looks crazy. It looks crazy both sides. I'm not gonna lie. That's not a lie. Palantir, something going on here. CNBC coming back on live, folks.
Today.
Sorry.
First, though, getting some ISM manufacturing numbers. Let's get back to Rick Santelli. Hi again, Rick.
Hi, Carl. Indeed, these are October read for ISM. For the manufacturing side, there is no mid-month read. On the headline manufacturing, expecting a number close but below 50, 49 and change, ends up coming in light. 48.7. That equals where we were in August. To find a lower number, you're going to July.
Yeah,
we haven't had a positive number there since the first couple months of the year, January and February, meaning over 50. If you look at prices paid, this is good news. It comes in light, but light in this instance is a positive. 58.0. That follows 61.9. 58.0 would be the second lowest of the year outside of January when it was 54.9. On the new orders front, 49.4.
No confirmation, nothing here.
Higher than 48.9. 49.4 would be the strongest number going back to, well, just August when we were over 50. This would represent 1, 2,
Things were really
3,
oversold.
4, 5,
Now
6
it is somewhere
readings
back
below
here.
50. So it's a real mixed bag on new orders. And finally, on the employment front, we would have had the jobs numbers, of course, but yet we're not getting them because of the government closure. This comes in light at 46.0. But it is sequentially higher than last month at 45.3. 46.0 is actually the best going back to May when it was 46.8.
1140
to show how weak that is. The only number above 50 in expansion territory was the first month of the year, which was 50.3. If we look at the rates, they're starting to come down a bit. We're basically unchanged on a 10-year. Sarah, back to you.
Somehow, shape, or form, they're not making this look like it, but I honestly think it's a bull trap into tomorrow. I can't say into today. They already went crazy today, so I mean I don't want to say anything into today, but I honestly feel like, this is a bull trap into tomorrow using earnings as well. That's just what I feel like, but I don't know. I could be completely wrong. But I'm just saying my personal opinion. Right? Transport secretary, blah blah blah. Government shutdown, boring. I guess we could watch that.
8:34 of the government shutdown. Still no relief in sight for air traffic controllers.
Palantir, I feel like it's going to go at some point. That's why I'm saying, bull trap. I feel like
John Duffy,
Palantir and Nvidia is going to go at some point at the day,
we're
at some
near,
point tomorrow.
I think
Nvidia may be holding. I may be completely wrong here.
I don't know, watershed moment. Newark
It's
could be
holding
totally
right now.
closed down at some point. A full ground stop. Is that imminent?
Well, listen, we're seeing
No
a
lie, it's
rolling
holding
thunder throughout the
Nvidia.
system. It changes day by day of what facilities are low staffed, which means we have
What is
significant
that pattern
delays
up?
or
Nvidia,
cancellations. We saw Newark
crazy.
yesterday was incredibly rough. Significant delays.
This is so
but I
hard
think
to tell
as we look
on
forward,
QQQ2.
Joe,
I'm pretty sure the
this
bulls
week,
and bears
at
are
the end of
both
this week,
there thinking
air
everything.
traffic controllers are going to get a pay stub email. It's going to tell them how much they're going to
It's
be paid
wedging. What it's doing
next
is
week.
wedging up and down, up
that's
and down,
going to be
up and
zero.
down, basically.
And the clear
IWM
point
is
from
like
the
in a
controllers that
downward
I've spoke
channel,
with said, listen,
wedging
a
up
lot
and
of
down.
them
SPY is in a
can
downward
deal
trend channel
with
too, so
missing
it
one
makes
paycheck,
sense.
but a lot can. But many of them can. None of them can miss two paychecks. They all start, their home finances fall apart. And they're all going to have to look at taking second jobs or quitting and getting into another line of work.
Right.
And
It
the
is in a
consequence
downward
of that
trend.
is
It
very
could
real
pop
for
up,
our air
pop
system.
up
We
into
are
the
2,000 to
downward trend
3,000 air
clearly,
traffic
but
controllers
that's
short.
literally why
I'm
SPY
trying to
looks like
put
it's in
more
a
air traffic
downward trend
controllers
because of
into the
the
system.
FOMC.
And what this is doing is making it more challenging and actually taking controllers out of the system. So I think this has long-term impacts beyond when Democrats decide when their little temper tantrum is over and they decide to open up the government.
And also FOMC candle.
This is leverage. I'm just wondering how it works. And the polls, Mr. Secretary, they're
Palantir.
I mean, I can explain them, but not favorable in certain ways to Republicans. But if you look at what the minority whip said in the Senate, she basically said, look, we know this is what's going to happen. There will be families and others that are going to suffer, but we need to leverage, and we're apparently willing to use it during these negotiations. And this is one of the tipping points, I think, that's going to happen this week.
Well, what is leverage? Their leverage
trying
is
to
hurt the
change my
American
chart,
people,
but
right?
it's
They're willing
frozen.
to hurt air travelers, whether they're going to a funeral, they're going to see family members. Pretty soon we're going to have kids coming home from college for Thanksgiving break. They're willing to endanger poor people who can't get food stamps. They're willing to risk subsidies in regard to health insurance. They don't care who they hurt. They care about power. By the way, we had an election a little less than a year ago, and Donald Trump crushed it. He won the popular vote. He won the 7 swing states. Democrats lost. And so if you want to pass legislation, you can
Technically
introduce
going
it,
higher
you can debate
every
it,
5 minutes
but
now.
government
Time is
shutdowns trying
11:40.
to garner leverage is not the way that you do it. Debate it, vote on it, and then come back and try to win elections. But they lost. Donald Trump won. And to now say that you are going to hurt the American people so Donald Trump has to talk to you,
FOMC
that's not the way
J-Powell
we do
candle,
business.
maybe. They're actually burning
the Trump
everybody from
administration
the
and
morning,
Republicans are not
overstate
gonna
or whatever.
be held hostage by these kind of asinine tactics by Democrats.
What could the government do, or what would you suggest if we can pay the military? How could we figure something out for the air traffic controllers?
Yeah, so there's strict rules around what we can pay and what we can't pay in government shutdown.
Back
So
being brought back.
we've kept our academy operational in the sense that we're paying our students in the academy a stipend that allows them to continue to get trained and pay their daily needs. We've paid for essential air service that goes to smaller communities. We're pulling whatever money we legally can to keep the systems running. That's been the directive from the president. Don't try to inflict pain. Try to make this easier on the American people. Even, President Trump kept SNAP running for an additional month from October to the 1st of November.
Owns this. We've held this thing for so long, waiting for this deal to happen, and here it is. DuPont completing the $4 billion spin-off of its electronics division this morning. It's Qnity, and it's officially replacing Eastman Chemical bye-bye in the S&P 500 today. Joining us now, fresh from ringing the opening bell, is Qnity CEO John Kemp. John, congratulations. This is a very important deal for people looking for actually a new way.
Interesting, right? And the earnings tomorrow. The video popping into it.
So, John, fill us in about what percentage of your business is truly connected to what we now call the data center, but to advanced semis and to all the things that make it so that we have artificial intelligence that we wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So Qnity really is one of the largest and broadest pure-play solutions providers across the semiconductor and electronics value chain. We're built on a really strong foundation of about 50 years of innovation and technology leadership. Today, about 15% of our sales are really connected to AI data centers and high-performance computing, and we're proud to be making tomorrow's technologies possible.
Now, but there also is terrific. We like you for cell phone, for communications, internet, and mobile. Automation is robotics. I mean, it's not like the ones that are just that are non-AI are slow growth. You've got good growth in all of these verticals.
Yeah, we're excited about, certainly we're at the early days of the, transformative growth trends in the modern economy, really connected, whether it's AI, high-performance computing, advanced connectivity. One of the great things about Qnity is we sit at the intersection of those transformative trends that are starting to transform the modern economy, whether it's in data centers, autonomous driving, factory automation, and robotics. We're really well positioned to help power the chips that power the modern economy.
One of the things that surprised me, there's a company called Integris, which is considered to be your comp, so to speak. You have higher margins, you have faster growth, and they sell at a much higher multiple. It would seem like that the opportunity for individuals or for institutions who are trying to figure out exactly how to get into this should say, you know what, I don't need the other guy that I've been buying or owning is not nearly as inexpensive as your stock.
Yeah, I think that's indicative of the interest that there are in companies that do the types of things that we're doing. There aren't a lot of companies that are providing materials into the semiconductor value chain. Qnity, now Integris is one. But I think it just shows the broad interest that there are in companies that are differentiated and leading the industry in these types of solutions.
You have a huge business in China, and before people get worried about it, what I've always admired of you, you are of China for China market. We should not be worried about China and the president, so to speak.
Yeah, so look, we've had a strategy for decades now that's really kind of building out a global network that's anchored in a strong local presence. And so when you think about our business, we're everywhere the electronics business is located, whether that's the U.S., Japan, Taiwan, Korea, or China, that's where you will find Qnity. So we're proud to support the multinational companies who specify materials who happen to have manufacturing partners in China, but we're also proud to support our domestic, local for local China customers as well, where we see opportunities to continue to win with offerings that kind of lead in performance and quality for those applications.
Now, you do a lot of work, a lot of business, big clients, Samsung, Taiwan Semi, and you do packaging. Now, there'll be people out there who say packaging, well, is that kind of like craft paper? No, you're talking about the highest end packaging, true science. Can you explain to people that this is just not wrapping paper?
Yeah, it's a great question. Fundamentally, advanced packaging is really, I think about it as you're making chips smaller and smaller and smaller, and as you try and make them more powerful and you can't make them any smaller, you start to stack them almost like Lego blocks together, and you create power efficiencies and performance advantages by doing that, but you need really differentiated and specialized materials to make sure that as you stack all those chips together, whether they're, the GPUs or the CPUs or all of the memory chips around it, that everything is going to function perfectly every single time.
Oh, my
and
mic was muted,
that's
my
where
bad.
we come in, and that's where Qnity shines.
Intraday, bears are being trapped on Palantir Try.
Every single time.
I don't know if you guys heard me earlier, but they burnt the calls earlier up here, and now they're using theta to burn bears on a fucking roaster.
What's being made possible on that front? And what it's
This
gonna
guy
allow
is
wearables
yelling.
to do for you?
Yeah, I think wearables are an exciting trend in the industry. One of the things that we look at is form factor. Form factors has to change. So when you think about wearables, whether that's a watch or eyeglasses, those form factors change, which means the miniaturization of the electronic components, it has to be done in order to enable those types of applications. And that adjusting form factors and miniaturization is one of the real benefits of our portfolio, because we've been kind of leading the industry with form factor innovations in things like smartphones, and wearables becomes the next evolution in that migration.
Now, I do want to be careful. I know your relationship with the giant foundries is good. There's a propensity for people who want to say, and you guys have a direct relationship with NVIDIA. I want to be sure that it's more indirect and not direct. I don't want to create more hype so more than there is. What is your relationship with NVIDIA?
Look, when I think about it, our direct customers and partnerships and conversations are with about 80% of the leading players in the semiconductor industry. A lot of times the people we're selling direct materials to are going to be the people who are manufacturing the devices, but increasingly the OEMs are becoming more active in specifying the supply chains and working with partners kind of throughout that entire value chain. And that's what makes us kind of unique, is that ability to have that unique view across the entire ecosystem, from chip fabrication all the way to final devices.
Now, even as recently as 18 months ago, when I spoke to Ed Breen, who was at that point CEO of DuPont, it was a woe is me story, because so much of your business was cell phone. And yet cell phone last week, we know from Apple, has had a big turn. Are you seeing the turn?
So I think it's certainly any time we see increases in demands from any of our end markets, it's great for
Oh, I've been talking for 15, 20 minutes. Oh, man. Sorry about that. And thank you for telling me, Octagon. Yeah, I was saying something's going on right now. And I was saying, hey, the bears are trying some sort of confirmation going on. If the low of 1130 breaks, then there might be a 1/3, 2/3 building right out of nowhere. I was going to say, hey, I'm not trying to be biased, but the thing could go back up here. But it also looks like it could be turning down from what it did on Friday. So Friday and today it went up and went down. That's something important to be careful and notice. Right, that line is the FOMC candle. So if they're bear trapping people here to go back up there, that's 50% of the story. If they're bull trapping people like they did yesterday or Friday, that's 50% of the story too. We can't hear you. LOL, no problem. Yeah, I was literally talking for like 5-10 minutes saying everything that I was saying now. I was just muted because I was taking a sip of water. Thanks for telling me that. The market is, right, technically speaking, from the low of 1030, it is in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bullish until the high of today at 1140 in the second cycle. Right, this is the real 1/3, 2/3 box. So 1/3, 2/3 has to be bigger than the 3/3. So this market is creating a what? Smaller cycle, right? Cycle pulled back to do something within this cycle, right? Pivot point almost near to do what to do. The market is deciding what to do, right? At this trend line, I think is very important, but we'll come back to that later. Palantir is also on some sort of trend line right now. It is bear trapping, right? The entire day now, almost from 950, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and they trapped the 3/3 and part of the one. You know what I mean? The 2/3, and now they're trying to go up somewhere here, but this is also smaller cycle compared to the intraday earnings cycle. The earnings cycle has a 15% expected move on Palantir. So 15% from 203 is about 230, 225. Downside is about 184, which is fucking crazy, like 170 something. So that is no joke. It's basically Tesla. All right, Cantor Fitzgerald.
Meantime, the major averages are coming off another winning month and entering a seasonally strong period going into year-end. Joining us this morning with his outlook is Eric Johnston, Chief Equity and Macro Strategist over at Cantor Fitzgerald. Eric, good to see you again. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Good to see you.
So have we moved past the worst period or window of selling? The 7K year-end still make sense?
It does. Yeah, we initiated that target in early July, and still feel good about it. The market was actually very strong during the seasonally weak period, and we've looked back, and there's been about 9 times between June and October, which is a seasonally weak period, where the market's been really strong since 1950, and 100% of the time you've been up in November, December, and the returns are actually very good. Beyond seasonality, the earnings season is going extremely well. Earnings power for the S&P 500 is actually accelerating. So if you look at sales growth this quarter, it's tracking right now about 8%, which is a pretty staggering number when you're not coming out of a recession. And margins are also expanding. So if you look at the Mag 7, their headcount has gone sideways for the last 2 to 3 years, while their revenue has accelerated. So you're seeing margin growth, extremely good sales growth, which is translating into mid-teens earnings. And so you've had earnings estimates, forward 12 months go from 275 5 months ago to 300 today, about a 9% move in just 5 months.
Right. So on a day where the Journal leads with a story where the headline is U.S. employers becoming more comfortable with layoffs, you're looking at the positive side of margins as opposed to the negative side on consumer.
That's right. I mean, there's been, labor hoarding over the last, 3 or 4 years, worried that you can't rehire. That concern is going away, and some of the benefits of AI are starting
here
to hit corporations, and they can also see in the future, which is impacting their hiring.
I don't know what this
so that's
level is.
helping margins. Now, ultimately, that will come at the expense of labor. But we're not at a point yet, nor do I think we're that
shit is
close
almost no
where that
direction at
issue
this point.
becomes,
This
so
shit is almost
significant
no
that it has a
direction
very
at this
damaging
point.
effect on the economy. I think we're a ways,
barcoding,
from there. So right
IWM,
now,
barcoding,
you're seeing all the
everything waiting.
benefits from corporates, as opposed to the what might hurt the consumer.
Austin Goolsbee, Chicago Fed president, on the wire, saying the threshold for cutting in December is higher than October, which was something that I think Fed Chair Powell made a little bit clear as well. Do we need that December cut?
So I don't think we do. I think if we don't get it, the market's going to react, negatively to it. And we think the odds of a December cut are actually less than what the Fed fund futures are pricing in. They're pricing in somewhere around 65 to 70%. I think it's actually lower than that. But as we get closer to May of 26, Powell becomes, and what his Fed does becomes less relevant, because we're going to have a new Fed regime, in just 7 months, and I would expect that Fed regime to kind of take on the baton and take the Fed funds rate much lower, potentially start QE, and work with Treasury to really get the back end of the curve lower. So yes, the market would react.
Is that a risk? I mean, yes, I know that inflation hasn't been problematic, but if we start to really see some easy money there, easy money policies at this point?
Yes, I mean, I think that, our view has been that inflation was going to move higher. And, what's interesting is that you've had inflation above 2% for 5 years now, and the Fed is in, rate cut mode. So I think that 2% target has been sort of thrown out the window, even though they won't say it. And I think we're going to be in this 2.5% to 3% type inflation zone. But as long as the Fed is not fighting it, that's very positive for risk assets. And that's what creates these very, easy financial conditions. And I think that would be a nice sweet spot for corporate America, while at the same time, it clearly hurts a large part of the consumer base for sure, but it's very bullish for risk assets in our view.
Got retail stocks down 5 or 6 sessions. There were a couple desk notes over the weekend saying for a while you could maybe explain away weakness in a restaurant or a consumer name as episodic, but that's getting harder to do. Do you agree?
It is. I think the Chipotle earnings were pretty notable, especially in their commentary. McDonald's, their commentary, where the lower end consumer is eating out less. They're making decisions to conserve money. I think as it translates into the S&P 500, the correlation between consumer spending and what is happening at restaurants, that correlation to the S&P 500 just continues to fall dramatically as the S&P 500 really becomes almost one trade, which is the AI data center build-out trade.
Yes, some argue that's the beauty of its construction, is it's really giving you leverage to the most powerful thing that's working, that's for sure. Eric, we're due for a very busy week. A lot of information headed our way. It's good to see you. Thanks.
Great to see you.
Johnson
Thank you.
Over at Cantor.
And they're going crazy.
Today,
with
Bitcoin
NVDA.
rises to.
Oh, look at this for a second. Damn, someone bought Tylenol. All the news. Kimberly-Clark to acquire Tylenol in a $50 billion deal. That is
Futures have been positive all morning. You see the S&P 500 due for a gain about 30 points. That's about 0.4%. The NASDAQ is really leading the way up almost 200. And in fact, I believe it's been 8 straight Mondays for NASDAQ that have been positive, for what that's worth. Joining us now, Sylvia Jablonski, CEO and Chief Investment Officer of Defiance ETF. Now. Sylvia, good to see you this morning.
All right, one huge cycle down.
Everyone kind of knows the basic setup where, you know, strong years tend to end strong. November tends to be overwhelmingly a positive month, and yet we still have this Mag 7 leadership. Is there any reason you're seeing out there to kind of overthink it and believe that maybe the odds might be defied?
Top of the channel tested. That is crazy.
Good morning, Mike. Great to see you today.
Damn, the video.
I think that the market is holding up quite well. And to your point, November tends to be
look
a
at the
good
MACD.
month. You know, we're
coming in
into
crazy
this
bullish before AMD earnings tomorrow.
And when you get a year like that, you tend to see November and December picking up ananother 3 to 5% to end the year. And with consumer balance sheets strong, corporate balance sheets strong, earnings looking pretty good. You know, 80% beats more or less top and bottom line. Single double-digit or lower double-digit growth on earnings.
Candle coming on SPY.
I think we have a good setup here for year
FOMC candle touched at 12.
The last
Crazy
years,
candle coming on SPY.
The end of the year, everyone trying to formulate their strategy.
I'm going on SPX splits right now. Fuck it.
The turn of the coming year. Last year felt like it was very popular to say, yeah, sure, it's been a really concentrated market, and maybe the most highly weighted stocks in the indexes are a little more expensive than the average one. So maybe go with the equal weighted version of the S&P 500. It seems like you're still involved, but maybe not taking as much concentration and valuation risk. Well, that's been wrong this year. I mean, you're down something like 8 percentage points in the equal weighted S&P versus the market cap weighted. So how do you think about that, whether it's a matter of just sticking with the winning strategies or looking for mean reversion somewhere?
Yeah, you know, I think it depends on how your portfolio is positioned, right? If you have a heavy exposure already to the Mag 7 and the, you know, or the $1 trillion winners here in the market, then I think it's reasonable to hold those positions. And when you add exposure, you know, diversification, whether it's something like an X-Mag ETF or an equal weight product, it's not the worst idea to diversify your portfolio. But I think in the near term, there's so much focus and investment opportunity in everything that has to do with AI infrastructure, AI power spend. And that's really what you're getting from earnings now. And that's really where you're seeing dollars going. You know, this massive build out of CapEx spend is thought to be in the trillions by recent McKinsey report. Goldman came out and said, you know, 165% increase in energy and AI infrastructure is needed to support all of these build outs that we're hearing from the Mag 7 companies. So I think, you know, it's hard to give up on those names when the future is very much leaning towards AI and AI build out. But you have a second and third derivative that you can expand to there in some of the power and infrastructure names.
Yeah, and just to be clear, X-Mag, of course, one of your funds. It's all stocks in the S&P besides the Mag 7. Now, you also have a lot of these thematic ETFs, right? So AI and power infrastructure, as you mentioned, as well as quantum, drone tech. Now, that's been some of the wildest kind of most speculative and exciting parts of the market. Let's just put it that way. So, I mean, I know you're a beneficiary of the excitement in those areas, but how do you evaluate whether things are getting overdone in some of those?
Well, look, it depends on the play, right? So AIPO, which is an AI power play, that's a fairly new ETF, and it's gathered tens of millions of dollars overnight because I think investors are looking for what is the next NVIDIA? What is that next second, third derivative? You know, we're talking about CapEx going 100% to powering this and building out this infrastructure. And I think investors are seeing that as where the puck is going. That's happening right now. We heard it this morning, right? You have Google going out to raise debt for AI power and infrastructure. You had the Iris Energy deal come out this morning. You know, these things are very much happening and active. And so those are very tangible opportunities. Then I think that there are opportunities that are positioned for the future. So quantum computing is something that's going to play out in the next 5 to 10 years. And it's, you know, it's where AI was in its infancy, right? So that's a longer term hold. You have to expect that choppiness, that volatility. You have some of those smaller players in there, could be lucrative as quantum becomes more commercial. And, you know, to your point with the drone play, Jedi, that's just the future of warfare, right? It's changing. AI is changing the way that, you know, you receive information from targets. Drones are changing the way you have unmanned systems, things like this. It's really the future of military is AI, and that's
damn, she's talking about Palantir.
In that type of sector.
Damn, she's talking about Palantir.
You know what entrepreneurs do?
Wait, was my mic muted? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if my mic was muted or not, but. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
All right, we're hitting that stat
Oh,
from the Stock Traders
yes.
Almanac. 2% gain in November historically. Also, another stat we got from Truist, if the S&P is up 15% or more in the first 10 months of the year, has about a 5% gain in November
one
and December.
spike of red.
Is the
I'm
trend
trying
our
to get
friend?
the
Do you
fuck
believe
out
that
on SPX.
the historical precedents are set up to repeat themselves once again this year?
Come on, J Powell
There's no
FOMC
doubt
candle.
that this year's been a good year for stock market
Previous day,
returns.
4
Like as we
p.m.
go into the end of the year, we've got lower US dollar, we've got lower yields, we've got lower energy prices, and as companies report earnings, we're seeing very good productivity improvements coming through individually. So we think we're in a melt-up environment as we sit today.
Yeah, earnings certainly have
It's
been
a
strong,
melt-up
better than expected,
environment.
kind of holding up to the same levels we saw in the other quarters this year. Any questions about any possible, I guess, pitfalls in earnings? Obviously, we have NVIDIA coming up, which is like the kind of the crown jewel in the earnings season. Any other points of this earnings season that are you at all concerned about? After the bell today, by the way, we get Palantir and AMD.
Palantir.
Yeah, we think that last week we had some key breakthroughs with some key narratives coming through. So what we're seeing is we're seeing the emergence of an AI flywheel. So what that means is that as you see lower compute come to market, we're seeing new AI applications built on top of that, which is attracting more capital into the market, which is then meaning more lower AI compute coming to market. So this AI flywheel is starting to really operate in a meaningful way, which is why we saw a number of hyperscalers report significant increases in CapEx last week. And so now, as we look forward over the next 12, 18 months, knowing that this is what is the framework we're working with, there's a number of bottlenecks appearing across the global economy, which we think make fantastic opportunities for investors.
Yeah, by the way, flywheel is your word of the day. I want to get to your pick in just a second, but I want to talk to you about something else. So you're mentioning something that's obviously true. AI powered the market all year long and certainly in the month of October. But you look at some other trades, is it concerning that there's so much concentration in tech? If you look at the equal weight, it's underperforming. You look at momentum, it's underperforming. If you look at what some people call quality dividend-paying stocks, they're underperforming. Is this a concerning trend that so much of the action's in the AI trade?
There's no doubt we're seeing pockets of excesses in certain areas. We're really focusing on those where the fundamentals are keeping up with stock
IWM
prices.
going lower, market going
there is
higher.
Momentum that is building in certain areas of the market, particularly around quantum computing, some of the other low quality areas of the market. However, if these companies continue to deliver and execute on quantum promise, then there is significant upside, over the time period.
Very quickly. So your pick for us is Brookfield Renewable Partners, kind of playing off the need for energy for quantum and everything else. Give us the elevator pitch very quickly.
Running now, like, oh my God, this is
But
crazy.
Brookfield
There's
has
a
really
divergence.
missed out on the AI trade in the last 2 years. It's on about a 5% dividend yield. If you look at its underlying infrastructure footprint, it's got hydro, solar, it's got wind, but it really doesn't benefited from the AI trade so far. And inside Brookfield Renewable Infrastructure is a very large stake in Westinghouse Electric.
I want to turn on Palantir. Something's going on here. You know what's crazy? SPY hit the midpoint. And QQQ did not yet. What's going on today? What is going on? Earlier in the morning, right? SPY and QQQ was under the 20 EMA, and SPY and IWM was under the 20 EMA or SPX, and QQQ was not. It was slower, and now it's slower again. I don't really know what that means. That's like super, super advanced stuff, to be honest. I'm just calling out. Alright, this is 12 o'clock. What's going on? Alright, just calling out what's going on. Market is cycling here to confirm to go lower or higher than 12. Time is 12:10. It bounced at 12:05. Candles are stacking like a volcano north into 12:10. This is algo range playing out. I didn't draw any of them on QQQ, but there is some sort of algo range here too. Cycle is a while in. I think that Tom Lee video, right, might be from like over the weekend. But let's see if it's like really real. Let's see. $46K views from Tom Lee.
Lee, Fundstrat Global Advisors, head of research and a CNBC contributor. Once again, Tom, looking at your last couple of appearances, whenever you're, actually it's been a while now, when you're on, I kind of hold my breath after some of your forecasts, because a lot of times I think no way, and then it's always seemed you have not been really wrong yet in any significant way.
It's like Bill Nye the Science
Guy. Do you ever
guy.
have any trepidation, second thoughts? Do you ever get nervous about any of your calls?
Yeah, all the time, filled with doubts. You know, the future.
It's no one can be right off. You're 51%. You're like the best ever in this business. You're still bullish, even though you talk about last week, a little wobble in some stocks. Sell on the news because of China. Continue. Now, it looks like a little bit of hawkishness out of Jay Powell. I don't know if that lasts.
Yeah, that's right. I think the market has a lot of walls of worry because we've got the shutdown, we've got China, we got the Fed speak, but the market's been up 6 months in a row now. Only 6 times since 1928 that's happened. So if you look at November, we're up 5 or 6 times. And in 1942, it was flat. So basically, November should be really strong. I think
he ain't talking about
on the S&P. So maybe
for November.
Yeah, maybe even 250. So maybe we get to 71.
See, that's a call that I just wish you wouldn't make a call like that, right?
Well, you could
250
to 3% if that makes you feel better.
It does make me feel a little bit better because 250 points to say in November, 250 points. You're giving a time and a size.
But maybe we wobble the first couple weeks just to digest all the gains.
Yeah, that's what I saw in your notes. So initially there could be some choppy trading at this point. What's driving everything? There's still, I guess, sentiment is not positive, is it? You mentioned the wall of worry.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it like AAII, the average sentiment this year is still minus 11.5, like net solidly bearish. That's only happened 3 other times in 35 years, all in the middle of bear markets. So investors feel like it's a bear market, but we're up 17%, which kind of tells me I think there's a big performance chase into year end. You know, over 80% of fund managers are missing their benchmark this year.
Wow. And you don't
He loves to bring that up.
Having government data, because does the market ever really wait for government data? Or it sort of sniffs it out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The all-knowing market.
That's right, because, you know, we have good Fed futures to look at what's implied for inflation. You know, the Fed looks at the bond market. The bond market figures things out before the data comes out. I do think the inflation is probably falling a lot faster than everyone expects. I mean, you can look at Trueflation, and we're down to sub 2% inflation, excluding housing.
Shelter, yeah.
Yeah, and shelter is finally cracked.
Yeah. Because that CPI number was, I mean, it was just barely
12, 15.
Cooler than expected, wasn't it?
Yes, but the shelter piece is now at 0.16 month over month. That's at 2% year over year. That level would bring core inflation down sharply. And over 54% of the CPI components are now deflating. It's the highest percentage since COVID started.
It seems, Tom, that the markets
have
That's
what
crazy.
you're describing, moved
I
on
played
from
here and
the
left, right?
inflation.
I played here and left. I was like, oh, I'm not going to play that. That's greed, blah, blah, blah. Well, I cannot
and
believe
much like the Fed has been
they
dragged
burnt
to
it
doing,
until now.
wondering about
Oh my
downside risk to
God.
growth. I mean, if you just look
That
at
is
things like
crazy
the reaction of home builder stocks, consumer cyclicals, regional banks, just to that hawkish cut by Powell last week, it seems like it's not hard to get the market a little bit uneasy about just exactly what kind of a soft patch this is, even if we have confidence that maybe it firms up into next year. So how does that play into the overall action in the index and what you expect from the market?
Yeah, I think there is something the market's trying to figure out, which is AI is consuming jobs, but that's turning it into profits for corporates. So like profits are expanding. And then we have profit margins have actually been going up in the middle of tariffs. So how are companies able to take 70% of the tariff hit, but margins are going up? So there must be a productivity boom somewhere. And then we have, like you said, $7 trillion of cash on the sidelines, but we have high rates. And so the Fed, I kind of think, is trying to not overheat the economy. But we know that you just point out, like, housing's in big trouble. So I would say it makes sense if inflation's in a good place and jobs aren't really strengthening for cuts to happen, and that would be really dovish. So I think that sort of comes together before the end of the year.
Andrew.
Hey, Tom. Have you been reading all these stories that just been out, recently here about how the Fed is doing all of this sort of repo activity, like a lot of repo activity, and I just wonder what that really means for both the markets and maybe even for crypto. This is a ton of money. I mean, it looks like something like $30 billion just to ease liquidity concerns. This is past couple of days kind of thing.
It is pretty typical into month end, right? That's what we are seeing. And I think that some of these numbers are also being distorted because of the government shutdown. So we know that the Treasury reserves are building because there aren't any payments being made. So it is something we're watching. But if I was to say that there's signs of bank stress, I'd also be looking for high yield spreads to be widening. And those are actually
MSTR would have been fucking great.
No problem with 7,000 by the end of the year. More likely something even above that in your view. Like what? Like 7,300?
Yeah, I mean maybe 7,300, 7,500.
7,500.
Yeah, so we still in December we would build on those November gains.
See, Santoli's like no way.
No, I don't say no way. I'm open-minded to how far bull markets can go. Right, strong years end strong. We all know about that. The one piece of it I think it's worth kind of struggling with a little bit though, Tom, is you can look at the AAI surveys, kind of what people are saying, and then you see, equity exposures in, Bank of America private client accounts are basically at their highs, right? So people have kind of, in aggregate, been riding this to some degree. And then you see a lot of what we've talked about the last several months of, this kind of upwelling of speculative action in non-profitable tech stocks, low-quality equities leading. That's not the Mag 7. That's like a lot of other marginal stuff. So how do you jibe that with that sense that people are still skeptical?
Yeah, I mean, one, we know there must be skepticism because if people were bullish, the institutional fund managers should have better performance. But as you know, this is one of the worst years for fund managers in almost 30 years. I think that there is also kind of problems in private markets. I think private credit is doing terribly, and I think a lot of LPs in alternative funds, whether it's venture or private equity, are pretty disappointed by their returns, like the 5 years into now. But the stock market's done well. So I think that there is bearishness because like private equity hasn't come through and fund managers are doing badly. But you're right, the ones who stuck with public stocks are doing well.
I want you to quit while you're ahead, but I have to ask you about Bitcoin.
He looks so
cute.
You
want to go out on a limb there too? Because it looks weak again today, 107. Go below 100 or no?
Well, Bitcoin, I mean, if I look at everything since October 10th, because that was the biggest liquidation in the history of crypto, like bigger than FTX.
Like a margin call almost.
Yeah, it was like almost a miniature rupture, like a tsunami. We're only a couple weeks from that, so I think the market is consolidating. But if I look at fundamentals, like Ethereum, stablecoin volumes have been exploding, application revenues at all-time highs. So right now, fundamentals are leading price. So I think eventually we consolidate and then we rally into year end.
Where, 150?
Yeah, I think we could still get to 150, 200 for Bitcoin, and then something like 7,000 for Ethereum.
Wow, 7,000 for Ethereum. Okay. How long? Year or two? Next year? Sounds super bullish. It's something. Fed. November 3rd, 2 p.m. We have the monetary outlook policy by the governor, Lisa Cook. We can watch. That's it. That is it. At 2. And then Palantir market close. $12.20 is cycling. Palantir is now nuke. And extended 3/3 nuke cycling. Going into earnings. Holy crap. Crazy pattern now. Wow. This shit is crazy pattern now. I'm adding one contract to my Palantir right here, but I am leaving SPX. I'm trying to add VWAP, but the thing is not even going lower, so I'm just waiting. If it does go lower though, I will target previous day 4 p.m. Not going to lie. I think the cycle has been enough. They haven't went lower since the last 1 hour and 40 minutes from the zigzag, so it's some sort of channel up right now. Let's see. Palantir rate. Palantir rate. Palantir rate. Time is 12:25. Broke out of this top second, third algo range or something at 12:20. 12:25 is up here. 204.81. Market went higher too. 12:20. No confirmation. Nothing. Just above VWAP. Above JPOW FOMC candle. It is now back to JPOW FOMC candle. In the 3/3, market is deciding whether it's a bull trap, the greedy 3/3 or not, above the J Powell FOMC candle. I guess I'm in Palantir for earnings. Thing is gonna IV crush me a little bit. Oink 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 oink. Slaughterhouse is here. Bacon Slaughterhouse. They're making a Wendy's Baconator. With cheese. Oh my god. Baconator with cheese. Holy fuck. What is that rejection? Oh my god. Baconator with cheese right now. Holy Baconator with cheese. Give me 2 more fucking candles, please. Break the algo range. Wendy's Baconator with cheese. Come on. Add V weapon 2 minutes. Come on. Oh man. Push me out. Come on. Time is 12:25. Algo candle coming. Computer candle coming. What is this? I can't even. 12:25. All right. Bottom of the spike candle. 682.42 has to break for any sort of any hoping. Right. This shit is. It's extending. Palantirs. Man, Wendy's Baconator fries. It's not that easy. MACD coming in, trying to be bearish. 5-minute candle. Has enough juice now. Had enough juice, honestly, but it held forever. Holy. Held forever. Why is my shit frozen? I gotta like restart my fucking Robinhood every 5 minutes, every 5 seconds. Come on, what the fuck is this? New cycle 1/3, 2/3 trying south with volume, with MACD on top of the algo range. It's just wasting time. In the 3/3. Come on. In the 3/3. Testing the bottom of the spike candle from 4 minutes ago.
12:30. They're faking out. Faking out to go higher or lower. We are at a VWAP. Come on. Give me 2 candles. 2 fucking candles. 1 candle. 12:30. Come on. 682.71. It's like data playing with me. Like this perfect balance in this algo range. Everybody here too. This shit is sick. Give me 1 fucking candle. 12:30 Palantir. 12:30. You're really trying to break HOD. Palantir really trying to go bullish now. Market at VWAP trying to make both sides think and make both sides hope. Palantir. 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 I'll go range here and here. Now I'm scared. Now I'm in a cycle. Now I'm scared. Trying to recover, showing on everything, but today weak. Weak shit out of here. It's 12:35 now. 12:35 now. Alright, cycle's too tight. I'm not drawing it. Cycle too tight. Yeah, I'm getting another Palantir put into this week. Fuck it, they're so cheap. I actually haven't done earnings in a while, right? Like true done earnings. Wait, let's get it. I guess I'm doing it. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Man, I'm a part of the piggies on SPX. I'm in the piggy wagon. Man, I'm not liking Palantir more and more, but I'm like part of it now. I'm hoping on the fact that this shit literally 16% earnings, just not upside. This shit is trying to show bullish into midday, end of day or something, right? This was my thought earlier on Palantir, but to actually see it is kind of crazy. They went super down and went up. I thought it was gonna chop and then go up and then go down again, but now it's showing run into close or something, run into some other time at 1, 2. So HOD testing, roof testing. SPY is just FOMC JPOC candle recovered. Right, in the morning, I was like, this shit is going violently down on purpose. They might come back to somewhere here. I said that somewhere here, but they went so low and came back. But like, that's actually incredible to see it come all the way back and hold it now. So they just do things at different time, different ways. Market is day, we is day. 1240. No, I'm the greedy piggy. Literally in the chop. Up, down, up. Literally in the chop. When's Friday? October. Okay, it's not too bad for me. All right, I am ready for earnings. I'm fully, deeply invested into earnings. Shit. God, did. All right, 4:05 p.m. earnings coming out for Palantir. We'll see how that goes. How that truly goes. My heart is kinda scared, but I'm also excited. Damn.
Now is Mark Zandi, chief economist at Moody's Analytics. All right, Mark, you're actually is an area that I know a little something about. So what are you thinking here? What's the thesis in terms of why you think this is such a risk in terms of AI?
Well, David, I think the so-called wealth effects generated by the surge in equity prices is driving a lot of spending and a lot of growth. The idea that people are wealthier, it's very intuitive. If people are wealthier, they're more willing and able to spend, and that's what we're seeing. It's one reason why high-end spending is as strong as it is. That's where the stock ownership is. And if you do a little, and wealth is up a lot. I mean, if you look at the total valuation of publicly traded stock, it's up $10–11 trillion over the past year. And so if the wealth effect is 3, 4, 5 cents, every dollar increase in wealth generates 3, 4, 5 cents in additional spending. That arithmetic generates a lot of activity. So it just shows you how dependent the economy is to the continued rise in these AI stocks. So that's the risk. Now, are these overvalued? Are they frothy? Are they going to correct? That's above my pay grade, but I'm just pointing out that the economy is very vulnerable if they do.
Yeah, okay. That's funny. I thought you were going to go to the data centers as a percent of overall GDP growth are so important now because so much money is being spent, instead of just the fact that stock prices are up and people have more money in their pocket. I mean, how important is the actual spend and what is occurring as a result of it to the growth of our economy, Mark?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I didn't want to continue to ramble on, as economists are rife to do. So,
we love your ramblings, really.
Yeah. So there's really two aspects of the AI development that's powering growth. One is the wealth effect. The other is what you point out is the investment, and that is massive as well. I mean, just a statistic. I mean, there are 5,500 data centers in the United States. You total up all the data centers in the rest of the world, including China, you're at 3,500. Obviously not rounding, but that gives you orders of magnitude. And so it's not only the wealth effects, it's the investment spending. But David, I tie that back to the equity market. I mean, you wouldn't get this kind of investment unless stock prices were raging like they are. It just provides the currency and the license to go out and invest more, and that's what we're saying. So this run up in the equity market, which is, it's not Y2K like yet, but it's in that kind of ballpark in terms of valuation. And again, I don't want to, I don't know. I don't want to draw too strong an analog to what happened back in around Y2K. But
I'm gonna delete
there are a lot of
some shit in chat. There's no way that's real. So
we are very, very dependent on the tailwind created by AI. And if that tailwind goes soft, and then we've got the headwind, deglobalization, then we got a problem.
No, I know, but they're all in. And I mean, a lot of them are controlled companies. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't care if his stock goes down. He's still going to spend the money. We've seen that this week.
Tesla
and they're all talking
Palantir.
about being capacity constrained, Mark. So any concerns there, though you may have them coming out of earnings
Holy
season,
crap.
have been perhaps
673.
assuaged
Holy
a bit by all the commentary from these enormous companies, by the way, the biggest companies we have. We're not talking about fly-by-night outfits that were doing refrigeration and decided to move into the internet
earnings.
a la 1996.
Yeah, but the investment's going beyond these big companies now too, right? I mean, you've got a lot of other companies that are forming, that are IPOing, that are still privately held. A lot of investments coming from those companies, and they are dependent on their stock price and that currency and their valuations. And so if the public equity markets start marking down the value of these companies, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for those privately held companies and companies that want to go public to do what they need to do to drive growth. And so, yeah, it's still very... You're right. It's not the same thing as Y2K, but it's in the same ballpark. It has the same kind of feel to it. But again, I mean, I don't want to send off too many alarm bells. I think the most likely scenarios we navigate through, but I just think the risk here decidedly to the downside.
Well, what's interesting, Mark, is that the companies are spending money, but they're keeping headcount flat, or in some cases laying off. Meta just laid off 600. And I do wonder, I think we're looking at the most announced layoffs, even though we're not done for the year, for a full year since 2020.
Yeah, Carl, that's the thing that gives me a lot of angst. It's clear that the job market is flat on its back, right? You can argue we have a jobs recession already. If we're creating any jobs, we're not creating very many of them. And even before AI really kicks into gear and causes job loss. And that feels like it's just starting to happen to some degree. And I wouldn't be nearly as worried about it if we were creating 100,000 jobs a month or 125,000 jobs a month. But we're not.
That is crazy.
And so if you start losing jobs because of AI and we start getting negative numbers, that's another reason to be nervous about what's going on here. That, you know, it all feels really good when you look at these stock prices, but there's a lot underneath it that makes me just very anxious.
A lot of people think we're not creating as many jobs because the supply has shrunk because of immigration and that there aren't as many people out in the labor force. And also, you know, we're seeing, Mark, GDP now, the Atlanta Fed, I know it's imperfect because we don't have all the data, but it's tracking 3.9% growth in the fourth quarter. There are other inputs here beyond AI. Exports are actually growing again. We're seeing investment in structures. A lot of people think as a result of the tax reform. I mean, there are other ways the economy is working.
All good points. So on the supply side of the labor market, absolutely. That goes to the highly restrictive immigration policy. You know, maybe break even monthly job growth. You know, that rate of job growth consistent with stable unemployment is 50, 75K. But Sarah, we're not creating any jobs, and that's even before revision. If we get with the revisions, it's unlikely we're losing jobs, and that's before AI, you know, kicks into any significant degree. So, you know, I'm not sure I take much solace in the fact that the supply side of the labor market is as weak as it is. And GDP, you know, Atlanta GDP now, that, you know, obviously that depends on data. We have no data. We haven't had data for like 5 weeks. So, you know, I'm not sure what to read into the tracking estimates. My tracking estimate, I have a similar kind of model, is at 2.8, which is really good for the quarter, but it's not 3.9. But who knows, given, you know, the lack of data. But even more important,
what is this epic chevron V shape on Palantir?
Oh my Lord! The strong growth we got in Q2 and Q3, we had a negative number in Q1. It's 1.5 to 2%. The economy.
Yeah, it was man. Oh,
let's turn to the broader market right now. The Nasdaq coming off its 7th consecutive monthly
David
gain.
Rosenberg
Amazon today helping boost the index this morning on a new AI deal. Joining us now is Rosenberg Research founder and president David Rosenberg. It's so hard to tell what's going on in the underlying economy when you look at the 10-year at 4.1 without the data coming in. David, what is your assessment of what's happening?
Well,
there's nothing going on.
We might not have
what's going on.
The BLS data.
They spike down. They're cycling in the cycle
other forms
and trying
of private
to go to the
sector
roof
data
again
to
at
chew
the
on.
JPOC
So,
and
for example, you know, I was in the business started in the mid 1980s, and you know, the ISM manufacturing index
that's what
was
they're
a big
showing.
market mover when I joined the industry.
Say that.
And what did the numbers say today? It said that for the ninth month in a row, the industrial sector, this is even with the AI spending boom, that the manufacturing sector has been in a contraction mode for 8 consecutive months. The employment side, below 50 now for 9 consecutive months. So it's telling you, at least in the industrial sector, that things are very soft and not getting better.
So the question is, do you see the market overvalued, the stock market, and should you be buying bonds if you think that there's weakness, which you have been saying for a long time?
30 minutes, and
well,
it's been up $1.50 from
in aggregate is not just overvalued, but I've been saying for a while that it's in a classic price bubble, and it's been that way for well over a year. But as Jeremy Grantham once told me, anything that's over a 2 standard deviation event is in a classic price bubble. So the market is in a price bubble, and these can last between 1 and 2 years. It's just important for people to know what zone of the investment environment that they're putting money in. So yes, we're in a bubble. The bubble continues to inflate. And just as you were talking with Mark Zandi about the bifurcated nature of the economy between the high end and low and middle end part of the consumer sector, and then what you're seeing in the capital spending backdrop, because, you know, when you're taking a look at total tech spending in volume terms, it's ballooned at a 17% annual rate so far this year, but the rest of capital spending is actually negative 3%. So you're seeing bifurcation in the real economy. So it is muddled and confusing. And in the stock market, much the same, because you know, as you said before, you're looking at the NASDAQ or the S&P 500, which has morphed itself into a mega cap growth index. But when you take a look at sector by sector, Sarah, and you look at the equal weight sector indices, the median from the peak is actually negative 5%. So the big get bigger. When you look beneath the surface, there's actually less to the stock market story right now than it appears to be at the surface level.
Meantime, David, you've had some good reports lately looking at the percentage of the population that's living in a part of the country that you say is in recession. I saw you looked at disposable personal income on a real basis. Are we tracking at a negative annual rate?
Well, it depends on the metric you're looking at, right? Like we just talked about bifurcation. You know, Sarah liked to talk about the Atlanta Fed nowcast. It seems to get all the press. No one ever talks about the companion St. Louis Fed nowcast. Nobody talks about it. And that's running, well, for Q3, it's 0.6. It's not 3.9. You can drive a Mack truck. Well, they have different inputs. And, you know, that's what I'm talking about. It is a very confusing backdrop. You know, I found it interesting that everybody talks about how hawkish Jay Powell was. And I think maybe he was just, again, talking on behalf of the FOMC, which itself is bifurcated. But he did mention several times how he is looking more closely at the Fed Beige Book. So in answer to the comment about the Beige Book, which I would say, GDP aside, GDP gets revised along with the other BLS data. But the Beige Book doesn't get revised, and it is the most impressive and detailed piece of information you get on the economy across regions and industry every 6 weeks. So we run a diffusion index on it. We're running data science on this metric and have taken it back over time. And we weighted the commentary by region according to population shares. And indeed, it is showing that the U.S. economy is contracting. I find it incredible in some sense that we're having this discussion because when you're taking a look at the share of the 12 different regions of the United States that's in the Beige Book, we're down to an 18% share. That's actually in expansion mode. It was 43% back in early September, and actually
I just
has
moved
not
my
been at
entire
50%
screen.
or better since June. So I would say
I love
that
the Beige Book too, David, but it's always, it has skewed negative and bearish throughout this entire cycle, which has come in better than expected.
Well, no,
Is that fair?
not true. Not true, because we've actually been able to scientifically turn it into its own diffusion index. And you would find that during the winter, that share of the economy expanding was well north of 60%. So I wouldn't say that it's precisely negative for the entire cycle. I don't buy it. It doesn't show up in the way that we look at the information.
Oh, I see my own live stream. It is frozen.
Shares of Ares Management popping after reporting earnings this morning. The company seeing higher profit and revenue in the third quarter, benefiting from improving credit quality, record fundraising, and increased investment activity across the platform. CEO Michael Arrighetti joins us exclusively to discuss. Good to have you here at Post 9. Fresh
It's
off
great
the
to be here,
earnings
Sarah.
call.
Yeah, we first earnings call that we ever did from the stock exchange today. So happy to be here.
It's a good tradition because then you can come right here and talk to our audience. So what is driving the growth, especially in the fee business, which was really strong?
It's been so broad-based that I'm just unbelievably enthusiastic about the results and trajectory.
Wow.
If you look at fundraising, we had record fundraising. We came into the year saying we might have a chance to beat our prior record, which was $93 billion. We just put up a $30 billion quarter, $105 billion raised last 12 months, and that's strength in institutional fundraising, but also wealth. So we had a record quarter in our wealth business, raised about $12 billion year to date.
Where you going,
Is it something that's happening in the markets right now,
15%
or
expect
is it
to
part
move.
of this bigger sort of structural
16%
shift you and I have talked about toward private markets right now?
I think you've got long secular tailwinds in private markets. We've been a big beneficiary, and if you look at all of the high growth, high conviction areas, private credit, wealth, insurance, digital infra, we're kind of hitting on all of those themes. The bigger getting bigger, you're seeing market share consolidation, you're seeing LPs allocating more money to fewer people, you're seeing deals and capital flow to the large platforms. So I think it's a confluence of all of these things. I think we've been really well positioned. We've made real significant investments in growing distribution and deployment. We actually had a record deployment quarter too. Put up about $40 billion.
We are breaking the trend line.
It's been everywhere. Secondaries was a big
MACD
quarter
coming
for
in
us.
bullish.
Digital infra, asset-based finance, private credit.
Private credit. So I'm sure you've gotten the question about the cockroaches.
I hadn't heard.
Is there a reason to be concerned about it after the bankruptcy of the parts company and the auto loan company?
Look, I know you may be tired of talking about it, but I'll give you my perspective because we've been in the private credit business for 30 years. In my 30 years of experience, I've actually had one experience of fraud. So it is kind of a bizarre thing to see this much coincidence. But when you look through the numbers, there's no data to support that we're late cycle. I look at our credit books. We've got non-accruals at fair value at about 1%, 1.8% at cost, which is well below historical averages. Loan to value's low, EBITDA is growing.
But it's not like speculative activity where everybody's chasing these deals.
No, you just don't see it. And when you look at bank earnings, you saw flat loan loss reserves. When you look at the card companies, you're not seeing any increase in delinquencies or charge-offs. So, you got to look at the data. There's something happening.
Well, is it underwriting standards? Have they fallen? Because that obviously is the concern, that there's such a torrent of credit being put out there that people are not doing the work that they might have.
It's possible. These are specific instances and parts of the market where I think the risk of fraud is higher.
Yeah.
Trade finance, non-prime consumer. So, that might be something. We talked about this on the earnings call. It could be you have people wanting to get access to private credit because it's such a big part of the growth narrative in private markets that they're pushing in a little too quickly to corners of the market that they don't understand. It could be that underwriting standards for those folks have relaxed, but private credit's a very concentrated market. 65% of capital is in the hands of the largest managers. It's also noteworthy you're not seeing a lot of the big incumbent names show up in some of these stories.
No, you aren't. Although there continues to also be this concern that perhaps you're pushing out unrealized losses and taking pay-in-kind securities instead of interest payments. Address that if you can.
Yeah. So PIK is, again, part of this narrative. The way we think about it is you have to differentiate between pay-in-kind at closing, where you're trying to give a borrower flexibility to grow, invest cash flow growth rather than debt service, versus PIK that comes because you have a borrower who is liquidity constrained. All that being said, the one thing I always try to get people to focus on is that these private credit exposures are very high up the balance sheet, right? So our corporate exposures in the U.S. sit at about 42% loan to value. What that means is there's 58 cents of enterprise value below us. So even if you're taking PIK to accommodate a borrower, you're at the top of the capital structure and you're effectively eating into the equity, right? So if you want to start talking about private credit losses, you have to basically see the private equity industry, lose all of its capital. And I think people don't really appreciate that structural nuance.
That's the other sort of worrisome narrative, is that lenders are starting to protect against lien subordination, make sure they're first in line before the next guy. Is that happening underneath?
I think in the broadly syndicated loan market, a lot of liability management transactions that you've seen, that is a reality of the structure of that market. I think people have learned how to navigate that, and it's priced into the risk in that market. In the true private credit space, that's just not part of the structure of the documents, and so you're just not going to see a lot of that. I think when you talk about trade finance, which you're beginning to see, collateral monitoring and making sure that these borrowers actually know where their collateral is and who they pledged it to, that's just a completely different part of the market. But in core private credit, that's just not part of the conversation.
What about the move to get your private investments into 401ks? It's obviously a huge tailwind for you and for your industry. What are your expectations here?
Look, it's happening. The wheels are in motion. Obviously, we've had an executive order, and people are now beginning to line up around product formation, potential partnerships. I'm excited about it. I think that broadening access for individual investors is a good thing with the right governance structure around it. Again, I remind people
go
this
do
is
this
not
somewhere else,
necessarily
bro.
transformational for the industry in the way that people think it is, because what it's really doing is just diversifying our fundraising channels. So if I at Ares raise $1 in a 401k or $1 in a non-traded product or $1 in institutional, I still have to find a great investment to put it into. So we continue to be focused on, can we originate differentiated investments for our investors? And then obviously the diversification is a good thing for Ares, and the access is a good thing for the individual.
Yeah, please.
Today, Bitcoin.
Things are almost literally frozen. It's one. Looks exactly the same as the video. Everything looks exactly the same. Everything looks exactly the same. Time is 1:05 and 38 seconds. What's 15% up of 205? 15% of 205. $30. Holy shit. The video about, or sorry, Palantir about to move $30. So 205 plus 30, either 235 or 230. So 205 minus 30, 175, 180. Or burn them all. It's possible too, but they already burnt the fuck out of them all. Puts mainly. Calls, they keep pulling back, going up, keep pulling back, going up, so doing their thing.
HOD being tested. This is some nasty work. I'm going to set the SPX put to call ratio. They have almost. I like drained it all from earlier. Now this is. Now bears are being put to the slaughterhouse. Slaughter. 684. $1.50 from. Amazon up crazy. Right, keep dropping news on Amazon. Man, 3 hours left. Yo, crazy W. W. It's what?
Comcast Business.
Yesterday,
for Friday and Thursday's POC. All same POC.
Shares of Amazon jumping today to a new record high after announcing a $38 billion compute deal with OpenAI, its first partnership actually with the AI company. Mackenzie Sagalos has more in today's Tech Check. These headlines are just so regular that they don't pack as much of a punch.
But this one, Sarah, could be read as OpenAI flexing on Microsoft after finally freeing itself from its biggest shareholders' grip on cloud deals. CEO Sam Altman announcing a major partnership with Amazon this morning. It's OpenAI's first ever cloud deal with AWS, and the scale of it nearly matches OpenAI's current $40 billion SoftBank-led financing round, underscoring just how aggressively it is chasing more compute. Now, under the deal, OpenAI gets immediate access to hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA GPUs on Amazon's network with custom infrastructure to follow. The deployment is already live and will be fully online by the end of next year. Amazon will start by using existing capacity and then build out a dedicated footprint for OpenAI, similar to what it is already doing with Anthropic. AWS's head of machine learning services and compute tells me they've already identified parcels of land for OpenAI where they'll build infrastructure specifically to support OpenAI's next-gen models. Now, this also helps explain why Amazon is projecting a record $210 billion Q4. CEO Andy Jassy teased several big October deals for AWS on the call last week, and this appears to be one of them. Yes, OpenAI was already expanding to other clouds, Oracle, Google, but this is different. Microsoft's right of first refusal expired last week as part of its commercial restructuring, and that cleared the path for OpenAI to sign directly with Microsoft's biggest rival in the cloud wars. No permission needed. And with demand for compute only accelerating, OpenAI finally forging ties with the most dominant player in the cloud wars is a game changer for them going forward. Guys?
Mackenzie, pretty interesting. We played sound from that interview that Nadella and Altman gave to Brad Gerstner over the weekend. And I think Nadella in there talks about how that initial billion-dollar investment kind of had some detractors internally.
Right. And so what we've seen here is this evolution in OpenAI's relationship with Microsoft. They did agree to $250 billion in Azure commitments last week as part of this restructure, but you really see OpenAI going toward this multi-cloud strategy to try to diversify their risk, but also they're just so hungry for compute. And what I will say, it's interesting, Bernstein did some back-of-the-envelope math last quarter. OpenAI apparently lost $12 billion, kind of, backing out of that Microsoft quarterly report. They were able to get that math. But Sam Altman, in that same interview you mentioned, Carl, said that this is part of why he feels more of an impetus to go public, so that people stop doubting that they're capable of honoring all these compute deals, which are now north of $1.4 trillion.
Yes, believe me, the markets would love to see it happen. We'll watch it, watch the progress if they get there. Mac, thank you. Mackenzie Sagalos.
Comcast Business helps turn business.
All day OpenAI. All day. HOD broke? Yeah, HOD broke. 206.06. 206.06. A new roof on Palantir into middle end of day. SPY above FOMC J Powell candle 115. There is a crazy rip down and a fucking crazy channel staying hovering. It is crazy. It is not breaking out above the purple box still. MACD 1220. Just perfect. Perfectly. Time is 1:15 and it gapped down on the 1 minute. No confirmation, nothing. Just at the top of the channel, something. At the top of the channel of something. Something. That is something. Can't lie. They both trap the crap out of people in the morning, and then I trap the crap out of people in the morning too. Trapped kind of everybody in the middle, and then now that's kind of bear trapping into the close. This shit is not closed, but at least 1:15. It is kind of crazy moving. This thing just made a new roof. What do they do with the new roof? We're about to find out. All right. 1/3, 2/3 trying bear cycle from way above VWAP, way above everything. Really depends on what the candles do in terms of stacking, and it really depends on what the RSI does here. Back in the purple box, but not going anywhere. This thing just made a new roof. Well, market hovering at bullish. On Palantir into midday at least. I'm looking for something on Palantir today before close. I do not want to stay into earnings. But fuck. Yo, what is this? Right? Are you like an analyst? Like, bro. Touched all the algo ranges up top, just deciding whether to come back or not. Down. SPY is hoveringly bullish above the VWAP, so this is bull territory. Deciding whether to come back down or not. On the top of the purple box. There's an algo range here on SPY. 115, 115. They're trapping bulls trying if the candles come in right here, right now. Palantir is come on, SPY. Algo range created. A bull trap trying with the confirmation now. Time is 120. They might push lower into 125 here. Alright. Coming in so slow. So slow. They are showing super bullish on Palantir into the day. That's what I'm feeling. To the week. Time is 125. Right here, right now. The bulls are in trouble. Wake up, market! Wake up, wake up, wake up! Oh, that's a terrible candle. That is one terrible candle. Trash. Where is Palantir going? It's trying to run north every time. No, stop it. Alright. Goddamn, stop it. I refuse to believe there's a $30 move on Palantir. From 125. Candle was stacking south trend. Time is 1:30. Bears are stacking it from the top. This shit is. Palantir, give me a $40 drop into tomorrow. Damn. Yeah, get this shit out of here, bro. Alright, everybody that's done, just leave. right? It is. I don't even care about no small crypto shit anyway, so. This is horrendously not showing. I don't know. I think it's a bull trap, but we'll see. Could be a bear trap completely, but honestly, things are almost too perfect. Things are. AMD in a recovery too after trying red today in the morning. Nvidia up 4%. Amazon up 5%. Things are actually so fucking perfect. Should we do a pull? We're chopping at the FOMC candle, so previous say 9:30 or VWAP, honestly we could do. HOD breaking on Palantir. This is all-time highs every day. I think Tesla running on this as well. No, it already did 470, so. HOD broke. They are squeezing into end of the day, end of whatever. End of the cycle or something. Going higher and higher and higher and higher. Shit coming in, breaking the high of the day as well. And the pre-market high. So true all-time highs. And green. Market going crazy now. This shit is insane now. Not gonna lie, cycle is being crazy extended. Into earnings. They are. Market cannot break out of the purple box, but we are just above it. Shit is crazy. People about to be bullish because of Amazon and Google and everything, I think, over the week. Alright, everybody in the morning was saying red November. This is what I mean. This is what happens. The majority get caught. Because they think on candle. $135. This shit is going mad on Palantir now. I want to add crazy on Palantir, but I'm just chilling out now. Showing out now, earnings. Let's see this shit. Very, very tight. Cycles coming on SPY 2. Above the J Powell FOMC candle. And closer it gets to 4. And more the shit's running. And the more and more I'm getting. The more and more I'm getting anxious. 135. Thing actually running crazy now. It's up 30% in 1 month. 3 months. Wow. $15%, man, I don't fucking know. If this shit blows up 15%, wow. 140. This shit is literally on something. Every fucking day, it's on something. Cannot even make this shit up. It's so fucking wild. Honestly, this shit is crazy. Oh my god. Look at the 4 hour. Going more. It's like I'm watching gold. A week and a half ago. $207. That is first time. Alright. Some analysts moved the price target to 230, and that shit is helping like crazy right now. Everybody feeling FOMO. Everyone feeling FOMO.
Turn to you. New month, very strong year. November, historically the strongest month. But is it now time to maybe shift your strategy after we saw AI and the tech trade move the markets higher last week?
Well, it depends what your strategy is. But overall, when you're looking at the market, it is now a much more difficult environment than it was 30 days ago. 30 days ago, you had the benefit about speaking about the broadening opportunity, speaking about the variety of different sectors that were working. It appears as though in the last week, for whatever reason you want to cite, the strength of earnings, the relationships, new agreements with OpenAI, find what you wish, but it is very clear that we are back to that concentrated market once again today. S&P equal weight's down 50 basis points again today. That's a difficult environment for portfolio managers because as a portfolio manager, you are managing risk most importantly. And when you're managing risk, it's difficult to say I'm going to own 7 stocks in a portfolio and basically that's it. So it's a different setup coming into this month than it was 1 month ago because you're not getting rewarded like you were 30 days ago for the broadening out.
Yeah, I think you're speaking to some of your own struggles as someone who runs an equal weight strategy. You're seeing this kind of concentration in the market.
It is clearly frustrating. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Fortunately, we're okay today, but we're certainly not going to compete with the S&P 500.
All right. Kate, Joe's mentioned in the last week or so, if you look at the last month or so, if you look at the equal weight, underperforming by quite a bit, down more than 2%. You're looking at momentum, that's underperforming in the red, and even dividends. A lot of people said it's time for a flight to quality. Even dividends, if you look at the SDY ETF, that's underperforming. Are you concerned about this concentration when it comes to tech and the fact that all these other plays, well, at least the first two that we saw have relatively strong years so far, seem to be underperforming over the last few weeks?
Well, look, I'd be a lot more worried about this market as we get into the last 2 trading months of the year if what was driving the market was not fundamentals, right? And the truth of the matter is these large mega cap companies, it's beyond just the Magnificent Seven, into all of the tech and tech adjacent leaders are putting up great fundamentals. They're producing free cash and they're continuing to manage through a challenging investment environment. Like, if we were just about multiple expansion in 2025, I would be a little bit more uncomfortable. But I hear the point here around the equal weight versus the market cap weighted S&P. In fact, we did a study of this just over the last couple days where we showed that really since 2023, there have been only 2 months where the equal weighted S&P has outperformed. And when we look at this on a Z-score basis, we have a 3 standard deviation outperformance of market cap weighted stocks relative to equal weighted. So as uncomfortable as that is for portfolio managers, and I completely hear that, I think we have to stay really focused on the large cap free cash generators, which unfortunately are the bulk of the market cap.
All right. Carrie, you feeling uncomfortable at all? You feel uncomfortable with your tech winners powering your portfolio, powering the market?
Well, I would say that the concern is that the free cash flow of these mega caps is not as great as it was. They're borrowing money. They're all issuing debt. They're using hundreds of billions of dollars in order to pay for their AI build out in whatever way it is, buying chips or paying for a data center. And therefore, we're relying on these companies to push the market higher and propel it when the free cash flow and the earnings growth that has supported it is not as strong as it was. And how can it be when these are the biggest companies in the world? They're the biggest companies that have ever existed. They justify the size that they are, but it's a concern. And the rest of the market that was trying to participate has failed to participate. I mean, that broadening, which people were so excited about a few months ago, just disappeared. And we were not big adherents of it, but what we believe in is that it's important to diversify your portfolio, not own 8 names, each of which is 10% of your portfolio, and then 2 other names or 3 other names in there. I mean, that's not being a portfolio manager, but it just hasn't worked. Therefore, these companies, whether it's Meta, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, they have got to continue. There's more pressure on them, and it would be better if we saw a little more spread of that, and that's why the market could correct. And we wouldn't be surprised.
Wait, sorry, Steve. Are you saying that's a warning signal? Because it's odd enough that you say that today. Bank of America out with a note saying that right now companies are spending about 94% of their operating cash flow to do these build-outs when it comes to CapEx, if you subtract dividends and buybacks. So is that a concerning sign that they're spending so much of that cash flow in this one area?
Sure. Of course it is. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but yes.
Is the borrowing concerning? We're talking about Meta, I'm assuming, borrowing money. If the demand is there, is it concerning that they're borrowing the money?
Of course it's concerning, because when you're generating $100 billion and then suddenly you're borrowing $5 billion or $10 billion, yes, of course it doesn't mean it's going to happen this quarter, but we have to make sure that they begin to generate revenue and profitability from what they're spending on.
Steve, I want to come over to you. By the way, Jim Lebenthal in here saying it was just financial engineering. I believe that's what he called it last week, that it wasn't such a big deal. Basically, that's what you learned in business school, that the borrowing wasn't concerning to him necessarily.
Financial engineering is never a good term. Never.
I disagree with a lot of what you said.
You don't.
First of all, running a concentrated portfolio, I'll take the words of some of the greatest investors of all time, like a Buffett, diversification is the enemy of performance. And we've seen that time and time again. And perhaps that's why 75% of portfolio managers underperform the S&P every single year. And it's not the same 75%. So I prefer a concentrated portfolio. And am I worried about a concentrated portfolio? I'm always worried about it. Anytime I have anything at risk, of course, there's concern. Right. But that question's been asked so many times over the last 5 years that, eventually it's going to be right for a nanosecond. Maybe we saw that nanosecond, but longer term, you go with permanent compounders, you go with Fort Knox balance sheets. And by the way, putting debt on a balance sheet when it's not an issue what your coverage ratios are is a good thing because it's leveraging your returns. So I'm a fan of debt on a balance sheet for companies that can afford to pay it.
No significant
and I don't look at it as a weakness. Now, in terms of the mega cap, what we saw were some mixed earnings. Meta being, I'd say, in terms of stock reaction, dog of the group, but they're doing exactly what I want them to do. They're investing in the future. So I took the opportunity to put on Friday
get $1
a small
down
trading
on SPY.
position. It's already a big core position for me, but I'm looking to take advantage of it, as I did with Google back then. So, coming into this month, as Joe points out, it's a different game, but it's a different game because the Fed, is saying, I'm not guaranteeing you that we're going to cut rates. And that changes it, and that also limits the broadening of the market, in my view.
By the way, Kate,
that's well said. And my opening remarks are not to suggest I think the market's going down. I actually think you're going to get the continued. You will get the continued chase for performance. But I think Steve is eloquently defining the environment. It's just a little bit harder in November than it was in October because you can't come on the show and say, "Oh, the financials, they're going to be a great place to be."
Don't fight the Fed,
right? And you got the earnings. They delivered in the financials, but you did not get the price reaction thereafter.
That's right.
That's a challenged environment.
Okay. So not a foregone conclusion to you. That's a significant departure from everything else, data dependent. And Kate, I saw you nod. I mean, just not a foregone conclusion. That's just a total sea change in your mind when it comes to the Fed?
Well, let's be clear. I didn't think October was a foregone conclusion despite the market pricing. And no one was asking me to vote as part of the Fed. But I was looking at the data, and the inflation data, both the official stats as well as what we were hearing from companies, was suggesting that inflation was percolating, that lots of kind of third-party and alternative data sources that we look at in terms of prices of imported goods were actually going up over the course of October. It wasn't necessarily an environment where if the Fed has a dual mandate and they care about both sides of it, that it was clear to them that they should be cutting. And I think that's what played out last week. And we're going to have this litigated in the media over the next 5 business days. We have 12 different Fed speakers coming out to talk to us, telling us their specific views. But I think a more consistent debate, as opposed to an expectation of Fed cut after cut after cut, is going to be more of the rule for the end of the year.
Don't we get to a point, though, even if the Fed doesn't cut in December where the market dismisses it and says, okay.
Yeah, that's a one-off.
In May, we've got a different Fed chair. We've got a different disposition on the Fed. They almost is not going to listen to the message of the Fed. At what point?
Well, I think we're going to have to see. There are people who have aligned themselves with this administration on the Fed right now who also said it wasn't as much of a slam dunk to cut by a large amount in October. I want to believe in the independence of the Fed and the consistency of the way that they evaluate the data, both on the inflation and the labor market side, to make their decisions, regardless of who is put in the chair. So I'm going to continue to believe in the institution for the time being.
This is sad for both. Can't even get a drop. Right in the middle of it all. That shit is sad on SPY.
This is crazy on Palantir. It really wants to. Honestly, I drew the top of this trend line as a fucking joke. SPY trying to go lower. But it really is trying to go to the top. I'm not gonna fucking lie, it's crazy. 210. Oh my god. There has to be a fucking crap ton of people trying to get 208, 2 something, but wow. I'm targeting really low on SPX right now. I am. I didn't take profit earlier, and now I got fucking squeezed into the cycle, and now I'm waiting here with hope. I am. That shit is wild. Palantir. I'm kind of scared because even if they drop Palantir, like the Ivy gonna die, and I'm scared though. The Ivy about to die, even if it drops or goes higher. It's not gonna be the best. I don't know. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. Oh my god. It's really, 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 really doing the exact opposite of what I needed to do right now, but whatever. SPY not moving. Not trying to show any sort of weakness. The weakness is low-key brewing with the confirmation. Time is 1:55 and 2 minutes. Palantir is trying for the roof. Will it get there? I fucking doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Look at that on SPY. I'm targeting VWAP or lower. It's 682.12. I'm actually targeting, but this shit's crazy. Palantir. Time is 1:50. They did it at the last minute of the 150 candle. 145 to 150. Or maybe cycle by it, bounce and confirm before it goes anywhere. Bears are trying to VWAP. Candles need to stack. 14 seconds. Time is 1:55. That could be a 150 rejection into 155. It could bounce at 150. We're about to find out, I guess. I'm getting a phone call in a sec. Alright. Greedy bears, greedy bulls. Time is to make a sandwich with them all, with some extra mayo and lettuce on top. Alright, I think VWAP coming, we'll see. Time is 1:55. Time is 1:55. $30 down from 206 is literally 176.
$30 up from 206 to 236. So I don't know. I'm kind of hoping with this SPX here. Come on. Data burning it forever until 2 or some shit. Oh, 7.5. Wow. 7.5. That is rude. And rude bounce. 155. 150 bouncing to 155, creating a cycle. Wow, they got my ass fucking hoping now. Fuck. Testing the HOD on Palantir. Trying to squeeze again. Market is just so fucking. It's actually 2 p.m. What the fuck? This is 2 p.m. 150 at 152 in the last minute, and this is the first minute of one. This is 155, and that red candle is 2 p.m. This is so fucking fucked at the roof. What a nasty cycle. Look at this MACD going crazy right now. Bullish, cut off, tried down, bounced up, squeezed up, held, cut off volume, tried down, MACD turns red, and then hold now. Can't even make this shit up. It's so perfect. Just lose it a little bit. It did its day midday thing. Holy crap. Palantir in 2 hours. Am I dreaming on previous day 4 p.m. close right now? Am I dreaming on LOD? Fuck. LOD definitely dream, but yeah, bottom of the purple box doable. I think It's just just wild out candle coming. What is going on? PLC got moved up. Creating a B-shaped profile with a huge drop. That's something rare. Right, now the question is, it's going to come back down or not? And that's the question. This is a B-shaped profile. This is something crucial happening right now. There's our trying. I think. To where? I have no idea. Or actually, I might have an idea, but we're about to find out. Bears are trying. Bears are here now. After fucking so long. After so long of waiting 40 fucking minutes, an hour. I need a whole ass dollar drop. No way. Holy, come on. I added some at the top, but I need a whole ass dollar drop right here, right now, in fucking 15 minutes. 5 minutes. Nah, I don't know. I need it though. This shit, they done cooked. They done burnt. I need bottom of the purple box. Palantir needs to poop down, but it's pooping up. It's nuking up. Make this shit make sense. Fucking make this shit make sense, basically. Above the previous high today, above the trend line on Palantir as well. Time is 2:05. Right, whether they go down now or whether they zero DT bear trap right now, I don't know. I'm hoping on right now, right here. I don't want to get data burnt, so I'm hoping on right here, right now. Oh my god, thank god.
Oh my god, please. 5 minutes of big, please. Come on, do something with that candle. Fuck. Last 6 seconds of that 5-minute candle. Coming in bearish. Shit is weird. It's scary as fuck targeting down there, but I think it's I am hoping right now. Shit, I'm hoping, but it's so fucking close. Oh my god. Please. 90 cents. That's what I'm saying. 90 cents. I might be a greedy bastard. Oh nah. Oh nar. Oh nar. Oh nar. I have a decent amount of SP. Oh nar. Oh hell no. Back at SPX. J Powell FOMC candle. Alright, cycle is confirming before anything. I have 4 SPX here, so I need to fucking drop to the next volume node down below. Sooner rather than later. I probably should have done 1 DT, but fuck, I am. In a cycle. 204 bounce 2. Time is 2:10. 5-minute bounce at the minimum. 205 to 207, 210. Why does it look like Palantir wants to go up even more? Not that much time left. This is a problem on SPY. SPX. Please, I'm hoping this is one candle straight from 210 to 205, 215 or something here. I am straight up hoping now on SPX. MACD is. Cycle is confirming candles are going, but they're making it so goddamn hard if it is the real target they're doing. Something going on Palantir too. This shit is, I'm not gonna lie, this is crazy. Advanced level things going on. Something different. What the candle is this? Oh my god, that candle got me fucked up too. That candle got me fucked up too. I wish I did it so fast, but like the problem is, you know, everyone else is literally doing the same shit when it's slow in the world, and it's just it becomes a 3/3, and this shit is terrible. This is the 3/3 right here. Alright, since 145, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. I'm thinking they were gonna expedite this, but it is literally not. It's literally not yet. Oh my, I actually said something and it might actually anti-jinxed it. Wonder what gold's doing today. Trapping and destroying everyone. Interesting. Time is 2:15. Hit 50 seconds. Yeah, Tesla earnings is here soon. Oh, shite. Dude, this thing crazy. Is it gonna blow up more north? To be known, to be seen. 405. Is that the roof? This shit is insane. SPY flipping. It's horrendous. Bounces, horrendous rejections. I cannot believe Palantir is at 207. That is something. This shit is just so, I don't want to call this through, I don't know. I think cycle is building. It's 215. Barely any cycles on. Palantir. That thing is just showing bullish. Stair stepped up. 1 hour and 45 minutes. Till Palantir earnings. This is pretty terrible on SPX. What is this? This is data fucking killing me. They're not even going. This shit is retarded, honestly. Like, what in the they're in the middle of it all. In the middle of all this. Down here. And up here. Oh. In the 50-cent range. I'm stuck in the middle, and this shit's just moving up, down, up, down, up, down now. And I said I needed it now at 205, and I literally jinxed. I counter jinxed myself. It's stuck. It's fucking stuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on. Enough is enough. 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 Fucking enough is enough. Enough is enough! God damn. Oh, hell nah. You got news coming out now.
Let's bring Gil Luria. He's head of technology research at D.A. Davidson. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess sort of give us your overall expectation for the print. I mean, do you think margins can hold up in that 80-81% range? That's really impressive.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that they will not.
Guys, stay tuned on the live stream for Palantir at 4:05 p.m.
The best in the
Wish me luck, blow me kisses, okay? Wish me luck, blow me kisses for Palantir. I love you all. God bless this country. God bless Palantir. God bless our president. All right? Don't make me do a fucking pledge allegiance to the United flag of America, all right?
So those companies can build AI applications. They're doing it because they're not requiring their customers to cobble together a lot of different pieces of software and then hire a consultant to implement it, which is most of what other software companies are doing. They go to their customer and they tell them, we'll do it
Everybody
all for
expects
you.
a stronger
We'll
quarter.
help you
I expect
from
a
A to
stronger
Z
earning
to
as
get
well.
to the solution you want around AI, and
But
nobody
stop
else has
this
been able
bullshit.
to do it, which is why they can charge
206.
the premium.
206. Stop
margins
this
high
bullshit.
and continue to win.
my
And it started to self-perpetuate. The more they win, the more their customers are showing up, the more partners they're getting.
Meow.
And it's reinforcing
Meow.
their growth path. So we absolutely expect them to have,
Stop
continue
this.
to have spectacular
Stop
results.
this bullshit.
Well, nothing that you
Meow.
said there makes me understand why you have a neutral rating on the stock, and you're holding it
Neutral
at 170
rating.
for the price
I
target
like
when
this
we're
guy. What's his
above
name?
200 at this point.
What's
Because we're in
Because 200 is crazy.
valuation territory.
I like this guy.
Whether it's 85 times or 100 times revenue, we've never been at these levels for any company, including Palantir.
Gil Luria.
So it's hard to say whether it should be 120 times revenue or 80 times revenue, 300 times earnings, 200 times earnings. So we stay away from that conversation. We're more focused on how well the company's going to do and are very clear about how highly we think of it without getting caught up on in valuation.
All right, guys, we're doing a poll. All right, everybody, we're doing a poll.
So unprecedented.
Nvidia 235. Nvidia 185. Everyone, what? Do the poll.
Business is not as large, but certainly has a lot
Earnings
of opportunity
poll.
there. So, what are you expecting in the details when it comes to the
185
government clients that they have, as then
235. Jesus.
Yeah, so the government is where a lot of the movie pieces are. The big picture is The U.S.
All right,
Armed Forces
everybody
and
vote right
defense
now. We're doing a
agencies
vote
are
right now
adopting
before anything happens.
Palantir's
Everybody vote
software
right
at
now.
an unprecedented rate. Palantir does for them what they want to do. Instead of having to build the software themselves, Palantir does it for them. That's a constant. That's been reinforced by this administration and the direction of the U.S. Department of Defense over this last year. On the other side, you have a government shutdown. That often slows down decisions. It slows down spending. We're going to have to watch for what they say about that. And even if they say it hasn't impacted them yet,
185. That's what I'm voting. All right, everybody vote. Everybody vote. Everybody vote. Everyone voting 235. Okay. 235. 235. 235. We have 300. 285 and above.
Pieces within the U.S. budget, there may have been a budget flush. They may have actually gotten paid a lot more by the end of September.
Stop playing with me. Everybody do the poll.
Knew they may not be able to spend in the new year.
This is crazy.
Or they may not get budgets in the new year, and they wanted to spend ahead of time to reserve some services going forward. So all those moving pieces will interact. Again, long term, the situation is very good. But in the short term, there should be and could be some noise around that part, the U.S. government business.
Very interesting. Well, before we let you go, I know that you had a meeting with the CFO of Palantir, sort of to describe to you how AI has potentially changed its trajectory. Can you explain what you learned?
Absolutely. That Palantir has been preparing for this for its entire existence.
All right, more people voting 235 until I voted 185, and now more people voting 185 in our group chat at least. All right, I don't know about YouTube.
And would value a very strong
look at that. Look at that. In 2 years, 986%. Okay, this is that. This 2 years.
That in the past, maybe some of their commercial customers were.
It was at 85 last year.
Now
I remember.
Everybody sees Palantir as a winner.
125, 140, 160, 170, 180, 180, 190, 200. 200. You people are saying 240. You people saying 340. Oh my, we gotta watch this.
For the market as we close out October, S&P now pacing for its 6th positive month in a row. That's the longest streak since August of 2021.
Oh, Lord.
Joining us now, one of the early bulls. 7,000 is the price target on the S&P, and he just launched his new firm today as well. He's Brian Belsky. He is the founder,
bull case for
the
the
CEO,
market.
and the CIO of Humulus Investment Strategies. Is that just so you don't have to come on and say you're honored and humbled every time because you just have it in the title now?
Yes, SPX.
Less is more, Scott. We're just going to try to keep it simple.
5 more minutes.
Congratulations on the new gig. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, we are blessed and fortunate to be in this business for a long time. I'm not going to tell you. We've had
everybody knows anyway. 30 years. Go ahead.
We've had amazing partners from BMO to Merrill to Piper to Dane Bosworth, and I'm hearing from a lot of those people today, and I'm just so honored to hear from them. And we're excited about what's coming next, and we're going to hopefully continue to provide the same type of portfolios, the same type of research to all of our clients, existing and new clients. So we're really, really excited.
You're still going to run multiple portfolios?
We are. The portfolios in construct are going to be very similar. There's going to be some changes, but we're also very open to looking at other things in terms of how we're going to run money and what those themes are going to be. We're excited. I've been thinking a lot about how we're going to talk about starting a new company at the market top. Are we a market signal here? But we don't think it's the market top. And we think that there's more to go in this cyclical part of our secular bear market. And we think there's more to go, and we think next year is going to be very good. Not as good as this year, but very good is good.
Why don't you think next year is going to be as good as this year?
Well, we've had this monumental change in terms of how we're looking at markets, especially kind of moving away from being more interest rate sensitive, more inflation denominated, and of course moving away, we think,
2 more minutes.
From the tariffs and a lot of the noise coming out of Washington. And that's why we said on air last time we were on your show, we talked about how we think that actually 2025 is building the base in more of an argument for Goldilocks in 2026 and 2027. So we've had these exhaustive moves to the upside and downside. We think we're going to head into more normalization. And normalization, Scott, means kind of high single-digit performance, high single-digit earnings growth, a 10-year treasury between 3.5 and 4.5. And that's a really great environment for stocks. So kind of going back into stock picking, even this week has been a great example of the clear delineation that's happening between stocks and tech land and financials and consumer discretionary. And that's really been our longer term theme in terms of being a stock picker.
If you think that we're going to get only high single-digit returns, let's say, next year, are you also suggesting then that you don't think that the mega caps are going to continue to lead like they have? Because theoretically, if you get such outperformance from those names again, because where they are in the market cap space, you would think that the S&P would return a better year than you're predicting.
Yeah, it's a great comeback. And here's what we'd say. If our base case is high single digit, low double digit, and we continue to see the earnings growth, I want to come into this and underpromise and overdeliver. That's what we've done our whole career in terms of forecasting the markets. We want the earnings situation to continue to improve. We actually think we're going to see stronger earnings growth really driven by financials. But you're right, I think the larger cap stocks, just like in 95, 96, really led the market. We're obviously seeing more of a broadening out, so we're not going to have this, what we think is more concentrated performance in the big caps, the larger cap stocks. We're seeing this semblance of broadening out, and that's going to be very positive for the longevity of this secular bull market. But our base case is low double-digit performance, going back into the traditional performance of the stock market over the last 80 years.
All right. I joke around with you because it's fun to do, but I know this is a big day for you personally and in your career. So congratulations once again. We're happy for you, and we look forward to having you back on the set.
Thanks so much, Scott.
All right, Brian.
Chairman and CEO of Cullen Frost Bankers. Thank you so much for joining us here. You know, I understand you're located in Texas, and sometimes Texas can sort of operate in different ways than different areas of the country. So can you explain to us, with real estate, of course, we know is very local, what is going on when it comes to mortgage lending for you all?
Well, thanks for having me, Courtney. It's great to be with you here today. You know, it's interesting to see what's happening with mortgage lending. As you mentioned, we've had really great activity going into the quarter. And one of the things that's happened is that rates have reached an inflection point, I think, where we're seeing people not only buying new homes, but almost half of our activity is from refi activity today. Getting people that were in those ARMs before that are starting to come to maturity, and you're seeing that rate change. And if you see a 5 handle on rates, we've got a 575, for example, on the conventional mortgage, you're getting people take that rate. So we're starting to see that happen. As rates have come down, people are taking advantage of that for refis and also purchases. We're also seeing that in the home equity lending as well.
What about sort of other areas of investment in lending that your bank deals with? What is the Texas consumer feeling right now when it comes to making bigger investments, maybe beyond the home?
You know, I think that there's a bifurcation with regard to the consumer today. I think the middle to low income segment of the consumer is really careful today, continue to be careful. They're spending on core, but they are being really careful on some of the discretionary items. When you look at the high income consumer, we're still seeing good activity from them, good activity in automobile purchases and those kinds of things. So it is a bifurcated market today.
So you talked before about when you see potentially a 5 handle on mortgage rates, like a 5 3/4, that maybe that changes things. Right. What are your expectations, or the bank's expectations, for where rates will be, say, over the course of the next year? I know obviously some central bankers are hoping for bigger cuts, while others still aren't sure because of the lack of data that we have right now with the government shutdown. What is your expectations for
my
where
mic was
rates
muted.
will be, and then how are you operating your business as a
SPY,
result?
QQQ,
Well,
IWM.
you know, I wish
Do
I knew
something
exactly.
together
I'd
here.
be,
I need
right now.
Palantir to.
But I
I need
think
Palantir to
we're
be at
expecting for
200
the
by
Fed
4
to continue
p.m.,
to
not
respond
at
to what's going
206.
on in the economy
That is a
as they see
major
it.
difference.
And you're right, we don't have quite as many data points. But I
201,
think one of the things that
206,
they've
4
responded
p.m.
to
That's
before,
$5,
and I think one thing that
$6.
businesses are hoping they respond to, is there's a little bit of developing softness in the labor market. And I think,
Are they
as I
trying
said
to show
before, asset
bullish and
prices are
Palantir
one
into
thing, but
close?
when you're
Possible.
dealing with labor, you're dealing with people, you're dealing with
what it's
families,
looking
and so
like,
hopefully we'll see them respond to that and follow along as they see the economy slowing, lowering rates.
You know, there's been some consolidation in the regional bank space. Where do you all sit with that?
Well, we're innocent bystanders.
Okay.
We are seeing it happen. It's not something that we're interested in. We are growing organically. In fact, we've increased our number of physical locations by 50% over the last 5 years in great Texas markets. So that's really how we've chosen to address expansion, is doing it organically. But, you know, I'm only half kidding when I say we're bystanders, because dislocations happen when mergers happen.
Right.
And we want to be ready to take advantage of those customers who might feel like they're disenfranchised, or they may be ready for a change. And frankly, some of those bankers that might feel the same way. So we're keeping a sharp eye out.
Come on. Holy fuck. This shit is so dangerous. I just need 1, 2 candles, but like, fuck. I need a bop bop. Well, like, the thing is just bop boop. Like, it keeps going back up. Like, I just need 1 candle under VWAP. Can just. Been here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes. What the fuck? Oh my god. I hate when they do this with like the most smallest fucking difference area. Like, this is crazy work because they're hurting everyone up here. They're hurting everyone down here. This is just, that's what it is. It's in between it all perfectly. Just fucking ruining everything until some other time right before. It's fucked. Every single time they go lower or higher, it's just candles, and people are literally sitting there fucking hoping. There's a 1 minute gap on Palantir. It's kind of weird. Nobody in 6-8, 6-5, the shit I'm in. I feel like there could be another red candle or two, but it's just not coming. 1 hour, 30 minutes until 4. Oh, cool.
Ulrika Hoffman-Bercherte. She is Chief Investment Officer, Americas, and Global Head of Equities at UBS Global Wealth Management. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, there's so much to talk about in the markets, but because we have yet another deal in the open AI space, this time with AWS, Amazon, I'd love to talk about how that sort of underpins the idea of technology powering the economy. Do you think that this can continue at this rate?
Well, I think it's a great observation. I think, first of all, I think the market and also tech overall, that AI trade that has underpinned the incredible run in the S&P is now more and more tethered to the success of OpenAI. It has committed $1.4 trillion in AI infrastructure spend over the next years, and all those expenses need to be balanced with income. So I think the key question now for the market will be how quickly will OpenAI monetize to be able to pay for those infrastructure expenses.
And so if you're looking to be a beneficiary of some of this, OpenAI obviously is not yet a publicly traded stock. You cannot buy shares of that. It seems like they're investing in many other players.
It will be in quarter 2, 2026.
Or you name it, really, anyone that touches the AI trade. Do you have advice for investors?
Well, look, OpenAI has already amassed one of the key and critical resources to win this game, which is consumer attention. It has amassed 800 million weekly average users, and that can obviously be monetized relatively easily through subscriptions, through API usage, and so forth. So I think that is the key metric to watch, and likely that monetization will come at the expense of some other consumer digital platforms, because that money, that spend has to come from somewhere. It's not all going to be incremental spend.
But you don't think this is any kind of a bubble like we've seen before? There's so much discussion about, is this an AI bubble? Is it going to burst? What are the risks, knowing how interconnected all these players are starting to be, this circular idea?
Yeah, so whether it's a bubble or whether we're in a high valuation environment, I think is largely definitional. When valuations are high, I think one thing is key, and that is tighter risk management. You have to be much more focused on the fundamentals. Because markets don't correct just because of high valuations. They're correct because fundamentals disappoint. And again, I think we are on the verge of now changing from the first phase of AI, where it was all about everybody is going to win and the promise of AI, more towards this second stage of AI, where we're going to ask, what is the proof that works and who can actually win?
Sure, exactly. That's sort of the show me story, right? We really need to see that. I'd love to get your take on what's going on with the government shutdown and how that may be influencing maybe less markets, but maybe more the economy, or more what the Federal Reserve is able to see and what they're not. As Jerome Powell described it, like driving through a fog. You have to slow down. We're now almost at the longest shutdown we've ever seen. This week we'll hit that if we still stay here. How impactful is that to the markets and the economy?
Yeah, the Congressional Budget Office has estimated it costs us, in terms of unrecoverable economic losses, $250 million a day. So the pressure is mounting. And our hope is, now that President Trump is back from Asia, that his focus returns to domestic policy, and that we may, in fact, get a resolution, maybe as early as this week, but hopefully before Thanksgiving.
So many pressure points there, of course. And Emily Wilkins was talking about how open enrollment has begun, how many Americans are going to see those premiums go higher. Healthcare is an area that you're actually interested in. Can you explain what you like about healthcare?
Yeah, first of all, it's actually been one of the sectors that has done best this earnings season, at least from a beat ratio perspective. 9 out of 10 healthcare companies in the U.S. beat expectations, and especially pharma and the areas of next-gen immunology, in obesity, and also in oncology. All those companies have beaten expectations. And again, we have seen that some of the policy headwinds that have been with us
dollar
at
lower,
least partially addressed in the Pfizer deal, the most favored nation pricing, and also the tariffs. So we think that now is a much better setup. And ultimately, we think that also healthcare is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries from AI. If you think
Palantir down like $3. Come on.
The market have increased so enormously over the last decades, more than 10x over the last 10 or so years. So if AI can help reduce the cost of bringing a drug to market from discovery all the way to clinical trials, I think that may bring again
blowing
more
on the screen, so
into what could
I can get the
operating
fuck out.
look like.
Cross VWeb, come on. Oh Lord, man, this shit is so slow. It's almost turning into another bear trap yet again. Honestly. I just need 5-15 minutes of just straight going.
Today, Bitcoin.
Right on VWAP. Palantir bouncing for the 15,000th time. Just all up to earnings now for Palantir. Market is just playing with my feelings. Right at VWAP. Right at VWAP. Every time it's right here, I am hoping for one more candle continuation, but it literally knows I'm stuck from earlier, right at this level. Literally at this level. It just knows. It just knows. It just knows. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, what is this? No. Down. $1 down at the minimum. Come on. No. Come on. I'm back in profit. Just one. Schmack. And Palantir, please, earnings, do your thing. 17% expected move. Let's see it. God damn it, let's see it. Alright, I haven't done earnings in literally 2 years. Alright, not even a year. Probably in 2 years. So let's just fucking see it. Like, come. We have another. Oh, yes! Yes! Alright, I'm leaving right now. I don't give a. No. I'm holding for a minute or two. Holy shit. Please. Oh my god, finally going crazy. Finally. Come on. 682.25. Come on, just fucking do it one time. From me. 682.12, baby. From me, wake the fuck up, please. Oh my god, wake the fuck up, please. Please! Oh my god! Crazy. Come on. I've been waiting fucking forever for this. Come on. $240. $245. I think they want to go lower here. $245. They push lower into 240. Confirmation to 245. Please, no, come on. Just give me a fucking floor hope or some crazy shit. Come on. I'm up fucking crazy. I did not leave. Holy shit, please. Holy fuck, there's 45 minutes left. Or there's 1 hour and 15 minutes left. Wow. Wow. That's almost a 1K candle. Wow. NAR into close, NAR. That is almost a fucking 1K candle. Holy fuck, that candle was huge. I was waiting forever, fuck. 245 bounce into 245. 250 is here in 2 minutes. Oh my god. Candles are so fucking fast.
so fucking fast. Nar. Stop. Nar. It's a VWAP. It's in the 3/3. Trap the bulls, goddammit. Come on. Oh shit. I'm the pig. I'm the piglet. I'm the actual piglet. Man, that was fucking crazy. I'm the actual piglet. That candle was actually so fucking perfect, but I'm the actual piglet now. The 3/3. Oh my lord. In the 3/3. Shit's kinda. This shit is definitely making Palantir look bullish into close. I'll say that. Fuck, I was up literally. The web. QQQ low key kind of pulled back from 633. $250. This is Palantir. No weakness on Palantir into 4 p.m. Market is fucking on a picnic. On a fucking clearly. This is the most craziest pattern ever. If this shit rejects somehow and goes lower, this shit is the most craziest pattern ever. Chances of that happening is low-key like 15% now. It is super low. Oh my. I'm just thinking the market a little bit crazy.
All right, we got some breaking news from Washington Fed Governor Lisa Cook, who is speaking in D.C. Steve Leishman has those headlines. Steve.
Thanks, Brian. The outlook for Fed policy continues to be somewhat confusing, with Fed officials offering different forecasts from each other, and even some officials taking both sides of the argument. Lisa Cook, speaking in Washington, said she supported the decision to cut rates last week, but says downside risks to employment are greater than upside risks to inflation. However, she says the current restrictive policy is appropriate given inflation above the 2% target. Every meeting, she says, including a December meeting, is a live meeting. Meanwhile, San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly said the Fed needs to bring down both inflation and support the job market.
We need to continue to put downward pressure on inflation and keep our policy modestly restrictive, but not hold the reins so tight that we injure the labor market unnecessarily and give people lower inflation but fewer jobs.
Stephen Myron, the Fed governor on loan from the administration, continues to advocate for deep cuts, while Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee saying the bar was higher for a December cut than one in October. All of this following comments on Friday where 3 Fed speakers spoke against the October cut and were skeptical about one in December, and 2, including Myron, supported both. Brian, back to you.
This is not easy. They are punishing. Candles are so fucking punishing. If I can't fucking get the perfect exit or something, it is literally so fucking fast. Right now, no movement, but yeah, that one flash down. $250. Man, I gotta go to the bathroom. Right, Palantir is coming. Palantir is coming.
The best places for your money right now. Joining us, Laura Martin, Managing Director, Senior Intraday Analyst at Needham and Company. Laura, you're the media whiz, so I tried to get like the TV show reference in there. Was it directionally correct? I mean, or does it seems like everybody is kind of semi-dating everybody.
I would make a more practical point here. Amazon is the only cloud company that does not tell us they are capacity constrained because they doubled their power over the last 3 years. Google tells us they're capacity constrained. Microsoft tells us. So part of this OpenAI is they do not want to fall behind. So if they can get to NVIDIA chips by using AWS, they are incented to do that real time. And AWS has capacity. So I would say this is a much more practical than long-term view, and that they cannot afford OpenAI. Now, the other thing is, Brian, OpenAI is going to do $20 billion of revenue, and I think they have $1 trillion of commitments. So let's hope they can meet this $38 billion of commitments they just committed to AWS.
You know, the Amazon power story is one we're going to get to with our next guest in just a few minutes, so I don't want to front run that. But let me go back to the word you just said, the H word. Hope. I have been told hope is not a strategy. How much do you believe this?
For OpenAI?
For all of it.
So the point I'd make on that, let's just stick with Meta, Amazon, and Google. They are telling us that they are linking revenue to capacity. That when they tell you they're capacity constrained, they're telling you they have excess demand. And you watch Google's margins and also Amazon's, they're going through the roof, which means because of the demand, the over demand, they're raising prices at the speed of light. So we're getting expanding margins. So I believe there is a positive return on capital for every one of these increases in capital spending that they are projecting.
The capital spending numbers continue to go up, and I feel like people can't. It's like every day someone's raising their capital spending estimates on these names. The stocks keep going up. But here's the only downside of that, Laura. I kind of tweeted out that the Mag 7, forget about the Mag 7. We're going to call this the 8 is enough. That's a TV reference for people of a certain age, by the way. Market, because there's 8 stocks that are now about 37% of the entire S&P 500. We've never seen this kind of concentration, at least in modern times. Laura, does that concentration worry you?
So I'm going to go with no, but what I am going to, the implication here is that hurdle rates are rising.
Oh my God.
In order for the capital market to allocate you capital, you better have revenue growth like CoreWeave did, which is 12 to 300 to 2 billion to 4 billion in 4 years after founding. That's the kind of numbers that the market is assuming these hyperscalers are going to get. And that means if you aren't seeing that kind of growth, it's going to be hard to raise capital in these markets.
Yeah. Is there anything you're seeing, Laura, from Alphabet, from Meta, right? Because your world in media and the hyperscalers sort of overlaps a lot. Is there anything you're seeing or hearing from any of these managements that would imply that that pace of capital spending is in any way close to slowing down?
This should bring.
I mean, I would say yes, because we're hearing their capacity constraint, and Amazon explicitly ties their increases in capital with incremental revenue because they're great businessmen. And I would say we do have media companies like Reddit that are growing 68%. having nothing to do with generative AI, but they can raise capital and their stock's going up because they're growing at a rate that is commensurate with these generative AI names.
I loved your Reddit note from last week. I'm going to quote Laura Martin, back to Laura Martin, a little light airplane reading as I flew back from the West Coast, your coast, Laura, which was you called Reddit a money-making machine. I know I'm going to do the same thing. It's like the Home Alone. I don't think I've ever heard you, being a very pragmatic person, use that kind of ultimate, very bullish language.
68% revenue growth. They converted 30% into free cash flow. And of the incremental revenue in the 90 days ended September, they converted 80% into free cash flow. I've never seen they've had 6 quarters of over 60% growth, which means whatever multiple you think you're paying, they're doubling their size every 2 quarters. And then they're flowing it all, 80-cent dollars down to the free cash flow. In a world where people are spending a ton of CapEx in my hyperscalers, Reddit spends $2 billion, which means everything comes to the shareholder in terms of the earnings. Their earnings went from 16 cents last year to 80 cents. Wow. 4 quarters later. I mean, a money-making machine. It's amazing. Reddit's doing excellent work on the execution side.
200 maybe, but 207 is kind of up there, right? It's even higher from my dreams. That's what I think. Everyone thinks differently, but yeah. They're talking about 230, so fuck, I guess a little different now. That is something. Last one.
Let's discuss all of it with Lo Tony. He's founding managing partner at Plexo Capital. He's also a CNBC contributor. Lo, it's so great to have you here. I mean, Mac went through everything that OpenAI is doing. Obviously, now they are partnering up here with AWS for compute as Microsoft's right of first refusal expired. But it doesn't seem like Microsoft is going to be too poor off right now. They've obviously been making some of your own deals. Can you sort of size up where we are in this space right now? Is Amazon a clear winner over Microsoft, or is there enough for everyone to eat at this table?
I think there's enough for everyone to eat at the table. And, look, it does dilute Microsoft's exclusivity, but not the partnership itself. Microsoft remains the primary supplier and investor. And this simply reduces concentration risk for OpenAI. And I think it also provides a signal of both the maturation of OpenAI as a company, but also strategic intent. And I would say that intent is clearly now to identify ways to control the entire vertical stack of AI, along with this horizontal diversification of cloud.
I mean, it's really so powerful to think of all the deals that OpenAI has made. Does it also, though, open up any risks for all of the players that are now sort of tangled up, happily or otherwise, with OpenAI?
Well, what I think we see when we try to balance is this, more of a potential boom or a bust. Mm-hmm. This deal in and of itself definitely tilts more towards the boom side. The ability to have access to more compute, which Sam has noted, is the real constraint. So I think what you look for is signals around what that demand actually looks like and how it translates into revenue and ROI for both
there's no way all these bullish news about OpenAI can come out.
But I think, again, I go back to this strategic intent, the ability for OpenAI to be a central player, where before they might have been seen as getting squeezed from NVIDIA and then the application players. I mean, now this is starting to look more like OpenAI is using the Apple playbook and really owning the entire vertical stack. So the ability to do the deals at the chip layer, now we're seeing orchestration and diversification with these data centers. And, I think next what we look for is for OpenAI to move up and do some exciting things at the application layer. And what all of this means is more control for OpenAI along all of these different layers, as well as increasing the margins by going after these different lines of business.
There's a gap here.
Really fascinating stuff. We're showing a stock chart here, and Oracle is down by about 1.5%. I mean, is that because the market's viewing them as a loser in all of this today?
I don't think that there are any losers yet. Clearly, Oracle has a lot happening right now, building out the Stargate data centers. And, that's going to require more energy. It's going to require more silicon. It's going to allow OpenAI to be able to do more with their models. And again, to be able to continue to move up that stack to the ultimate prize, which I believe is going to be the application layer. What we may be seeing is we may be seeing this moment where we saw the Apple App Store.
It's so much
right?
fucking risk right now.
What's really
it's
exciting is preparing for the demand, as well as being ready for all of these wonderful applications that I think we're going to see at the application layer.
How long do you think OpenAI can continue as a private company? I mean, at some point, is it going to have to go public for the capital needs?
It's going public next year.
Think about where all the sources,
guys, OpenAI is going public in quarter 2 of 2026.
What could potentially be well over $1 trillion in the data center build out. We start to run out of deep pocket private investors. There's only but so much private capital when you start to go out to the different regions. You go to the Gulf states, the Middle East. I think next will be a lot of the crossover investors like the Wellingtons of the world. And those are really the signs when a company is preparing to cross over into the public markets. I think Sam has even said he's very excited for the public to have access to be able to own OpenAI shares. And at the end of the day, I think we're looking at a multi-trillion-dollar market cap company, and it probably will be the biggest IPO that we will have ever seen.
OpenAI. Make sure you gotta say that right before you leave, sir. You've been saying it already. You've been saying it already. Oh my lord. OpenAI Monday. I have a lot of my portfolio in Palantir right now. I need this shit to go well. I cannot get the fuck out today, so I'm stuck into the week. This is what I mean by I go into early and now I'm stuck in the cycle. This shit is not good. AWS to build out AI infrastructure to OpenAI in $38 billion. Jesus, never non-stop. 206. Come down to 203 by 4. Come down to 203 by 4. God damn, why is it at 206? Nasty. The piggies ate. And now the piggies are on the king of the hill. They're the lions of the jungles now, right now. Right? Palantir, piggies. SPY. Just about to do this shit for 55 minutes and probably close too, honestly. Or might go HOD or something. This is looking absolutely hopeland. Or they're about to close at 681.92 and they're just hovering this bitch up here, right, to look bullish or something, or look neutral or something. That's the idea I'm getting. They might just stay up here until tomorrow. It's most likely the highest chance probability. SPX is in a smaller cycle, trying north on something.
Some stocks that are on the move. Kimberly-Clark is buying Kenvue in a $48.7 billion deal. You can see shares of Kimberly-Clark pulling back double digits right now. Kate, I just want to start with you. Big deal in the consumer staples space. The sector is a big laggard. It's negative for the year.
Yep.
Just your view on this deal and the idea of staples, a defensive sector. Is that a place that you want to be right now, and the idea they could bounce off these lows?
I mean, I'd love to think that we could have some of the laggards lead to outperformers, but just looking at third quarter earnings, Staples are a
Guys,
laggard
hit the
there
like
as well.
button. Everybody make sure you hit the like
and,
button, please.
I understand
Let's
the
push
desire to consolidate and to make sure companies have efficiencies, but I really prefer the kind of the more secular growers at this stage of the cycle. We are not in the early part of the business cycle. We are not at the early part of the market cycle, and fundamentals really matter. I don't think Staples have pricing power, and I'm more worried about their margins than I am in other sectors.
All right. Outside of the Staples sector, this is a pretty big deal. I believe it's going to be the biggest deal of the year. Steve Weiss, coming over to you. Is this a bullish sign for the financials, the idea that we're going to see more capital markets activity, more deals being made, the fact that a deal of this size is coming so late in the year?
Squeezing the fuck out of me right
No,
here.
I think this is really a situation of a company that just didn't do well since it got spun off, and an opportunistic acquisition by Kimberly-Clark that likely would have occurred during any interest rate environment. They can take $2 billion out in synergies, so it's purely unique. Costs alone, rates alone don't drive acquisitions, particularly of this size, right? It's really an opportunity because the cost of a bad acquisition or an acquisition that doesn't really fit so is much more destabilizing to a company and its culture, and culture is the backbone of any successful business. So you don't do that lightly, you don't do it, okay, rates are down 0.5%, 50 bips. I got to buy this company. That just doesn't happen.
I want to go to another part of our calls of the day. We have a very bullish call from Roth Capital on biotech and pharma. Carrie, I want to come over to you. You own Amgen and Novo Nordisk in your charitable trust.
Well, this has been a rough year for healthcare generally, and the biotech stocks just in the past couple of months began to really show a little life. That seems to have paused right now. Both of these stocks,
hopes and dreams, 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 please,
from its high because they've lost a little bit of the momentum on the GLP-1 drug portfolio, but they made a big restructuring of the organization. We think that's all positive. We have new management at the company. They have an oral coming. They're trying to get more active, so we still like the stock, but yes, it's been tough with Amgen, again, a portfolio that's got a GLP-1. It has a few new cancer drugs. It's an inexpensive stock. Both of them are on as Joe knows, on a PE basis. But the market hasn't liked healthcare, and right now it's going to have to be proven.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Carrie about a particular biopharma name in a second, but look, I've been talking about the XBI. I've been building a position in the XBI over the last month. It's worked out really well. Today's the first day that it's punching back, and it doesn't feel good. So you kind of look at it, you realize that you might have to manage a risk. You don't want to have a winning position turn into a losing position. The biotech entry point for me is somewhere around 104.5. We're at 109 now. We're going to take a look at that. In the most recent rebalance, we did increase our exposure slightly to healthcare. We added some pharmaceutical names, West Pharmaceutical, not that excited about that one. Carrie, I don't know if you know Insight.
I do.
We bought Insight. It's up 5% today alone.
Oh my God,
they reported earnings on October 28th. Really strong earnings, hematology, oncology, reasonable valuation, upper teens. Yeah. $18 billion company. That one, I really like the ad.
All right, I want to get to another call. Carrie, this is one of yours. Charles Schwab, price target raised from 130 up to 139, still overweight at Morgan Stanley.
Yeah, we've been overweight this stock for a long time, and it's really finally come into its own. It sells for 14.5 times or less on next year's earnings. It's now fully integrated the TD purchase. We see that $13 trillion in assets they have as a source of growth and enhancement over the next few years. All of the cash sorting is done. People have moved the deposits to where they want them. And we think as a broad-based institution on the financial side, we think Charles Schwab just offers everything that the consumers need.
Yeah, sure, it's pulling back about 1% right now. I want to go to one more. Costco named a top pick at Oppenheimer. Joe, you own this one and the Joe team.
Survived the rebalance, barely. Costco has one more quarter to really prove itself because from the momentum score, which we're looking at 12 months in, you had some really strong appreciation from 12 months ago that's going to begin to roll off. So the stock's been under pressure. It has not been working out well. This is definitely bifurcated from what you've seen from a name like Walmart.
Here comes the Bears. Here comes the Bears.
Costco were both working.
Here comes the Bears. Gap down on SPY. Come on. Please be the real direction. Please, with the fucking gap. Fuck the gap, please. Please don't fake me out. Come on. Time is 3:10. Oh, hell no. It looks bad. Bad but doable. Oh my god, they're fucking about to do this shit into really 345, 350 or something. I cannot fucking be in this shit. Fuck this. Palantir fucking going to the roof again. Every candle, every minute a heart attack, honestly. Every candle, every minute. This shit was a B-shaped profile. Now it's turning into a P-shaped profile in the middle. Candle started all the way at the top and they fucking ripped it down, and then they started from the bottom and then they built volume in the middle at the top. This shit is fucking unbelievable. Can't even make this shit up. So like, what happens into close, right? Does this thing rip up, or does this thing rip down like it's been yin and yanging, right? That's the fucking crazy part. Look at SPX, right? What were we talking about earlier in the day? The fucking market yin and yanging like crazy right now, right? Look at this shit, okay? Right? I don't even fucking know. This shit is retarded, okay? Down, up, down, up, down. Up, down. Okay. Anyway. Manipulation candle. What the fuck is this shit? 315. Bounce at VWAP, creating some fucking other. This shit is fucking stupid. It's right at the middle. This shit is stupid. It's right at the middle. Oh my god. Oh my. Palantir earnings 4:05 p.m. Time is 3:15. There is 45 minutes until market close. Palantir at the tippity top of the intraday channel, as well as the weekly channel. Guys, we have 178 people.
because of probably something. Let's hit the like button. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I am still in my SPX going through all this. And Palantir, I am playing earnings. At this point, I want lower than this shit. I'm waiting here, so at this point, I'm waiting for this 682.13. This is a long cycle, a long something going on. Okay, that's a lie. If it comes here, I'll probably leave most or leave all of it. Honestly, it was just so fast I could not leave. It was just so fucking fast, and my human greed literally got the best of me too. Candle is. I'm just gonna have a limit order set. Screw it. Palantir, I need back at 203.20 by 4 p.m. so that it could do its thing into earnings. Maybe the market can't even pull back because Palantir. Cancel. Candles are dancing on VWAP. Honestly, it's canceling whatever move it was doing. It is just hovering and waiting until a lot of. This is just. Tremendously. I don't even know how they have the power and no volume, just right at POC. I guess that's just the magnet of the day, right? J Powell, FOMC candle, swag bottom. Oh, we're constantly there. This is actually that candle. It's constantly there. That is disgusting. We've been using it for 3 days. Friday, Thursday, and Monday. I'm about to leave SPX. This shit is just true hoping now. It's just times 320. They might finally do it now, but I'm already in hefty for Palantir, so. This is true theta burning at its finest. Can't even describe how bad it is because we've been in this purple box for literally 4 hours since 11:10 in the morning. We went higher and we went lower, we went higher, we went lower, we went higher, we went lower. We never went below the box. But to be honest, the thing has been constantly going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down inside of it. And things like Palantir have ran to the tippity top on it. Time is now 3:20. There's 40 minutes left until earnings. 315 bounced to 320. 320 is rejecting in the first candle. Palantir. SPY is bounced trying to 320. This FOMC candle is actually giving me PTSD now, I'm not gonna lie. Anything below it, anything above it, dangerous as hell. And I can't believe that thing stuck for a couple of days now. So, straight up giving me PTSD as well. Time is 3:20. We hit the thing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like maybe 24 times. That's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 something times. 19 something times. 683.49. There's 40 minutes left. This shit is so sad. The MACD coming in bearish. Yet the candles are staying at the tippity top. Tippity top. Looking bullish into close or something. Yeah, that was earlier. That was good. The video to 210, and then it broke out above 210 to 211, and then it crashed down to 217 or 206. Sorry, 207, 208. So that is kind of good and interesting to see as well. Candle is trying to spike down at 320, and there's barely any confirmation. Nothing. They went lower from 1:45 p.m. into 2:45. 1 hour. 2:45 bounced to 105. 20 minutes. 305 went lower to 315, 10 minutes. 315 is bouncing to 320, 5 minutes. And there is 6 checkpoints left. I can't believe it. They ate it all on SPX. I cannot believe that. I feel like it's going to go up or down. But it is right in the middle after it spiked down a little bit. Palantir about to pull back to 2.0 something. I mean, that's the dumbest thing I've ever said. Palantir about to pull back somewhere here, I think 205, maybe 204. I think this is most likely 204 something, but somewhere under there maybe. Alright, here we go on SPX 6854. Candle coming in crazy on Palantir now as well. Gap down on SPO. Gap down and gap filled. Time is 3:25. 320 pushed lower to 325. Shit is a lot of times already. 325. I'm at 3.9k. I just need one nice candle down. Crossing the VWAP. 4k. Come on. Fucking finally.
So damn hard. Tiny ass profit. I just need a nice 2 candle down. Time is 3:25 for 2 more minutes here. And VWAP. That is sad. Time is 3:30 and 19 seconds. And it is bouncing at 3:25 right at VWAP trying. The MACD and volume is barely there. It's just up 2 candles and set up at this point. "30 minutes until Palantir, a moment of truth." Not worth the problems on SPX. Shit I'm doing. Palantir wilding out. 3:30. SPY is bounce trying from 3:25 to 3:32. Right in the middle of the purple range locked box. "30 minutes left." They really did nothing for the last 30 minutes. They went down, up, down, up, down, up. Alright, it's either the J Powell FOMC candle or 682.40 right here. Flip VWAP and go lower. 5 minute. Looking like it could do whatever too. 1 minute is literally the decider right now. Right now, right here, right now at VWAP under POC. Candles aren't trying. Abnormal cycle pushing lower at 3:30 trying. Candle switch happening. Pushing lower trying. Pushing lower. Bears are pushing lower right here. VWAP is trying to flip. VWAP is... Come on. Bears are flipping the VWAP south. I'm leaving 2 right now. 2.9K. I have 1 left. Here's a gap on SPY. They're going lower with the gap. They're still fucking waiting to break 245 or something. Palantir is continually trying to go up again. Every single time it tries to go lower, no matter what, in the 1, 5, 1 hour, whatever, it goes back up. It's actually horseshit. Market is under VWAP, under POC, under the J-Powell FOMC candle, deciding what to do. Bouncing at 330, trying. Algo range created right at VWAP at 330. Market deciding what to do real fucking quick. Cycle about to confirm and cycle about to happen right here, right now. Right, the bulls are in danger. They've been in danger since 1:30. They just fucking did this shit so goddamn slow. Right, how do I know that? Because of the purple box, because of the volume. Time is 3:30. 3:35 is here in 10 seconds. Candle switch is happening right now. Bears are about to push. Candle is fucking super bearish now. That shit is super bearish now. Just the MACD and the candle has to continue. That's it. GG's. GG's. Bears are here. I think it's gonna go here in 20-30 minutes, but just shite. This is algo range. What is this? Previous 4 p.m. close. I think it's the white line. Alright, bears are here. They're going to the bottom of the purple box. $335. They created an algo range at 330 and broke it lower into 335, and 335 is right back into the algo range to decide what to do. There's 25 minutes until 4 p.m. Let's hit the like button on the video before we head out today, folks. Hope you all had a beautiful Monday. Today was a beautiful, beautiful beginning to the week. Right, make sure you hit the like button. We have 164 people. Right, hit the like button before you head out today. Thanks. And I am out of SPX right now. I don't care where they're gonna go, but that was fucking cool. Okay, last SPX filled for $1,780. Out. Palantir earnings. I just could not leave earlier because that shit was literally the last 20 seconds and they did that and they came right back up and I was just sitting there fucking greed stuck, so I'm happy with this. 335, I just need Palantir to do its thing. Alright, the bears are the ones here. The bears are the ones that are in control right now on the 1, on the 5, on the 15. I don't know where they're going. Today was crazy. They ripped it down from pre-market high and they bounced it all the way up to yesterday or Friday and Thursday's POC, and then now we're back below our own POC. So
Who knows if it's bullish or bearish, but look at the SPX. This is literally what I called out. It might happen 45 minutes ago, right? Why? Because of last week. I said we're doing a yin and yang on the market right now, right? I literally drew out the picture, right? The realists, remember, I drew this out like this. I was like, this is crazy, going up, down, down, going down, up, down, up, down, going down, up, and I was like, watch us close like this, haha. You can't even make this shit up, right? Opposite day, opposite day, opposite day, right? Opposite day. It's just the setting, it's the environment. I see things differently. I clearly see things differently. Palantir, I don't know. I guess I'm seeing things differently. This is looking crazy bullish. Crazy bullish showing on Palantir. SPY is bouncing at 335, so they went lower than that low and then bounced it. I don't even care because that shit is literally greed. Right, it might do some computer stuff right now. They went down so slow. You cannot lie. They might have probably did that on purpose. I don't know. They might have did that on purpose. Time is 3:40. 335 bounced to 340 1 minute ago. 340 is at the algo range of 330 and 330, deciding whether to continue this bounce or whether to continue the rejection lower. Palantir is trying to break out of the HOD, go to moon. Showing. That's what it always does right before anything. Whether it really breaks the HOD or whether it rejects. Show an HOD. There's 20 minutes left until market close. My heart. Somebody pray for me. My heart. I'm fucking scared. It's beating. It's beating. My heart is beating. Boom, 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 boom. It's fucking beating. Right, 20 minutes left. $340. I would really not like to see a big Shrek candle or Yoda lightsaber candle. But it might be the case. It really might be the case. Well, I mean, I don't know. The earnings call might be bigger. I don't really know. I haven't done Palantir. I haven't done earnings in a fucking while. So, oh my lord. 4 minutes. Well, let's say 4 minutes. This video is 4 minutes long. We could watch this, I guess.
Now, according to the latest note from Morgan Stanley strategist Stephen Bird, we are likely about 49 gigawatts or so of power short to make all these AI dreams happen. Now, gigawatts can be confusing. Very.
Sorry, this is actually BS. We're not watching this. I'm just nervous, that's why. I'm just nervous. I'm just nervous. Palantir is up 3% for the day.
The IV on Palantir is 80 something percent. Tomorrow it will drop by 16% at the minimum or something. But that won't even matter. What matters is the 15% implied move, expected move, and the 18% real move compared to expected move. It's like 3% higher. So 15 to 18% difference we're about to see on this earnings. All the way from the tippy top at 206, 207. I'm hoping to God this shit opens at 188 tomorrow and then it goes lower into 180 by Wednesday or Thursday or something. Or 178. I would be up literally 100% on all my puts and I would be up maybe like $12,000. But that is a big if. So, big if. At 405, we're going to get a candle move. And then 5:30, I think. Something like that, earnings. $5 p.m. Earnings call. 405 candle probably move. %, 15% of 206 is holy shit. This shit is like Tesla times fucking 10 times worse. Fuck the Tesla earnings. This shit is like, oh my god. Man, I'm feeling like I'm about to see a big ass green candle. Fuck, I'm scared. Oh my god. It won't even matter what you say, ASO, right? We saw a big green and a big red on all major earnings and it didn't do anything to the market. It didn't do it. Oh no. What the fuck was that? 345. Go lower to 203. I said 3. Oh my god. Go lower. Oh my. Alright, 1 second. I'm hitting that. Alright. AMD is tomorrow, I believe. Market is closing. In 15. 4:05 p.m. 4:05 p.m. is when most things come out after hours. $3:45.
Takes us to our talk of the tape. What the final 2 months of the trading year will hold for investors. Let's ask our panel.
Red candle
CNBC
coming on
contributor,
SPY. Red candle coming on
New Edge Wells,
Palantir.
Cameron Dawson, and Invesco's
There might
Brian
be a push
Levitt.
lower to the
One and
previous
all.
day, 4 p.m.
Good to
close
have
right here.
everybody
I don't care.
Cameron, you first.
I'm in
we
Palantir.
seem
I'm
to be
not an
set up pretty
SPX,
well
but I
for
would
the
like to see
final
it go,
2
but I
months.
can't
Is that
fucking
how you
hold
see
that
it?
shit
Well, I
to
think
risk
when we
it too
put
much time.
together seasonality,
less
which
time.
we know is typically very
13
good
minutes
in
left.
November and December, you add in the fact that there still is signs of positioning just being neutral, meaning institutional investors
inside
are
that big
definitely
ass
not
candle.
absolute overweight at this point.
245.
And now you have this earnings lift where earnings estimates continue to get revised higher, which just means that it's a good backdrop for risk taking. So you're seeing cyclicals outperform defensives. You're still seeing high beta names outperform low beta names. So all of this suggests that there's a continued drift and chase higher.
What do you make of some of the talk about these divergences within the market? Brian, Jonathan Krinsky at BTIG has a note. Brian, I'll go to you on this. November could be a down month, he says. The S&P 500 hit an all-time high. This is last week. Yet 33% of its components are down 20% or more from their 52-week high, and 24% are within 10% of a 52-week low. We're all hyped up on where the hype is.
Right.
But everything else doesn't look that great.
Everything doesn't look that great. We have to remember that we've been in a soft patch for economic activity. We knew things were going to slow as we moved into this, through the summer, into the back half of the year. That was what a lot of the concerns over tariffs and a Federal Reserve that didn't want to ease. So you have not had a robust growth environment, and in a pretty benign, in a modest growth environment, investors tend to look for companies that can generate growth.
It looks
so
like the bears are still
into
here.
2026, some policy support from the Fed, some policy support from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Perhaps you start to see leading indicators pick up again, and there are valuations that are more attractive outside of the big names.
Does it matter at all what I just talked about, what Jonathan Krinsky cites? Remember that was that day last week or the week before where you had like the worst breadth day on an up day in like forever. You had the stocks we keep talking about, all AI all the time, looking great, and then a lot of other stuff under the surface doesn't look so good. Does it matter or not? Maybe it doesn't. I'm not asking. I'm not suggesting by asking the question like in a leading way, expecting you to say, yeah, it matters. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Well, I didn't. A couple months ago, you asked me a Krinsky question. I didn't know who he was,
Yeah.
and I said I didn't
And
know
you
who he was.
researched it.
Then I got crap about it, and then I connected with him. So now I do know who he was.
All right, good.
So I don't want the first thing I say after I know him to be critical of what he said. All I'll say is I'm not sure that I can predict subsequent 1 month market return with breadth indicators, consistently. I think what's going on is the big 8 companies, Broadcom plus the Mag 7, are 42% of the S&P market cap and 55% beta adjusted. So of course that's an AI market.
Bulls into close too.
These stocks are massive, and their volatility around earnings is massive. It's very hard to predict quarter to quarter. Think about Q1. The narrative was Meta's awesome and Google's missing it.
Bulls
now Google's awesome and
after
Meta's
they burnt the Bears.
So for you to consistently get in out of these, that's why we've been mostly saying let's keep around market weight and make big active bets elsewhere. I think the important thing about what Krinsky's saying, the number of companies that are lagging by 20% or more is really high versus history. So if you're a good short seller, or if you're someone who kind of has a long-only approach, you can really avoid the blow-ups, I think, better than normal. I think it's a better than normal stock-picking environment right now.
You had made the point, Cameron, that low quality has been leading.
Yeah.
Does that matter?
It does matter because it's a reflection of risk appetite, but it also matters because it tends to not last forever. Low quality is a here for a good time, not for a long time type of trade. And we learned that in 2020, 2021, and then these reversed completely in 2022. And so this market coming off the April lows has been absolutely defined by speculative, low quality, very high beta. Companies in the NASDAQ composite with no revenue, not just no earnings, but no revenue, are up 57% this year on average.
average. That's a function of clearly we're swimming in liquidity, but we
Bears are
also
pushing.
have to realize that when this reverses,
1 to
eventually,
5,
because it
15,
always
30,
does,
everything.
when this reverses, there will be significant downside in those areas.
But only in those areas. I mean, that if you want to talk about like similarities and differences between 99 and that period in the run-up and the creation of the bubble and then the blow-up, that's an area that maybe you could point to. What Cameron just said, all these companies, they don't even have any revenue, and they're up that much. Like, when do you have to pay the piper and show some revenue before you see those declines potentially hit the market?
I mean, I agree with Cameron that
I'm pretty sure it's going to previously 4
p.m.
p.m. close right now.
Happen with somebody stubbing their toe in this, or it becoming clear that artificial intelligence perhaps doesn't provide the capabilities that many expect it to. That's not my forecast, but at some point you'll have a trip up in here, and then the AI trade will extend once you have some.
It might data burn for 6 minutes, and then it might do it in the last 2 minutes at like 357, 358, and then just close it. It's close enough. It's close enough.
More on the Fed and the markets and your money with David Zervos of Jefferies. He's chief strategist, and Ali McCartney, managing director of U.S. Private Wealth Management, UBS. Ali, start with you, because you promised when you sat down, you said, Brian,
guys, we're going to go into full screen mode on Palantir in about 7 minutes.
What'd you bring?
Okay, here we go. So you just had a guest on that was talking about the tenuousness of CapEx and the investment that has to happen in this transformational
Most
catalyst.
likely,
if we look back at everything from the steam engine to telecom to electrification of the grid,
destination.
for an
it might
extended
be like
period
a
of time,
flash
for
hit
over
it
years, not over months, somewhere between 2 and 5% of GDP was spent on infrastructure to keep those things going. Right now, we're at about a year, maybe 2, of slightly less than 1% being spent. So when you think about the context of where CapEx is a bubble, all of that sort of relevant information, I think if we believe, and we were talking about this in the break, that we are making history and transforming and catalyzing something very new, scary and very new, that there is more to go, both in terms of CapEx and upside.
I love this view, because a week and a half ago, I was on Route 80 right here. Took Route 80, which is right here by CNBC. I flew across the country on an aeroplane. I landed and I got back on Route 80 outside of San Francisco. And I thought somebody somewhere made the decision, we're going to build highways across this country. We're going to spend a ton of money building asphalt into farmland. Is that kind of, David, what we're doing right now?
Up in the sky.
Insane cycle today on SPY. Insane cycle today on SPY. Look at this shit on SPY. What is this? Crazy, right? Rip down in a fucking rainbow.
Jay Powell
I don't even know what you call this shit.
Said a lot of things I didn't agree with, but one thing he did
about to
say
hit
I agreed
685.
with was that this is different than the 90s. These companies are making
like,
money.
what in the is
They
this?
have significant revenues. The concept is proven, and now it's a matter of scale and investment. And I think we are going to see, we have a very high probability of seeing a transformational AI trade, transformational tech trade that has with it a lot of creative destruction. And I think that's going to be the real issue for the policy.
I agree.
And said so much for 685 today, LOL. Yeah.
And we found that out. That's not my opinion. We found that out. The stocks went to zero. They realized there was no man behind the curtain cranking the wheel and making the thing. You referenced the Federal Reserve earlier. You might have heard me sort of quickly ask Steve Leisman, how does AI and all this money factor into Fed's thinking? It's got to influence them somehow.
You would hope it would, but I don't think it is. I think with the new Fed folks that will be coming in next year, it will probably play more of a factor, Brian. You've got more supply side thinking rather than traditional Keynesian demand side thinking. And that should have folks looking at it more like a Greenspan would have looked at it in the 90s, where he pushed back on the staff and he said, you know what? Yes, growth is strong, but we don't need to hike because growth is strong, because these are supply side driven.
He also said irrational exuberance in 1996. The market briefly wobbled, and it turns out it was like the wrongest thing ever said.
Yeah.
I mean, now he was 4 years later, he was right. But in Wall Street, that's wrong. If you're 4 months early, you're maybe 4 years early, you're totally wrong. But a lot of stocks keep going down, Allie. Like a lot of the consumer stuff.
I really just thought this was Pierce Morgan for a second. I think Palantir is here. It's the AMD before close. Into tomorrow, ran and rejected. That is interesting. Palantir is just Palantiring. Palantir is Palantiring and took close. $3.59 is $3.55. That is a boring ass close on SPY. Alrighty, here we go. It's a very, very long day on Palantir. $4.05 is here. This is the moment of truth. Market closing in 1 minute, 60 seconds. Come on, dump 15 fucking dollars, please. Dump $15 so my mom doesn't fucking hate me, please. Ah, shit. You know how pissed she's gonna get if this thing opens at 2:20 tomorrow? Oh my god. I'm not even gonna lie, I feel bad. Fuck me, I'm talking about. Just a psychological feeling that this shit sucks. Earnings sucks. I have to remember earnings sucks. Sucks. Oh my god. Please dump. Please do a miracle dump. Please do a miracle dump. My lord. Palantiri. Palantiri. Please tell me this was the moment that they were waiting for. Please tell me. Please. Go break this horizontal sloping support. Please. I'm gonna stream the Palantir earnings call if you guys want to stay for that. I think I have a lot of shit on this, so
I just don't want to look at the chart. Honestly, I'm getting the shakes right now. I'm really getting the shakes right now. I don't even want to look at the candles. I'm so fucking happy that this shit's not at 222, but I'm so fucking mad it's not below 200. So I am honestly terrified. Terrified, and I'm hoping and I'm praying right now. But what the fuck? What can I do right here? What can I literally do right here other than just literally suffer from looking at the candles? I feel like I'm fucking suffering. You know what I mean? I'm literally laid back in my chair and I have my eyes closed, face turned away from the screen, just talking to you guys with my eyes closed, but I'm fucking scared. I'm fucking scared. Somebody fucking DM me in the WhatsApp group what's going on or some shit. Alright, I'm not even gonna look at the. I'm kidding. I'm looking at the screen, but like, I ain't gonna lie, dude. I'm praying. I'm praying this shit dumps 4%. I'd be even happy with a 5, 3, 2. Oh my god. Oh my god. 3% dump is almost impossible. I really do want it. This is not testing. I don't even know what it's doing. I'm gonna walk away and go grab a snack, and I'll be back in 2-3 minutes. But yeah, I'm gonna be live streaming the Palantir earnings call. I just can't stream their music. I'll be copyright strikes, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. It says Amazon closes that record after $38 billion opening. I don't fucking care. Oh. Man, this is terrifying. MACD volume coming in and out. Volume coming in bullish now. Palantir open at 230 plus tomorrow, or open at 194 minus. What do you guys think? Alright, what do you guys think? Or Theta gonna kill everyone, expecting everything. $230 tomorrow, or 196 tomorrow, 194, or in between it all. Just right where we're closing at 208. I don't even know how they're gonna go lower with the earnings this good. Like, how the fuck are they gonna go lower when the call is going on? Like, are they just showing bullish right now into that? Like, I don't know, man. A lot relies on this though. Too much. Fuck. I am scared as fuck. 310. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared as fuck. Sorry, 425. 410. Okay, we're gonna erase this, erase this, erase this, and we're gonna just look at the after hours. I'm scared as fuck. HOD. LOD. Please. Please, fucking miracle. Everything is out of hands anyway. But 22 minus 8. 2. I'm so brainless. I can't do the math. Like, I'm kind of panicking right now. 22 minus 8. $14. Okay. All right. Plus 14. And then it did a minus 14. $30. It's a little bit more. So 16. And then 2, 2. So 20, 30, $34. What's 18%? 224. 40. There's no fucking way, right? 15% of 225. Let's be $33. Jeez. It already moved $30. It already moved more than $33. Fuck, I'm scared. I'm actually. People are trolling out now. There's not willing to shoot against the revenue story in the AI, says Goldman Sachs, Tony, whatever. They're fucking trolling on me, bro. As this shit comes out.
The AI trade, do you, even as the market has gotten increasingly top-heavy? You do. That is the call today from Goldman's head of hedge fund research, Tony Pasquarello. He's here at Post 9. That's your basis of the call. It's like, I know it's so top heavy, and I know it makes some people uneasy, but you got to stay with it. Is that like a decent way of summing it up?
I think it's fair. There's no doubt the market's top heavy. There's no doubt it's concentrated. We know this, right? 10 companies comprise 25% of global equity market cap. And it's been narrow, right? So here we are, November. You look back since the start of September, equal weight S&P's dead flat. Semis are up 25 or 30%. I'd say two things about this. Number one is, if all someone does is kind of lament the fact that we have a top-heavy market, you've missed an incredible opportunity set for the past
please,
years.
Please.
They are out there. They're out there because we've heard about it.
Fuck, I'm in fucking heavy. Please.
Right. And the second thing I would say is, we talked about this last time I was on the show. If you go back to start of 2009, and again, NASDAQ's up 16 of 17 years, and you ask, why did that happen? Only 10% of that is valuation. 90% was earnings growth or dividends. So quite literally, the stocks at the top of the index have earned their place, and I'm just not willing to shoot against the revenue story.
Because the most important point I think you make is the one at the very end of the notes that I have from you to our producers. Does this history book tell us that highly concentrated markets have to end badly, and you say no?
So I think any basic study of breadth, and people throw this term around, it's not obvious to me it's some particularly high quality lead indicator. You can look at long periods of market history. You can remain concentrated for a long period of time. It happened in the 90s, it happened in the 70s, and the history book doesn't tell you this portends a big sell-off. Sometimes it sets up a momentum reversal, some of the kind of rotations we've seen, but it doesn't tell you the market has to tip over necessarily.
when you have a day like we did, as I was discussing with the panel earlier, where you have like the worst breadth ever for an up day, somebody like you looks at that and what's the conclusion to
there's
that?
a Hindenburg omen going on right now, and the market is super bullish on it.
Index, it's obviously unequivocally bad news. I think the key is you just need to keep your eye on the ball, which is U.S. mega cap tech. Then I would take a step back and I would say, okay, if I want to be negative, if I want to take that as a signal to be negative to the market, I'm going to shoot against four big forces. I'm going to shoot against the Fed, so I'm going to violate rule number one. Okay. I'm going to shoot against an expected cyclical upturn in the economy. We believe that's coming in 2026. I'm going to shoot against all of this CapEx. As we know, that train just picked up more speed last week. And I'm also going to shoot against the flow of funds, which is every day we walk in the office, retail buys the market, and corporates buy the market. So, Scott, you and I have been around a while. It's really hard to pick tops. For my money, again, keep your eye on the
pray
ball
for me,
and stick with the
folks.
freight train that is
Pray
US
for
mega cap
me
tech.
that I don't cry, I don't die,
I think it was a
don't
concession
get
to reality,
screwed.
which is he has a very split
Don't
committee
get
who's
crushed
operating
because
without
I am going to get crushed at this open.
Our view is it's still highly
This
likely they cut in
open is
December. That
terrible.
makes 75
positions
for
are
this
gonna
year,
get crushed.
175, including the adjustment cuts of last year.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think it's highly likely? When he says
time is 4:30,
it's
this is
not
really
a foregone
terrible.
conclusion, and went out of his way to follow that up with far from
Bulls
it.
are.
Right?
Well, I think he was smart to buy
Day
himself
one.
5 or 6 weeks of optionality.
The
'cause
Bears
a lot-
are
every day is its own ecosystem.
destroyed.
Now, a lot can
The
happen in
Bears
6
are
weeks.
burnt.
But I think the point is this: we're at 3 and 7/8. I think
Look at
most
the
people
MACD
see
into the
neutral
after
as,
hour,
call it
like
3%. Everyone's
what
worried
is
about
this?
the labor market. So I don't know if it's Powell or the next person. I presume the next person will be on the margin more dovish than he will. But what I'm saying is, this is our
He said
forecast.
dovish?
There's a lot of roads that point to them getting to 3%.
Oh my
What do
gosh.
you make of the lower quality stocks doing well, the higher beta but lower quality? Does that concern you at
Palantir
all?
I think
earnings
some of it is
30
symptomatic
minutes.
of positioning. I think what we've seen in the
I am so
ferocious
doomed.
rallies.
I'm not
from
gonna
these
lie, I
stocks
haven't
is,
done earnings in
again,
a really,
people will
really
short
long
that,
time,
the
and this is
systematic
why
community
I
will
don't.
short that,
I stay
and the
away
retail
from
investor
earnings.
sinks
Like
their
this is
teeth
looking
into these
really,
as we saw in
really, really
2021.
bad.
You need to be
I don't
very
know.
careful.
Is it looking bad for bulls
it's not
too?
a high quality signal.
Can you guys? Is it looking
but
bad for
again,
bulls or is it looking bad
kind
for
of
bears?
flares
Like
up
this
every
shit is
now and
looking
again.
bad for
I don't
me.
think it changes the big ball that I laid out originally.
Be honest. What does this look like? Does this look bad? Does this look bad for me? Does this look bad for upside? Does this look bad for everything? I don't know. I guess it's looking bad for me, but somebody could say, you know, if somebody's targeting up there, they could say it's looking bad for them too. So I need to calm down. Oh my god. A lot of my things are expiring Friday, and if they open here at 208, if they open higher than 200, they're done. Not coming back. They're basically gonna lose 80% value, 60 something, 75% value. So I'm not even joking. I'm actually toasty if they don't go lower into earnings call. I am not even trying to be funny. A lot of my I put a lot in. I put a lot of my profits in. Crap. Palantir news coming up on
there's a lot to live up
CNBC
to
right now.
The valuation's big by any metric. The analyst community
I'm really
is
hoping right now on 200 sub
whether he's
somehow
at the high end
that
of
or on good
expectations
earnings.
or even the whisper numbers above that. So how do you assess it?
I mean, look, I just continue to view it. It's the gold standard when it comes to AI use cases. Look, from all of our work, 70 to 80% of every AI use case, Palantir is ultimately involved with. And when you put in, like, you're talking about in terms of the AI pieces of the puzzle, I think this is going to be $1 trillion market cap in the next 2 or 3 years. So in terms of the actual quarter, U.S. commercial business,
Wow.
that
People were
continues
saying
to
that
really
on
be the
Reddit,
story
but they're
here,
actually
because,
$1 trillion.
as you start to look, this is going to be ultimately
2-3
a
years.
$1-2 billion business. That's why I think valuation just over the next year, you miss what I view as really a transformational, almost historical growth.
No, but that's a lot of hyperbole around a story that you're obviously
Shawnee said all priced in. I thought that at 200, it went to 220. Like what?
Like how high does the growth rate have to be relative to where the valuation is,
CNBC
relative to a stock that's already up 170+% year to date?
They're talking
like,
about the same
orders,
thing. It's
like,
because
what
that
kind of growth
analyst
do they
came
need
out with
to show that?
$230 earnings.
I think U.S. commercial
$230
business
expected or whatever.
It to be an 80, 90, ultimate 100% grower. And I think when you start just to put numbers around that, I mean, Scott, this is something that was 25, 50 million that I believe now could be on a trajectory over the next 12 months.
I mean, it's right now, it's literally what it closed at, but like, if it goes anywhere, no, oh my God. I don't even want to think about it. I really need this lower than 200 tomorrow. I don't even want to be in this thing to Friday, I'm not going to lie. Right, if I'm in this thing tomorrow and the day after that, they're going to get me hoping, and I'm going to be hoping.
Well, the commercial's 45% of their sales. At this point.
Terrible.
Does that take the onus off of their reliance on government spending?
Yeah.
Palantir earnings might literally take all my profit away. I'm not going to lie.
80 and 90% of the valuation. So when you think about government
I'm
business,
talking
even though
about
shut
like
down and
2-3
obviously
weeks
that
of
could be a little
profits,
dent,
not even
actually
just
being
a
on the
couple of
federal
days. I'm
side,
talking
that's
about like
actually gonna be a
2-3
beat
weeks
relative
of
to all
profits,
the
and
high
maybe
AI
not 1 month,
projects that
but
we're
like
seeing from priority perspective.
a long
What the street
time.
focuses on here, it's all
I
about
should not
commercial. It's about this company
have
essentially
thought I was going to be like, oh,
the
easy,
whole
but like
software
this is
landscape.
crazy
And that's
now.
essentially what Cart and Palantir have done.
It's so interesting too. Like it's
so something I did not expect. Honestly, like I guess everyone was correct expecting bullish or something, because like
retail is so highly engaged with this.
earnings so good, right? They pop,
I mean,
they drop. So
I could go back. I mean, you've talked about the last few
it's
years.
bullish rather than bearish.
Hated this name, hated 20, despised at 50. You know, yells
Not
from the
good.
mountaintops at 100. I do think institutional has missed.
They closed at
what maybe
207,
retail
so
saw.
there's a
in
gap
terms
at
of
207.
the
Even if they
commercial
go
business,
lower
in terms
tomorrow,
of
they're going to
AIP,
come
that
back to
was
207
really
and gap fill probably.
transforming what
So
Palantir is going to be over the
I'm
coming
going to be
years.
destroyed
I do think
with
institutional now warming up more and more to it.
probably
because the reality
IV
is
crush
that you
and
cannot
data
just
probably
dismiss what
and
they're
gap
doing
fill. So
with essentially no direct sales
I don't know.
force. And I think that just
I'm just
speaks
feeling
to
all,
the
I'm just
demand that we
thinking
see.
all the negative things possible. But I mean, to be honest, they went lower than 4 p.m. too. So I guess it's not like full on bearish, but I am really feeling full fear right now. Maybe if it goes towards my way, it's overnight, I'll be like, yay, but like right now.
For a couple of years now, Palantir and Robinhood were the same chart. And that just
right
sort of
now I'm
shows
feeling
they're
full
just
fear.
drawing off the same kind of self-reinforcing mechanism of, hey,
this is not good,
because
right? I was feeling full euphoria for the last couple of days, and now I'm feeling full fear, and I don't like the fact that I'm like, feeling emotions left and right. It's just not something that I should be doing, probably. Just my psychological mentality is way better off not doing this crap.
It's a $500 billion market cap right now. That's a 1.6% free cash flow yield.
That is for sure. Future said the main problem is going to be the IV crush. If they go like way lower into Friday, I'm talking about 185, 180, 190, it wouldn't even matter with the IV crush, with the data, but the earnings is bullish, candles are bullish, everything is against me, so I'm hoping at this point, right? And there's no time, today is Monday.
Palantir get versus Snowflake versus Salesforce.com versus Oracle, but again, it's pieces to the puzzle. If you look, not just on hyperscalers, but Palantir, they're a core piece on the AI.
I'm just hoping on the fact that this should drop somehow into tomorrow, but like it could literally be that they stay up into tomorrow, into Wednesday, and then they do something into Thursday or Friday, or they do it into next week. I could be completely wrong with the timing, so honestly, everything is against.
For you. Palantir's results are out. It's a big beat and a raise for Palantir again. EPS adjusted, 20 cents per share estimates. Revenue also better than expected at $1.18 billion. For Q4,
if it goes to 180, 185, like I will be literally fine, but like even if they killed my thing all day today, it's just anywhere near 205, 200 up.
Beats in both U.S. commercial and U.S. government. U.S. commercial revenue
data. First of all, the thing has been bullish every single day. It's been eating.
Rule of 40. This is enterprise software metric that gets used. 114% now for Palantir. I spoke with CEO and co-founder Alex Karp, who told me he suspects these are the single best numbers ever printed in enterprise software.
He said what?
Palantir. I spoke with CEO and co-founder. Enterprise software metric that gets used 114% now for Palantir. I spoke with CEO and co-founder Alex Karp, who told me he suspects these are the single best numbers ever printed in enterprise software. Quote,
I think it was a watershed. It is a watershed moment where people who are just basking in their own narcissistic skepticism of Palantir, largely for reasons of laziness or ideology, have to really rethink maybe the ontology is the formative piece of software, maybe the FTE model, maybe being pro-American is actually
Mr. Karp is talking crap about me.
Those who will make money in AI will have chips or the ability to
Mr.
connect
Karp
that raw
is
data
saying
to the real
I
world,
did
meaning
wrong by
ontology.
going against.
He says Palantir remains focused on the U.S. It's now about 3/4 of revenue, saying, quote, we supply our product all over the world, but we're not in the business of doing remedial extra education for the rest of the world. We're in the business of helping the U.S., especially the average person, to participate in the
I imagined
creation.
160 sure, 180 sure, 190 sure.
In my discussion with him,
200,
the impact
207,
of AI on the economy
220?
and especially the
No.
workforce.
Never in
What
my
CARP refers to as
maybe end of the year, maybe into
GDP,
December.
meaning does the
But
average
things
worker
happen
participate
fast.
in these structural
Maybe
changes
I didn't know.
tied to
Palantir
AI
earnings was
and
coming
how,
up. Maybe I
and
was
John,
on
in
top of
terms of that,
Palantir
talking
earnings
about
that
this
much.
idea that folks that went to elite colleges and got
talking
these
about
elite
2-3
degrees
weeks out
were always seen
when
as
I was
very
on top of
valuable because they
Tesla
didn't have
earnings.
skills and they could go anywhere and do anything, and that
Things
now that
happen.
is reversing, and having skills and a highly specialized ability to focus in on something is going to be the non-commodity and mean more in this market and and be more valuable in an AI-driven world here. But you can see shares of Palantir are popping on this report right now, up about 3% here. And if you just keep going through the numbers, it's basically a beat across the board on everything.
She said, shares on Palantir are popping. Oh no.
Today.
Oh no. Oh no.
Finally, a platform.
Shares of Palantir are definitely popping.
Breath day that doesn't really seem to matter for the index trend.
Yeah. Mac, you want to tell me about Uber and the expectations there?
So, Scott, the street is bullish on Uber's Q3 print, with both Bank of America and UBS calling for a modest beat, fueled by strong rideshare demand and more users actively booking trips and placing food orders through the app. Even as DoorDash continues to take share, Uber's delivery category is expected to stay resilient. In autonomous driving, it is now central to Uber's long-term vision. Last week, Uber and NVIDIA announced plans to build 100,000 nearly driverless vehicles starting in 2027, a clear sign the company sees a future beyond human drivers. And while the AV race is heating up, UBS says the robotaxi threat remains muted for now. Plus, with rising membership in Uber One, analysts say its margins and user growth could both improve. Those shares up nearly 60% year to date going into earnings.
All right. Speaking of earnings, thank you, Mackenzie Segalis.
Man. Hope is real.
Today, the cryptocurrency higher to make the
hope is real. Hope on something spiking down real. Man. Do you guys not have thoughts? Like I asked what you guys think, up or down. I don't care. Just say whatever you want, up or down, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel confident. I feel scared. I haven't felt scared in a fucking long time, but I'm feeling scared. Plus 14, minus 16, and then going up and down basically $5, $4, $2, $3 to 4 p.m. close. No direction so far. This is no direction so far. Man, look, it broke out on top. Look, it broke out of the fucking wedge. Right, what wedge are we talking about? The weekly wedge. And then it broke down below it. Not broke down below it, but like it's back inside of it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I don't know. N-A-U-R. Nor. Please, 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 please. All right, guys, thank you all for being here with me so far. Right, with me through my scaredest moments. Please hit the like button if you have not already. I'm scared as hell. Please pray for me. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm really, really praying. I'm not gonna lie. I really am, and I keep saying that I am, but I'm just hoping that that shit helps. But honestly, what the fuck is that gonna do? Today's low at 201.92. Not good. 201.82. Please lose it and go to 201.82. I will cry. I will cry. Enjoy. And then I will not be able to go to sleep. What's the point of that? Because I have to sleep. But like, yeah. Oh my God. I have to leave too by like 5:30. But like, fuck. I literally can't leave until this shit. I'm stuck until tomorrow too. So. This is crazy. This is crazy. Alright, line from here to here. "15 minutes earnings." GT said Palantir is overvalued, even with earnings beat. All in hopes and promises will come back to earth very soon. Oh yeah. Alright, good, good. Man, that's what I thought, but honestly this shit went to the moon. Now I want it to go down into the earth moon, but like yeah. Come back into earth atmosphere. Sean said you'll be good, hopefully. They are grabbing liquidity or something down tomorrow. Yeah, that's my dreams, hopes and dreams. Down tomorrow, and then I had no worries into the rest of the week. But honestly, it's probably not going to be that easy. 207, definitely an important level for tomorrow, but even if they break the LOD here, it's like step 1 out of like step 21. Like it's not even like, it doesn't even mean anything. It actually means, you know what I mean? It's just good earnings, and then they're maybe going lower, but like it's so damn high up, it doesn't mean anything. It's nothing. It actually means nothing. Earnings is good, and the bottom of that spike candle is 205, so I'm more likely than not toast. More likely than not toast. But I'm hoping and praying. I don't know. I feel okay, but then I also feel like I'm kind of scared. And then, well, I am scared, but then I feel like I'm okay. And I also feel like I'm gonna get screwed at the same time. But here they go. Pushing for the floor. Maybe 410 breaking maybe here. Hope to God that shit breaks right now, right here, right now. I'm not gonna lie, hope to God that shit breaks right here, right now. Before even earnings, and then just make the shit bearish. Earnings is terrible. Unless it goes my way, then earnings is, unless earnings is the greatest thing in the world, but then, you know, that's only if earnings is fucking terrible. This shit is literally out of my reach, out of my control. Just watching the candles go big up, big down, and just literally sitting here, chilling. I'm scared. Please break the fucking floor. Please. Earnings crazy good. The euphoria crazy strong. And I shorted that shit into this Friday, so fuck me. Crazy fucking. I am fucking dumb. I am dumb. I am dumb. November 7th. Oh my god. I am dumb. I should have done next week. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. The bulls are coming at 450. Oh no. There's no hope. I'm pretty sure I'm destroyed. ETA 9 minutes until all hell breaks loose. ETA 9 minutes. I think you guys are about to see me eating a fucking hot dog off the fucking highway. Oh no. Oh yes, oh no. I have time into Friday. As long as they don't run this thing into 217, 220, I'll be fine. But honestly, I'm scared as hell. 210. Thing showing. Full on bullish. Even after earnings shit came out, so. All I can say is oh nar. Jason said piggies. Yeah, piggies to the slaughterhouse, right? Piggies to the baconator cooking slaughterhouse. Piggies to the slaughterhouse. It's so crazy bullish. Oh my god. 210. Oh my god. I am literally a baconator right now. I am literally oink oink. Oink oink. Wait, what is this? Is this a bear? Where's a bull on the bear? Shit. I'm getting oink oinked. Greedy.
Sir Alex Karp coming out in 6 minutes. Hope to God, fingers crossed, they eat the piggies. Just not me. They eat them piggies. And hopefully they give me leftovers. Someone said, what if they stock split? Is stock split a good thing or a bad thing? Are you telling me they're about to go to 270 or some shit? Because if you're gonna say that, I'm gonna just literally just smash my computer. Stock split's a good thing, right? Alright, we'll see. Going into earnings. Here goes Palantir. Earnings call. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh man. I have a lot on this shit. Is a large issuance good or bad? I'm seeing your chats now. Someone said maybe they will do a large issuance. I don't know, man. This is looking, I'm not gonna say the absolute worst, but it's looking up there. Maybe like 60% worse. 60% toast. 60% baconator toast. Crispy bacon. I don't know. Time is 5. I think they're gonna burn the Bears and the Bulls. But at the minimum, the Bears, this is... I'm hoping to God they burn the Bulls, but I don't know. This shit must be looking bullish. Visually, it must be looking bullish. Oh man, here they go. So damn futuristic, I can't even adjust the fucking audio. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh no, because the 410 didn't break the low.
be some magic. Magic. What a damn coin toss this is. What an absolute coin toss this shit still is. So many people bullish, so many people bearish on it. What the absolute gnar is this shit? Something just went bright.
We'll be discussing the results announced in our press release issued after the market close and posted on our investor relations website. During the call, we will make statements regarding our business that may be considered forward-looking within applicable securities laws, including statements regarding our fourth quarter and fiscal 2025 results, management's expectations for our future financial and operational performance, and other statements regarding our plans, prospects, and expectations. These statements are not promises or guarantees and are subject to risks and uncertainties, which could cause them to differ materially from actual results. Information concerning those risks is available in our earnings press release distributed after the market closed today and in our SEC filings. We undertake no obligation to update forward-looking statements except as required by law. Further, during the course of today's call, we will refer to certain adjusted financial measures. These non-GAAP financial measures should be considered in addition to, not as a substitute for or in isolation from, GAAP measures. Additional information about these non-GAAP measures, including reconciliation of non-GAAP to comparable GAAP measures, is included in our press release and investor presentation provided today. Our press release, investor presentation, and other earnings materials are available on our investor relations website at investors.palantir.com. Over the course of the call, we will refer to various growth rates when discussing our business. These rates reflect year-over-year comparisons unless otherwise stated. Joining me on today's call are Alex Karp, Chief Executive Officer,
Sir Alex Karp,
Chief Technology Officer, Dave Glazer, Chief Financial Officer, and Ryan Taylor, Chief Revenue Officer and Chief Legal Officer. I'll now turn it over to Ryan to start the call.
We had a monumental third quarter, shattering expectations yet again. Our overall revenue grew 63% year over year and 18% sequentially. We outperformed across the board, driven by strong execution in the U.S., which accounted for 3/4 of our business in Q3, growing 77% year over year and 20% sequentially. Our Rule of 40 score soared to an unprecedented 114, up 46 points year over year and a full 20 points since last quarter alone,
time is
reinforcing our position
5:05
as the defining enterprise software company of our generation. Our U.S. commercial business grew an incredible 121% year over year and 29% sequentially, driven both by insatiable demand and the quantified exceptionalism compelling customers to scale AIP across their operations. Organizations are embracing an undeniable truth. Real enterprise AI at scale requires Palantir. We're seeing that AIP, again and again, is the only platform delivering transformational impact in this market. And critically, AIP is the only AI platform that has an actual plan for compounding your enterprise's AI leverage, not just the model maker's leverage over you. Sharing this leverage with our customers is our highest priority. Our whole company is singularly focused around value creation for our customers, and I'm proud to share with you all the fruits of our labor.
Alex Karp's not even out and they're pushing
our
higher.
Highest
Oh, hell
TCV
no.
quarter ever at
Oh,
$2.8
hell
billion.
no.
Underlying this performance, we closed a staggering 204 deals worth $1 million or more, of which 91 deals were worth $5 million or more, and 53 deals were worth $10 million or more. In our U.S. commercial business, which now accounts for 34% of our overall revenue, we closed $1.3 billion in TCV, a milestone achievement for the fastest growing area of our business, with a more than 6x year-over-year growth rate on a dollar-weighted duration basis.
Government
The
contracts
trajectory
or
is
something?
clear. Customers are converting to larger enterprise agreements in short timeframes, reflecting both the expanding scope of their AI ambitions
contracts
and the immediate impact our software delivers. A leading medical device manufacturer signed a multi-year expansion just 5 months after their initial contract, increasing ACV more than 8-fold. 2 weeks into their initial contract, the conversation evolved from a single use case to pursuing the opportunity of becoming an AI-first enterprise. Their CEO approached me to embrace a shared vision for an enterprise-wide AIP deployment to transform their entire organization. This transformation reflects a broader pattern we're seeing across our customer base. AI is a strategic imperative owned at the C-suite level, with executive leadership recognizing that enterprise-wide AI adoption is the defining factor separating the AI haves and the AI have-nots. We're seeing C-suite-driven AI transformations across our customers. At a leading insurance company, the CEO has taken personal ownership of their AI transformation, meeting with our team regularly to orchestrate a company-wide transformation around AIP, reimagining every function from underwriting to claims processing, leading to a significant expansion of our work together. Our partnership with TWG Global, named Vergence.ai, continues to gain momentum, as TWG's Thomas Toll noted, quote, "What was once a competitive advantage is now a competitive necessity. Companies that fail to incorporate AI into their core operations will be outpaced by those that do." These examples underscore what we are seeing. We are the only platform bringing true transformational impact to the enterprise AI market.
And the MAC team volume looks crazy.
Turning to our
during
U.S.
after
government
hours
business,
every
revenue grew 52% year over year and 14% sequentially as we continue to deliver mission-critical capabilities. We remain deeply committed to our founding mission of supporting the U.S. government, honored by the privilege of equipping our nation with transformative software that actually works. We remain focused on delivering the most advanced defense capabilities in the world to the U.S. government and internationally to our allied partners around the world. The momentum we're carrying into Q4 is extraordinary. As we look towards the end of the year, our mission is clear: deliver the production capabilities that turn AI from promise into performance for the enterprises defining the future of their industries through AIP's compounding AI leverage. I'll now turn it over to Sham.
Thanks, Ryan. 20 years of grinding has built
Thanks,
a
Ryan.
moat and a growing lead. Our products were built for this moment, and the numbers continue to show it. Realizing value from AI in the enterprise requires the elegant integration of LLMs, workflow, and software. And this is only possible with Ontology. Our foundational investments in Ontology and infrastructure have positioned us to uniquely deliver on AI demand now and in the world ahead. The most significant product developments are the accelerating progress in our AI applications inside of AIP. AI FDE, our AIP native development agent that understands how to connect to data sources, how to integrate and transform data, how to create ontologies and functions and build applications. It's unleashing incredible speed and productivity for our FDEs and customer developers alike. At one customer, 2 human FDEs spawned an army of AI FDEs to migrate a customer off their legacy data warehouse in 5 days, something that would have taken an army of SIs up to 2 years. This is not a prototype, this is production. Across our customers, the results are shocking. AI HiveMind is a new AIP capability that orchestrates a swarm of dynamically generated agents to tackle hard problem solving, idea generation and refinement, and executable proposal generation that is integrated with Ontology and therefore aware of the context of your enterprise. AI HiveMind was originally developed to solve extremely complex problems in the classified space, but it's already been used to help our commercial customers identify bottlenecks in their supply chain, proactively developing possible solutions, and then leveraging AI FDE to code that up into an actual solution. In the government space, AI HiveMind is able to take its proposals and generate intricate mission plans right in Gaia and Maverick. Our focus with AIP continues to be enterprise autonomy, our normative view of where the value is for AI in the enterprise. HiveMind now lets the AI develop novel solutions to emergent challenges and to identify hidden opportunities. And the rest of AIP enables you to turn those ideas into an implemented reality. Closed-loop evolution of the business with AI possible because of AIP and Ontology. We continue to make investments that allow enterprises to extend AIP to the far edge. Edge Ontology is a new lightweight implementation of ontology that runs on mobile devices and enables customers to build mobile applications or embedded software for hardware, things like drones and robots, and is fully integrated with your enterprise's AIP instance. Turning to field-facing updates, the U.S. Army issued an official public memo directing all Army organizations to consolidate and centralize on Vantage, the Army data platform built on Foundry and AIP. The Army views this not merely as a technical decision, but a cultural decision, enabling the data-driven decision-making that continues to make our Army the most lethal in the world. This directive will enable the Army to rapidly sunset legacy systems and enable more investment in the Army's future force, concept, and systems. Warp Speed and the American Tech Fellowship, our early investments to support manufacturing and reindustrialization in America, are bearing fruit. While Warp Speed launched by helping new defense entrants meet their surging production goals, it's now being rapidly adopted across the traditional defense industrial base and the maritime industrial base. The second cohort of the American Tech Fellowship will be wrapping up in the next few weeks. We started the American Tech Fellowship because we noticed that many of our best builders were frontline workers. They don't come from conventional consulting backgrounds. They don't have formal computer science backgrounds. To highlight a few of these folks, Mason, a Louisiana-based civil engineer, is building AI applications for more accurate estimates for heavy construction projects, something that is only going to grow with our reindustrialization. Michael, who works for a potato farm in North Dakota, is streamlining its operations. And Cody from Georgia, who is a utilities expert, is building in Foundry to deliver safe, reliable energy across the South. These Americans are the true face of innovation, underscoring that it will be the American worker with AI that drives reindustrialization and American prosperity. Our customers have taken notice and asked us to create American Tech Fellowship programs for their employees specifically, to include Lear, who highlighted their fellowship in their recent earnings call. With that, I'll turn it over to Dave to take us through the numbers.
Thanks, Shyam. We had an outstanding third quarter, achieving a Rule of 40 score of 114, our highest ever, by 20 points. We also generated our highest ever reported revenue growth rate of 63% year over year, exceeding the high end of our prior guidance by 1,300 basis points and representing a 3,300 basis point increase compared to the growth rate in Q3 of last year. On the back of this extraordinary strength, we are guiding to revenue of $1.329 billion in the fourth quarter, representing 13% growth quarter over quarter, our highest ever sequential revenue growth guide, and 61% growth year over year. We're also raising our full year 2025 revenue guidance midpoint to $4.398 billion, representing a 53% year-over-year growth rate, an 8-point or $252 million increase over our full year 2025 revenue guidance last quarter. In addition, we're raising our full year U.S. commercial revenue guidance to an excess of $1.433 billion, representing a growth rate of at least 104% year over year, a 19-point increase over the guidance we gave just last quarter. Accelerating
all right, I'm back.
AIP continues to drive the outperformance in our U.S. business overall, which grew 77% year over year and 20% sequentially in the third quarter. Our U.S. commercial business grew 121% year over year and 29% sequentially, and our U.S. government business grew 52% year over year and 14% sequentially. We delivered these exceptional top-line results while also achieving our highest ever reported adjusted operating margin of 51%, exceeding the high end of our prior guidance by 500 basis points and highlighting the unit economics of our business at scale.
Please be priced in, man. Come on,
drove a 20-point sequential increase to our Rule of 40 score from 94 in the second quarter to 114 in the third quarter. On a trailing 12-month basis,
revenue's under $5 billion with a $500 billion market cap.
Turning to our global top-line results. Third quarter revenue grew 63% year over year and 18% sequentially.
Right. Amazon had a really bad something, and it was literally just worthless back then or some shit.
To $883 million. Excluding the impact of revenue from strategic commercial contracts, third quarter revenue grew 65% year over year and 18% sequentially, and third quarter U.S. revenue grew 78% year over year and 20% sequentially. We closed our highest ever quarter of TCV bookings at $2.8 billion, up 151% year over year. This eclipses our prior highest quarter of TCV bookings just last quarter by nearly $500 million. Customer count grew 45% year over year and 7% sequentially to 911 customers. Revenue from our largest customers continues to expand. Third quarter trailing 12-month
If I'm saved by Mr. Alec Carp,
increased 38% year
I
over
will
year to
just
82
start
million per
singing
customer.
the song of
Now
Alex
moving to our
Carp.
commercial segment.
Sir
Third quarter
Alex Carp,
commercial
put some
revenue
respect
grew
on his name.
73% year
I
over year
will.
and 22% sequentially to $548 million. This is the fourth consecutive quarter that revenue from our commercial business has been larger than our U.S. government business. Excluding the impact from strategic commercial contracts, third quarter commercial revenue grew 77% year over year and 22%
Palantir
sequentially.
has the strength
We
of the
closed
fucking
$1.4 billion
US
in commercial
government.
TCV bookings, representing 132% growth year over
The
year.
strength of
and
the US
32%
government.
sequentially.
This shit is so damn
AIP
strong.
continues to drive existing customer
Oh my
expansions
god.
and new customer conversions in the U.S. Third
Oh
quarter
my
U.S.
god.
commercial revenue grew
Palantir about to
121%
fucking
year
ruin
over
me
year
at this
and
rate.
29% sequentially to
It's actually about to
$397
ruin me
million.
at this rate.
Excluding revenue from strategic commercial contracts, third quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 126%
I don't want to fucking
year
jinx
over year
myself,
and
but please go
29%
down. Oh my
sequentially.
god.
In the third quarter, we closed $1.3
This thing
billion
is
of
up
U.S.
so
commercial
much.
TCV bookings, representing growth of
208. Like,
342%
what? It's gonna be at
year over
208
year
for 2
and
weeks.
surpassing the billion-dollar
Like
mark
AMD.
for the first time.
Oh my
Over
god,
the past
that's the
12
worst
months,
thing ever.
we closed $3.8 billion
Imagine
of
this
U.S.
thing stays
commercial
at
TCV
208 for
bookings,
another
a
fucking year.
217% increase from the prior 12 months, highlighting the demand for AI production use cases. Total remaining deal value
Sir
in our
Alex
U.S.
Carp,
commercial
come
business
out.
grew 199% year over year
Sir
and
Alex
30%
Carp, come out.
sequentially. Our U.S. commercial customer count grew to
Palantir
530
beats earnings
customers,
by.
reflecting growth of 65% year over year
Sorry, the
and 9%
news is
sequentially.
Palantir beats earnings
Third
ninth
quarter
straight
international
quarter.
commercial revenue grew 10% year over year and 5% sequentially to $152 million.
Oh no.
For international commercial business, we continue to capitalize on targeted growth opportunities in Asia, the Middle East, and beyond, but remain focused on accelerating the growth in our U.S. business. Revenue from strategic commercial contracts was $2.9 million for the quarter. We anticipate fourth quarter 2025 revenue from these contracts to be between $2 to $4 million, compared to $9.6 million in the fourth quarter of 2024. We anticipate 2025 revenue from these contracts to be less than half of 1% of full year revenue. Shifting to our government segment. Third quarter government revenue grew 55% year over year and 14% sequentially to $633 million. Third quarter U.S. government revenue grew 52% year over year and 14% sequentially to $486 million. This growth was driven by continued execution in existing programs and new awards, reflecting the growing demand for AI in our government software offerings. Third quarter international government revenue grew 66% year over year and 16% sequentially to $147 million, bolstered primarily by our continued work in the UK. As previously mentioned, we closed our highest ever quarter of TCV bookings at $2.8 billion, up 151% year over year.
2.8.
Net dollar retention was 134%, an increase of 600 basis points from last quarter.
Oh no.
Expansions at existing customers.
All these numbers are making my damn head hurt. Oh no. Market trying to go up on that.
As net dollar retention does not include revenue from new customers that were acquired in the past 12 months, it does not
Please
yet
be
fully
priced
capture
in.
the acceleration and velocity in our U.S. business over the past year. We ended the third quarter with $8.6 billion in total remaining deal value, an increase of 91% year over year and 21% sequentially, and $2.6 billion in remaining performance obligations, an increase of 66% year over year and 8% sequentially. As a reminder, RPO is primarily comprised of our commercial business, as it does not take into account contracts with an initial term of less than 12 months and contractual obligations that fall beyond termination for convenience clauses, both of which are common in most of our government business. Turning to margin and expense. Adjusted gross margin, which excludes stock-based compensation expense, was 84% for the quarter. Adjusted income from operations, which excludes stock-based compensation expense and related employer payroll taxes,
Please do
was
something
$601
down.
million, representing adjusted operating margin of 51%. Q3 adjusted expense was $581 million, up 8% sequentially and 29% year over year, primarily driven by our continued investment in AIP and technical hiring. We continue to expect expenses to increase in the fourth quarter as we remain committed to investing in the product pipeline and the most elite technical talent, all while delivering on our goals of sustained GAAP profitability. Third quarter GAAP operating income was $393 million, representing a 33% margin. Third quarter GAAP net income was $476 million, representing a 40% margin. Third quarter stock-based compensation expense was $172 million, and equity-related employer payroll tax expense was $35 million.
Come on,
Third quarter
please.
GAAP earnings
Sir
per share
Alex
was
Carp,
18
please.
cents.
Come on, sir.
Third quarter adjusted earnings per share
Sir.
was 21 cents.
Please. Oh.
Additionally, our combined revenue growth
No,
and
the
adjusted
RSI
operating
is.
income accelerated to 114% in the third quarter.
Look at the
to a Rule of 40
RSI.
score for the prior quarter and our
Oh my
ninth
gosh.
consecutive quarter of an expanding Rule of 40 score. With the increase in our 2025 revenue and adjusted operating income guidance, we are now guiding to a Rule of 40 score of 102% for the full year. Turning to our cash flow. In the third quarter, we generated $508 million in cash from operations and $540 million in adjusted free cash flow, representing margins of 43% and 46% respectively. Additionally, we achieved $2 billion in trailing 12-month adjusted free cash flow.
Oh no!
Through the end of the third quarter,
Holy
we repurchased
shite.
approximately 2.6 million shares as part of our
209.
share repurchase program. As of the end of the quarter, we
Not
have
losing
880
209.
million remaining of the original authorization.
Holding 209.
We ended the quarter with $6.4 billion in cash, cash equivalents, and short-term U.S. Treasury securities. Now turning to our outlook. For Q4 2025, we expect revenue of between $1.327 and $1.331 billion, and adjusted income from operations of between $695 and $699 million.
Oh, shit.
For full year 2025, we are raising our revenue guidance to between $4.396 and $4.400 billion. We are raising our U.S. commercial revenue guidance to an excess of $1.433 billion, representing a growth rate of at least 104%. We are raising our adjusted income from operations guidance to between $2.151 and $2.155 billion.
Oh, hell no.
We are raising our adjusted free cash flow guidance to between $1.9 and $2.1 billion. And we continue to expect GAAP operating income and net income in each quarter of this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex for a few remarks and then on.
Sir Alex Carp, Sir Alex Carp, please help me. Sir Alex Carp, please help me. Oh, hell no.
Normal or even reasonable standard. These are not normal results. These are not even strong results. These aren't extraordinary results. These are arguably the best results that any software company has ever delivered. And it's
hell no.
Despite what your analyst friends may want you to believe, because they've been wrong at every price, they're wrong on every single round. But of course, they're persuasive.
He's talking shit.
And they're not investing their own money.
He's talking shit.
A normal enterprise company should not have a Rule of 40 above 100. A normal enterprise company at our base should not have over 100% U.S. commercial growth. Should not have 77% growth in the U.S. And by the way, that growth is being held down by a stagnant Europe, which is still a significant part of our business. So the pure unvarnished numbers are 77% growth off of a massive, significant base with very significant cash flow, with a company that throws off a Rule of 40 of 114. And then if this world was at all sane, every single person in the financial world
he said the word sane.
Say,
oh my God, he said the word sane.
How did a company which stood by the American warfighter,
he said the word sane.
Special operators,
it must go down now, right?
People in clandestine services,
Sorry,
who
this
stood
is the
up for our right of free speech and was really the first company to be completely anti-woke. How did this company stick up for the American warfighter, actually give normal Americans venture quality results? So one of the issues we have with the arbiters of truth is it was the American worker that we supported and the American worker that we helped make rich. And the arbiters of truth somehow did not participate in that because they were such experts. And of course, but what these numbers show is doing that and taking the American worker along with it, and doing it in a way that foreshadowed the future.
Oh my God, please,
making each specific institution, making the American warfighter fight the way the American warfighter is born to fight.
Somebody out there.
Empowering the tenants.
Press the damn button. Break 410.
And having the ability to do creative things in the battlefield.
Press the damn button.
And then taking enterprises, instead of selling them commodity parasitic software with a massive sales force, with a kind of lumbering, jargon-bearing leaders offering you steaks and dinners.
He looks like
and
Bill
other
Nye, the
things we
science
shall
guy,
not mention, in
but
order
are
that
stuck.
you turn the value, the high value
Palantir leader.
revenue of your
I love you,
enterprise
Mr. Alex
over
Carp.
to them
No
in return
disrespect.
for these accolades.
I'm just saying this
We've
out of
created
entertainment.
direct
Thank you, Mr.
alignment
Alex
with
Carp.
our customers. And what does that mean? It means when our customers have a unique and tribal way of doing something, whether it's underwriting or fighting or making workers even more valuable, we put an FDE, we orchestrated an ontology, we take the tribal understanding of their business, the specific nature of their business that makes them particular and valuable and lethal, and we empower that. And how do we participate in that? Unlike seemingly in the most obvious way, we are downstream from the value creation. So when you see 141 or you see 77% or 63 and you ask, and by the way, really
when I'm older,
a workforce
am I going to look that cool?
Not growing in any way linearly proportional
with the
to
hair
that
and
growth,
everything?
and also with a sales force which is declining, which seems improbable.
That is the question I want to know.
The reason why that's working is because we are making our clients more money, or we're making them more dominant on the battlefield, and they're paying us a subset of that.
Wow. He's talking
and
about the
this
U.S.
is why these
government.
numbers are so extraordinary. The
Oh,
sociological
no.
and political version of this should be, wait a minute, how can we learn from this? How can we implement institutions? By the way, we have all these people talking about an AI bubble. I'll tell you what 114 proves. There is a massive part of the AI market that actually cares about value creation, and that's the part we own. And we own that part because to do this, you have to have FD orchestration, you have to have ontology, and you have to have foundry, and you have to have access to the game. And you have to have deep understanding of how to do that. And you have to have done this for a very, very long time with products. By the way, and then the products are getting better and better and better and better. And I'll let Sean talk about what we're doing on the battlefield to the extent that we can, but you see the very similar trajectory where we're giving America, both in industry and in government, a massive unfair advantage. And again, you see it, like if you look at our numbers, look at how poorly Europe is doing. Look how well America's doing. Look how we're doing this. And again, it's not just top line. The rule of 114 that we have shows top line and bottom line growth that is distinctive, massive, and unique. And on top of everything else, there is this issue in the U.S. that we're all focused on at Palantir, which is what portion of the GDP growth that we're blessed to have in this country, meaning GDP growth defined or helped out and bolstered by AI, what percentage of that is available to the American worker? And so when we're AI GDP availability for the American worker, meaning do they participate in this growth, or is it just people around this table who are getting richer and richer? And then you see our platform on the battlefield, as Sean was mentioning, the people doing the coding in AIP are vocationally trained, smart Americans with specific knowledge. They don't have, and actually, and the people on the factory floor, very same thing. People across the nation, truck drivers, anybody with specific domain expertise is more powerful, more valuable in our product than they were yesterday. In fact, the real misalignment of AI is with people with commodity, like high-trained elite institution, general specialist. That's just not as valuable as it was. And yes, the destructive, positive destruction of capitalism is going to put that class of people, typically the class of people that also is kind of skeptical of Palantir, under enormous pressure. But it is what I see in these numbers, and what I think we see in these numbers is, to put it slightly over the top. Well, yeah, we were right, you were wrong, and we are going to go very, very deep on our rightness because it is exceedingly good for America. It's exceedingly good for the American economy. It's as good for American workers.
Why does he keep tapping this table? Why?
And seeing some analysts explain why some other company is better than ours simply because they didn't make any money on our company, and probably aren't. And we're just going to keep going and going and going. And then we're obviously not going to forecast for next year, but I would say, if you're thinking about how this company is going to go, look at our ability to value create. Look at our ability to create revenue on the top
Stop
end.
tapping.
Look at it. Look at the unit economics of our business. If you're a technical expert in how do you evaluate business, evaluate those numbers against any other business you've ever seen, and then make your decision. But yeah, I'm wildly enthusiastic. I think we're wildly enthusiastic. And thank you for those of you who stayed with us to enjoy these numbers, especially Palantirians who work day and night to deliver these kind of numbers.
Oh, hell no. Did he
Thank you,
not
Alex.
just say that?
We'll now turn to questions from our shareholders before opening up the call. We received a few questions asking, what do you see as Palantir's unique differentiator that others may not understand?
Well, Alex mentioned a bit of this here. You know, it's become fashionable actually for lots of companies to start hiring FTEs. The Financial Times had an article about how it's the most popular new job title. But what you see is that they don't really understand it. It's just mimetic.
Hell no.
Everything Alex you said, like we build software that works, not software that ought to work. We build software for the world as it exists.
Hell no. Go down. Hell no. Hell no.
No. What's true,
Go down.
That comes
Hell
from the
no.
FTE. Our measure of success is not did we sell the software, it's did we solve the problem. And we have built an entire software stack over 2 decades.
$18 down.
Downstream of creating value for our customers. That led to the ontology a decade ago, more than a decade ago, which is a fundamental.
It's literally at where it closed. Like, what?
And this past year, it led to AI Hivemind and AI FD.
It's literally at where it closed.
The other thing, which is implicit in that is the way we work forces us to go up the chain of complexity every day. So we're taking on the most painful, most integral, most valuable parts of the stack in every enterprise. And it's precisely because that's the way we actually lever our ability to deploy and orchestrate FDEs. That's the way we make our product stronger. And quite frankly, that's the way we produce these numbers, because the closer you are to the front line of the very complex problem that a black box was not meant to solve, cannot solve, and at this point everyone knows a joke to believe it could solve, that's where you, and by the way, it's the safest position for us, because this company, we will always believe that we are outsiders. We need to be in the place where the most valuable problem is being solved, because that's the way we end up staying, solving the problem tomorrow, and the way we get paid.
Thank you both. Our next question is from Dan with Wedbush. Dan, please turn on your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt.
This is the company that gave them a $230 price target, guys.
Which one?
Analyst.
And then with the actually.
They gave them a $230 price target. Pre-market.
Dan Ives, we don't see you.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, great. Look, obviously another monster quarter for you guys. Congrats.
Biased ass question. Hell no.
My question for you is, for Alex and the team, can you just walk through just the accelerated sales cycles that you're seeing from so many companies that have gone to the boot camps? Like, what surprised you from when they come to you at that first sort of contact to now actually launching
Come on,
deals?
this is no way.
I mean, maybe you could talk about that just in terms of everything you're seeing.
Great, thanks, Dan. So I think, we look at U.S. commercial. We closed $1.3 billion in TCV at 6x on a dollar-weighted duration basis from what it was a year ago. And of those deals, 83 were worth $1 million or more, 40 were $5 million or more. 21 deals were $10 million or more. I've been involved in a lot of those directly. I'm feeling exactly what you're asking on the ground from customers. And what's happening now is from the C-suite across the company, customers are coming to us looking to not just say, let's do a use case. The customers where we're having the most impact are coming to us saying, how do we deploy this across our entire organization? How do we reorganize our entire organization around Palantir and AIP? And that's what's happening on the ground. And we're singularly focused on delivering the value to the customers, and that's our goal.
Thank you all for being here and watching the earnings with me, guys.
Ryan is like
I'm scared
really
tomorrow.
very much on the front line here.
I'm scared into the week. I don't want
to
take a loss on this shit, honestly. I feel like I'm going to stay until Friday and figure it out.
The customers who've approached us very quickly want to move to, how would I change my enterprise to express it in a way that's most valuable according to my terms in your product? And then literally want to reorg. A shorthand version that we often use is you used to have to take your company private to change the unit economics of it. Basically, just like we're providing venture results, high-end venture results to normal investors in the last couple of years, what we're doing actually in enterprises is providing a private equity-like transformation in the public markets, in the public space, under the current leadership.
It was up there for
And that's
literally 1 minute.
essentially
Like,
what
this makes
our
no sense.
best, and by the way, the other thing Ryan would tell you about is our newer clients have much higher expectations of us. Like, they're like, essentially, I want to transform my business. I want to do it in months. I want to do it in the public eye while being in the public market, mostly not
I'm about
exclusively.
to go eat some ramen
And I
noodles
want
like
you
fucking
to not
Naruto and
only
just
do the
think about
product
life and
side, but
ponder.
also tell us, how would you actually implement AI,
I go to
Foundry,
work or
Ontology,
something.
FDE model, and archival
So
knowledge
late,
to
but
do
I
that?
don't
And
even
you
think
know,
I can
it's
go
a
to
completely
work
different
mentally
game.
like this.
We used to have to beg and plead to be
call out or
like,
some
when we
bullshit.
first started talking, we were begging and pleading to be at the margin of a problem that could affect a subset of the business. By the
tapping,
way,
keep tapping,
Sham,
keep
you know, it's like, unfortunately, he can only tell you 1% of what he's involved in.
Holy
but
crap.
this is like exactly the same in the U.S. government around the world. It's like the things that we're sitting on and working on are like crazy, crazy important, and they're not downstream of the problem. They are the problem, and we're reshaping them.
For a week and a half, Palantir has been running and running and running and
Thank you
running and
both.
running.
Our next
for a week
question
and
is
a
from
half.
Mariana with Bank of America. Mariana, please turn on your camera, and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
This is the 1 month chart.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Right.
So I'm gonna do, as usual, a couple of questions.
1 month
one
chart.
On commercial,
This is
one on
since
defense or
October
government.
22nd.
On commercial.
On
I'd like to
2,
follow up to
3,
Dan's
4,
question.
5, 6,
And
7, 8,
let's see
9.
if you can discuss what changed from a behavioral perspective,
A
from
week and a half.
perspective, to see this accelerated
joke.
appetite to incorporate Palantir, to
Look
not
at how
only
fuck.
accelerate
Sorry,
on
I'm
how
sorry
many
for my
customers
language.
you
I'm
have,
so sorry
but
for my
also
language. Look
existing
at how
customers how
high.
to go up the value chain. And what changed internally as well? We recently saw in a visit these like AI agents or AI FTEs. Like,
This is
how
a
are you
nightmare.
incorporating tech internally to be able to accelerate and catch up with that demand? And on the government
This is a nightmare.
US
I can't go to
government
sleep
up
today anyway.
50% plus.
This shit's a
really
nightmare. I have to
impressive.
watch
And
Palantir all
how do you
night.
think
It's just a
about
fucking nightmare.
opportunities like Golden Dawn going forward, piling up to this?
This shit's a nightmare.
Well, you guys
Fuck.
want to answer these questions? I think that there's
Yeah,
an external
answer.
one, which is
Time
like, what
is
does it feel like? That's clearly you. The internal one
5:35.
is
I'm
a
so
really
doomed.
subtle question.
You gotta drop
and I think
$15.
you got in there, and then obviously we have Sham.
All my contracts
time
are
on it.
gonna lose value, and I'm.
Yeah. Well, do you want to start with commercial or?
Sure. Yeah, I
Gotta be
think
waiting till
on the
fall.
external, I think it's
Candles
like
are trying
going deeper and
green. I
deeper
mean
and
red.
more and more,
Candles are trying
like,
red.
tangible results.
Make the
with
red.
customers
Come
where
on, come on. Candles are
there's a network effect
stacking.
incoming, like customer sharing impact that we're having and direct impact we're having with customers. Customers are seeing as we, it's a continuation of what we've been doing, but going deeper and deeper with the customers on that impact. And I think that, what we're seeing is more and more are now coming to us saying, and the ones that are most impactful are coming to us saying, let's do more.
Ryan is our best at being a wonderful. I'll just give a vulgar version here.
It's barely moving, actually.
Our clients realize the choices suck, basically, and they've tried a lot of stuff. It hasn't worked. And then we're in so many verticals. Let's just say we're in vertical 252, and we dominate for one customer. People see that.
Palantir has destroyed.
And then they're like, oh, well, I'll try this
the
with
people
some, I don't know,
that have shorted
knockoff
against it for the
half-baked
last
thing.
half a
It's
month.
just like, and then a lot of people really still don't understand that are still trying to do this long
Unbelievably strong
migration where,
using it.
LLMs are going to perform as if they're LLMs and ontology and as if the LLMs were not a commodity. And then, but then in the marketplace, they see the final result of someone else using ontology, Foundry, FDE. And now it's like, wait a minute, I'm paying hundreds of millions of dollars and getting nothing. And the person down the road I kind of look down on is way ahead of me, and their unit economics are transforming overnight. And that just shifts the whole conversation. Because then we're like, okay, well, if you want it to work, you're going to have to do these 5 things. And these things are like, you're going to have to.
I like how he
talk to
looks,
Ryan,
though. I
and you're gonna have
cannot
to,
lie.
know,
He looks
occasionally
like a
meet with me, and
boss.
you're going to have to actually allow us to come in with engineers.
not gonna lie.
We're going to have to actually
His
work
outfit,
on the problems
his hair,
that are valuable
his
for your
glasses.
business. And also look at the costs that are dragging you down. By the way, the
Mr.
cost
Alex
for
Carp.
most businesses
Mr.
is
K.
not just the actual money they're wasting. That wasted money creates an ecosystem of waste. They're talking to all these vendors
That's really
all the
bothering
time
me
about
how he
all these
keeps
things
tapping
will
the
never work
table.
instead of solving the problem. It's like, and so getting the pathogens out of their business is a
I
real
wish
issue.
I got
and
into
now they're
Palantir at 80.
really
I
driven
wish.
into doing this.
I'm not gonna
And
lie.
and then on the internal
thing
front, I would say,
so much
it's just
since
we
last
have to
year.
double down The most important thing for us internally is with all this success, we do not want to give up the unique attributes of Palantir and somehow purchase fake ways for us that are artificial for us. And so making sure we are very, very close to the problem and making sure everyone here, like if you heard our internal dialogue, it's much more like, who's on the factory floor here? What are we doing internally? How do we make sure our products are better and better? How do we make sure, say, Sham, who's a savant at going around and figuring out what the underlying tech issue is.
Look at the MACD.
How are we making sure we have the best product team and the very, very
look at the
exact fit
MACD.
for every single deployment across our deployments that we care about, especially mission deployments, which we highly overvalue in terms of our time and energy.
This is, dude, this is
How do you make
crazy.
sure Palantir stays as tribal
Oh my
and
gosh,
purpose and
you
unique
cannot
as
make
it was
this up.
20 years ago? How do we double and triple down on that? And how do we recruit the
I
right
don't know.
people?
I can't
And-
see this
and
thing
then
not go
internally
down.
we have, look,
Maybe that's
we
just
power
me.
ICE, we power efforts to defend
It's
American
the
Ukraine,
MACD RSI is
and
so
with
so
allies.
over
We're on
by.
the front line of all adversaries, including vis-a-vis China.
Maybe that's why I couldn't go up on that, but like, wow, it is so over by.
We've supported Israel. Okay, these are very controversial. I don't know why this is all controversial, but many people find that controversial. Okay, so how do you align people to focus on these things in a way that is actually beneficial for us and our clients? These are really hard and tricky issues that we spend a lot of time. I would say as an overarching thing, because what we found is the more we focus on our internal dynamics, the better.
Bulls are defending the 4 p.m. gap, 4 p.m. close.
And we have 77% growth.
Bulls are defending the 4 p.m. close, 4 p.m. gap strong. Spike candle tried to go lower, but it could
Please tell
not.
that to some of your friends. I don't even understand how
What
they
do
can
you
look
say?
at these numbers and not drop the key out of their Motel 6 and just like say, you know what I mean? They're bombastic numbers. But it's like internal focus.
I'll make the mistake of trying to follow Alex there and just say on the internal side with AIFDE, that's why we actually originally built it. You know, our headcount has grown roughly 10%, but revenue grew 63%. How are we doing that? You know, we've made our FDEs wildly more productive.
I am so.
And, I mean, so much so that we decided to give it to our customers, and we've started to make our customers more productive.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
When you have
I'm
a
gonna
note
end the
like
stream in like
the
5-10
Army Vantage
minutes.
note, where the Army's consolidating into the Army data platform. You now
I think
have
the
an
earnings are gonna
army,
end soon.
literal
I'm just trying to
army
see
of
if there is a
green
move
suiters who
or
need
not.
to become proficient developers in the software. And you have a generation of green suitors whose first interaction with the software is going to be with AIFDE. They're going to be superheroes on day one. I think it's accelerating adoption, it's accelerating understanding, like the depth of adoption, not just are you using it, but how much of it are you really using, how much of it can you understand? And then quickly on your comment on the U.S. government business, like, yeah, the number of opportunities out there are great. I can't comment on all the opportunities you mentioned there, but whether it's NGC2, the continued growth of Maven, I mean, we have.
I don't even know how much they can pull back into Friday. This shit is so bullish.
The Middle East and in our own
Let's look at the
hemisphere
higher
right now.
time frame real quick.
And things are getting a little spicy in Africa.
By the way, let me say something slightly political. And I'm not saying other people agree with this, but when people are attacking our soldiers,
at least it's not at 222.
I want people to remember.
Wow, at least it's not at 222. That would have been game over.
Instead of 60,000
honestly,
working class
but-
people,
oh
we'd be
my.
dropping a nuclear bomb on whoever was sending it from South America.
Wait, what happened?
So
What
it's
happened?
slightly like
What happened?
at Palantir, we are on the side of the
What'd he say?
average American who sometimes gets
Yes,
screwed
sir.
because all the empathy.
God bless
goes to
America.
elite
God
people,
bless
and
the
none of it
United
goes to
States
the
of
people who are
America,
actually
folks.
dying on our streets, and that's why.
All right,
it's like,
everybody,
when
have
you
a
an
beautiful
open
day.
border,
Everyone say
it
God bless
means that the
America.
average
God bless
poor
you all.
American
God bless
earns
this
less. I
president.
know
God
my
bless
fellow
President
progressives
Trump.
believe
God bless the
having an
United
open
States of
border is gonna
America.
make things,
We
but
will
that's
see
because
each other
they're
tomorrow.
actually repping
God bless
elite
this
people instead of the working class. And the same thing in South
freedom
America.
country.
It's like, to believe our Constitution does not give us the right to stop
I agree with him on
60,000 deaths
this.
a year
I'll
of working
tell you
class
right
men
now.
and women is
I'll agree
insane.
with you on this.
And this
Palantir
country
is a great
right to
company
stop
for our
that,
country.
And I'm very proud. I don't know all the
I am.
efforts we're
I'm
involved
glad
in, but
he's
to the
saying
extent
all
we're
this.
involved in these efforts, I and most
I just
Palantirians
need
are very
to.
proud of this.
I need my position to work out, but like, yeah, I'm very happy that he's like
Thank
this.
you.
Palantir is a.
Alex, as always,
it's
we
a
have a lot
company
of
I can get
individual
behind
investors
like
on
that.
the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?